Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto's power made him irresistible? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Madara had seen it coming. Naruto cursed himself many times after that, looking back. But really, there was no way he could have known. It had seemed like every last jutsu and trick up the crazed Uchiha sleeve had been used. Keyword, seemed. Men expect what they want to expect. Shinobi? They see the worst possible outcome. It was Kakashi-sensei who had drilled that principle into Naruto and his teammates since before they were genin. And the words burned into the back of his head hadn't held much value until now. Now, when they were too late to be of any use. Naruto Uzumaki was an optimistic ninja. It was hard to believe for those who were aware of his miserable and unjust past. But that didn't make it any less true. He smiled whenever he could, a grin so large that his friends often wondered if it hurt his whiskered cheeks. His voice was always louder than it had to be, a force of confidence and determination packed behind it. Naruto's ability to envision a bright future was by far the most optimistic thing about him. And the fact that he truly believed in what he had to say. Aspiring to be Hokage? No problem. Wanting Irika-sensei to treat him to ramen that afternoon? Of course he would. Were they going to win the war with as few casualties as possible? It was possible, Databeo. So, anyone could imagine the predicament he was in now, considering his positive mindset. It was shocking enough that Naruto could proclaim such things so surely, but the fact that he went through with them? That was what drew people to him. It was a half-and-half thing. A love-hate trait of his. What exactly did that mean? Well, when faced with something as simple as a large bowl of ramen from Ichiraku's, it was endearing. But during a war against a supposedly dead, extremely skilled, driven and powerful shinobi of the Uchiha clan? Yeah, not so much. Even if the claim was in his mind, it was silly. And Naruto had failed to see that. This is it. Naruto's clone disappeared in a puff of smoke after having helped form a glowing, blue orb of spinning chakra in his original's hand. His blood was pumping fast. His heart was thumping against his chest so hard that he thought Sasuke, who was to his right, might be able to hear it. The adrenaline rush was just starting, even though Naruto was telling himself that this battle, this war, would be over very soon. This is it, Sasuke. Give it all you've got. Sasuke glanced his way. Naruto could have imagined it, but he thought he saw the smallest, most nostalgic smile tug at the corners of his friend's mouth. All too soon, Sasuke's unique eyes were locked onto their target once more, and his palm began sparkling with energy. Madara Uchiha was just in front of them, watching stone-faced as this all happened within half a second. They were coming at him too fast to dodge efficiently, and his chakra was almost depleted, ruling out the possibility of a counterattack. At least, an attack he was familiar with. The situation left him with one option. A jutsu he'd discovered when going through some ancient scrolls years ago. He had no idea if it would work properly, or even if it was finished. But he had the hand signs memorized, and he knew the consequences. Madara wasn't necessarily desperate. After all, he had died before, but this particular jutsu could prove helpful if he wanted to finish things now. He would be suspended in his current position for longer than he cared to think about. Not only that, but the technique would use up the last of his reserves for the time being. At this point, though, he didn't really have a choice. Naruto's body flared bright with orange energy, and he narrowed his eyes. Rasengan. With all of his strength, all of his heart and emotion, he lunged forward. Sasuke's Susanoo glowed purple as he too rushed forward, armed with the brightest Chidori he'd created that day. The Rinnegan in his left eye was bold against the purple of his armor, and the blood red of his Sharingan in his right eye was intimidating. He was ready to end the man in front of him. The two were very alert, despite expecting victory. They didn't falter when Madara raised his arms and began forming rapid seals, but both saw it. Over the crackling of Sasuke's energy and the whooshing of Naruto's Rasengan, it was hard to make anything out. And yet, somehow, they both heard Madara mutter the few words that were about to mess everything up. Time alteration technique. The words may have been what saved them. Time alteration? He'd never heard of any technique like that. And to have an unfamiliar jutsu coming from the enemy was never good. So yeah, maybe it did throw him off a little. His previously pulsing rasengan dimmed a bit. After that, it was all really a blur. He was still moving forward through the air, his rasengan aimed in front of him with the intent to strike. Naruto felt a sudden tingle in the back of his head, causing him to lose focus all the more. His attention wasn't completely zeroed in on the glowing ball of energy in his hand, or the man it was supposed to be hitting. Nope. Now he was trying to figure out what the unfamiliar sensation was. He always did have a way of letting his mind wander. Whoa! Holy! A voice that was neither his, Sasuke's, nor Madara's called out in alarm. Naruto, who'd been expecting his hand to collide with the body of Madara Uchiha, stumbled forward when it did not. Eventually, though, his rasengan hit a wall. There should not be a wall. As far as he knew, he was high off the ground, using the hovering abilities he had gained from Hagoromo earlier. Suddenly, there was a loud crash as the wall blew out and crumbled. Naruto found himself on the floor, still glowing with Kurama's chakra, the black truth-seeking orbs hovering above him. Coughing slightly from the dust of the collapsed concrete, he pushed himself up to his knees and then stood, his senses on high alert. 2 new chakra signatures appeared behind him, and he spun around. They felt familiar, but his disorientation made it difficult to connect the dots. That is, until the dust settled and his vision cleared, revealing both of his cherished teachers standing before him, armed with kunai and whatever Jiraiya had grabbed in haste. Naruto coughed again, his mind racing to catch up. When it finally did, he may have let out a surprised shout. Kakashi and Jiraiya stared intently at him, their usual relaxed demeanor replaced with tense readiness. "Minato!" Jiraiya said, his voice filled with disbelief. The resemblance was striking, and even though they both knew he was gone, it was hard not to think of him. Frustrated, Naruto grasped at his hair. "Stupid genjutsu!" He formed a hand sign. "Release!" When it didn't work, he tried again and again, until he finally gave up. Kakashi had removed his headband, revealing his eye, with lightning crackling in his palm. "Hey, kid, you might want to let Spiky Hair know that you aren't an enemy." Naruto recognized Kurama's voice and tried to concentrate. "Kurama? What's going on? Did Madara put us under genjutsu?" Kurama rumbled in response. "It's not that. But he definitely did something with that last jutsu. Take a deep breath and focus, or you're going to get us both in trouble." Naruto obeyed, inhaling deeply before opening his eyes. "What's going?" He stopped short. Kakashi still stood in front of him, but he sensed another chakra signature from behind, indicating a clone. Before his teacher could act, Naruto dodged out of the way and held up his hands. "Whoa, wait. I'm on your side." But as he moved, he came face to face with Jiraiya. He took a moment to study his master's face. Every wrinkle and bump was just as he remembered, sending a chill down his spine. Whatever was happening felt wrong. "Naruto!" Jiraiya must have been observing him as well, as he didn't attempt to grab him. Naruto nodded vigorously, pointing to the whisker marks on his cheeks. "Yes. Second try, I'm offended." Kakashi's shadow clone vanished, and he lowered his kunai. "Jiraiya? What's going on? Who are you?" Jiraiya asked Naruto in that gruff voice he knew all too well. The sound pierced his heart, making it difficult to respond. Naruto glanced at Kakashi, who seemed to believe Jiraiya was real. This was unnatural. Where was the battlefield? And Madara? And Sasuke? He took a step back as the realization hit him. He was no longer in that place. His surroundings had completely changed, and by the looks of it, he was back in Konoha. "How are you here?" Naruto asked his deceased master. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "That's my line." "Why do you look like Naruto?" he retorted. Kakashi opened his mouth to say something but closed it, not wanting to add to the confusion. Naruto realized he was still glowing orange. He blinked, and the cloak of power disappeared. Without the light, the two men could see the signs of battle on his body: dirt, scratches, and torn clothing. Stopping the flood of questions he wanted to ask, he held his hands up once more. "I don't know what's going on any more than you do, but I'd like to figure it out." Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances. "All right," Kakashi said. "You wear the headband of the leaf, so we're obligated to hear your explanation. But I'll be asking the questions." Naruto was about to protest but bit his tongue. Maybe Kurama was wrong, and he was caught in Madara's genjutsu. "What is your name?" Naruto sighed in confusion. "Uzumaki Naruto. And you're Kakashi-sensei. Is this really necessary?" Kakashi gave him a strange look while Jiraiya inspected the rubble that had once been the wall, muttering to himself. "It seems you attracted some attention, Naruto." Reluctantly, Naruto looked at Jiraiya, half expecting him to vanish. His eyes followed his deceased master's gaze to see a small crowd forming outside the building he had appeared in. Bringing a hand to the back of his head, he chuckled nervously. "Heh, whoops. What exactly are you?" Under normal circumstances, Naruto would have taken offense to the blunt question. But given the situation, he felt anything but normal. And yet, somehow, he wasn't too surprised. After everything that had happened during the war, nothing felt too shocking anymore. So, he remained alert in the chair he found himself in, his hands tied in his lap. He was tempted to break free, which would have been easy, but figured he should take this one step at a time to understand what was happening. In front of him stood 4 familiar figures. The first was Tsunade, looking as fired up as ever. She was watching him closely, which made Naruto uneasy. He silently hoped she wasn't plotting to punch him again. The second 2 were Kakashi and Jiraiya. Kakashi had his arms folded casually but kept his gaze fixed on Naruto. It had never gotten easier to read him over the years, so Naruto gave up. Jiraiya stood in a similar position, but Naruto wasn't about to look at him. Whatever sick joke Madara was playing wasn't funny. The fourth figure, who had asked the question with an emotionless tone, was Marino Ibiki, the head of the torture and interrogation force of Konoha. That man was always intimidating to be around. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto. We've already been over this. I'll ask you again, what are you?" Naruto sighed and slumped in his chair. "Kurama, help me out here. What exactly do you think I can do?" He frowned at the reply. Some things would never change. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. "He definitely resembles Naruto. And his chakra signature is identical. But whoever decided to replicate the kid could have done a little more research." She looked him up and down. "He's a foot taller than me." Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but Ibiki interrupted him. "Should I call Inoichi?" Naruto sat up a little straighter. "Wait, what? No. We don't need Ino's dad poking around in my head." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, waiting a moment to see if he would say more. When he didn't, she turned to Ibiki. "Go ahead." The tall shinobi nodded and headed for the door. Naruto raised his tied hands, almost frantically. "Wait." Those in the room who hadn't been looking at him turned to face him now. Naruto noticed this and sighed again. "I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm just as confused as you are, if not more. One second I was next to Sasuke, about to win the war with my rasengan, and the next, I was in that building with Kakashi-sensei and Pervy Sage trying not to get hurt. But I'm really Naruto. Ask me anything you want, I can prove it." Ibiki listened but didn't stop. Soon he was out the door, headed to find the front of the analysis team. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the man's retreating figure. Tsunade pursed her lips. "Well, they definitely got the knucklehead part down," she muttered. Kakashi stepped forward beside the 6th Hokage. "You have 10 minutes to prove that you're an ally. Once Inoichi walks through that door, he'll be entering your mind." Naruto sent his teacher a grateful look. "Unfortunately," Kakashi continued, "it's already clear that you are not who you say. I know exactly where Naruto is right now, and he's not here." He took a seat on the nearest table. "Now, tell me what that jutsu was earlier." Naruto scrunched up his nose. "My rasengan? I'm pretty sure you—" "No. The other one." Naruto thought for a moment. Did he mean the tailed beast mode? But that didn't make sense. He'd just been near Kakashi, fighting in that mode for hours. When he looked to Kakashi, he saw no joke or lie in his eyes. "You really don't know?" he asked just to be sure. "You were glowing," Jiraiya added. Naruto stiffened a little. "That's my bijou mode." He concentrated for a moment, and his body flickered, lighting up with the flames of the tailed beast inside him. That was probably a mistake. The two Sannin dropped into defensive stances, and Kakashi whipped out a kunai. Naruto quickly dispelled the cloak. Whoa, relax. I'm with you guys. Once again, he looked at every one of them, this time including Jiraiya. What is wrong with you guys? We were just in the middle of fighting Madara. Tsunade-chan was pretty beat up, and so were you, Kakashi-sensei. But now you look like you had a good night's sleep and a warm bowl of ramen. Naruto received strange looks. Madara? War. Where was I in this? Jiraiya asked. Naruto stared at them incredulously before putting his head in his hands and grumbling loudly. This makes no sense. Ask them how old Naruto is. Naruto blinked. What? I know how old I am. Just do it. How old is Naruto? The three experienced shinobi shared glances. You are not in a position to ask questions, Kakashi said. And the fact that your costume got his age wrong is not our problem. Naruto glared at his teacher. Before he could argue, though, Jiraiya kneeled down in front of him. His eyes met Naruto's blue ones, and they softened for a moment. He's 13. Kakashi didn't visibly react to Jiraiya's words, but he was clearly confused. Jiraiya? Tsunade watched her companion closely. Who is he? This is Naruto, Jiraiya said slowly, as if coming to terms with it himself. I'm sure of it. Naruto wanted to thank his master for the trust, but his mind was stuck on the thing he'd said before that. 13. He rubbed his eyes with his bound hands furiously. You seem to be a more aged version of our Naruto, Jiraiya continued. How old did you say you were? Naruto's mind was racing. He forced himself to calm down and took a deep breath, as if he were about to meditate. I'm 16 years old. 17 in a couple of days. As I thought. And what do you remember last happening? Naruto took one last look at the three of them, just to make sure they were serious. Sasuke and I were fighting Uchiha Madara, and we were really close to beating him, too. Kakashi-sensei, you were there too, except you were on the ground with Sakura-chan, backing us up. Tsunade-chan was with the rest of the alliance, fighting off whatever Madara and Obito threw at you? Kakashi perked up. What? Naruto stopped talking. He was beginning to realize how foreign this information was to his three comrades. Maybe dumping everything on them wasn't the best idea. At least, not right now. Do you really not know anything? Tsunade's stare was unnerving. You sound delusional. Naruto paused. He thought about his predicament, hands tied, surrounded by his clueless superiors, and no longer in the middle of the war. What's going on, Kurama? Time alteration jutsu. It seems that Madara sent us back in time. Back in? Kurama, I think you should get your head checked. Oops. He'd said it aloud. Now he really was getting strange looks from Tsunade, Kakashi, and Jiraiya. Who's Kurama? Tsunade asked. Naruto left the fox in his mind. The Kyuubi. He seems to think that Madara sent us back in time. It was silent for a few moments. It would make sense, Jiraiya said. Tsunade slapped him lightly on the head. Sense? None of this makes sense, you idiot. Kakashi leaned forward. Tsunade-sama, I think the only way we can get straight answers is with Inoichi. If he resists, it only proves his defiance further. Tsunade bit her nail, looking deep in thought. Jiraiya stood up and brushed himself off. Naruto sighed. Fine, if that's the only way to make you guys believe. I'm pretty sure this is a genjutsu anyway, he added with a hint of frustration, upset that his plans to end the war had been foiled. Right on time, Ibiki emerged from the doorway with Inoichi in tow. Hoka-sama, he greeted. He looked around. Naruto. Naruto threw his hands up. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. We need you to confirm his identity, Inoichi, Tsunade said, ignoring Naruto. Find out anything else you can. Is it all right if I join you? Jiraiya asked Inoichi. I'll be able to further confirm things. The Yamanaka looked to Tsunade for permission, who waved her hand. Fine. But make it quick. The real Naruto and his team should be headed back with a report soon. You know how nosy he is. Inoichi nodded. I can link all three of our minds through contact, he said. Jiraiya nodded and moved forward. Soon, Naruto found himself staring at Inoichi's hand resting on his forehead. The idea of someone exploring his memories made him uneasy, especially in this strange world Madara had transported him to. There were things in his past that might not be meant to be seen, and that worried him. He was grateful that Jiraiya had volunteered for this task, as the old sage seemed to trust him the most. Inoichi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Here we go. Naruto's eyes also shut as he appeared in his own mind beside Jiraiya and Inoichi. He stood still, watching his memories unfold, from the Chunin exams all the way to the war he had been pulled from. It was difficult to gauge the shinobi's reactions as they observed, their eyes wide with surprise. This didn't make any sense. They were familiar with all of this. At least, the Jiraiya and Inoichi he knew were. Had he truly been sent to the past? Inoichi's eyes fluttered open. For a long moment, he simply stared at Naruto's face. Jiraiya took a seat in a nearby chair, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. What is it? Kakashi asked. Where did you come from? Inoichi directed his question at Naruto. Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with knowledge he couldn't fully grasp. Well, one theory is the future. He turned to Jiraiya, a pained expression crossing his face. He knew he had been killed in a fight against Pain, one of his most prominent and heavy memories. Well? Tsunade inquired. Who is he? Inoichi turned to her. This young man is Uzumaki Naruto. He seems to have been sent backwards in time. But, from what I can tell, it's really him. Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. He's right. That's our Naruto for sure. Naruto sighed in relief. Thank you. His tailed beast mode flickered on, and he quickly freed himself from the ropes binding his wrists. The occupants of the room watched him in surprise. How are you here? Kakashi asked. Naruto looked around, uncertainty clouding his expression. I don't really know. Ibiki's gaze was intense. Well, what happened last? It was tempting to share everything, but something in his mind cautioned against it. I don't think it's wise to mix the future with the past. Tsunade snorted. Naruto thinking things through? That's new. Naruto pouted. That's not fair. Kakashi stood up from his spot at the table, hands in his pockets. What now? Tsunade checked the clock on the far wall. I have to get going soon. Kakashi, take Naruto with you and try to figure things out. Don't draw attention. I really should keep you here, but I know that's not possible. Naruto nodded in agreement. Jiraiya, you need to ensure our Naruto doesn't run into this one. We don't know the details and we can't risk things mixing too much. You'll come with me and take Naruto from there. Ibiki, Inoichi, you're dismissed. Keep this under wraps. Understood. With that, Tsunade swept out the door. Shizen met her there and they were gone. Ibiki and Inoichi took one last look at Naruto before slipping outside themselves. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. We'll get you back to your time. Until then, don't mess things up. Naruto swallowed hard and met his master's eyes. It felt strange to see him again after so long without his presence. He wanted to share everything, how he trained on Mount Mayaboku to defeat Pain, how his journeys had shaped him into the shinobi he was today, and the bond he had formed with the nine-tails fox and the other tailed beasts. But if Jiraiya hadn't seen it or understood it in Naruto's mind, there was no reason to tell him now. He cleared his throat and mustered his energy. Yash. Jiraiya nodded. Soon he was gone too, leaving Naruto with Kakashi-sensei in the dim room. You've gotten taller, Kakashi observed. Naruto glared at him. I wasn't that short. Kakashi shrugged. Let's go. So. Naruto looked at his teacher. So what? Kakashi replied, studying him with a sidelong glance. What was going on? In your time, I mean. As they walked a lap around the training grounds, Naruto took in everything he could see, comparing it to the half-rebuilt Konoha of his time. He understood that Kakashi was trying to get him to elaborate on what he'd mentioned earlier, something related to his old comrade, Uchiha Obito. As much as Naruto felt he had the right to know, it wasn't his secret to tell. The idea of changing his past was tempting, But he knew everything happened for a reason, and altering things might only make them worse. He briefly wondered what had happened when he had left. Was the battle still ongoing? Was Sasuke still fighting, or had he also been taken to a different time? Naruto didn't want to dwell on the possibilities, it only made his head hurt. It was clear now that this situation had been created by the jutsu Madara had performed just before he would have been hit. For now, he would focus on getting back to his own time and setting things right. He tried hard not to give Kakashi a pitying look and kept his gaze straight ahead. A light breeze ruffled his blonde hair, and he took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything before." Kakashi had his hands in his pockets as they walked. Every now and then, he would glance at the older version of his student, noting the differences and similarities to his younger self. It was strange to walk alongside a Naruto who was almost as tall as he was. Not to mention the constant reminder that this young man knew his future better than he did. He hadn't expected Naruto to explain further and respected his decision not to. The Naruto he knew would have spilled everything in an instant. But curiosity lingered in Kakashi's mind. It was silent for a while before Kakashi spoke again. "Are things bad?" Naruto was taken aback by the question. Kakashi-sensei was the type to face whatever came his way without worrying about the consequences until they arrived. But having your student from the future appear out of nowhere, claiming he was fighting a war against a dead man, probably didn't fit into that mindset. So Naruto gave him a cheeky grin. "Nothing I can't handle." Kakashi smiled beneath his mask. "Well, I don't know what we're going to do with you until we figure out how to fix everything. It's risky just letting you wander around, especially if an enemy of Konoha sent you here." Naruto clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. "Don't worry. I'll find a way back to the others soon and set things right." Before they could continue their conversation, both shinobi straightened up, turning to see who was approaching. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Kakashi stepped in front of him, trying to shield him from view. Sakura bounded up to her sensei, her new short hair swinging as she ran. When she got close, she paused to catch her breath. "Kakashi-sensei, I looked everywhere for you. I wanted to," she stopped abruptly. "Sensei? Who's that?" "Ah, Sakura. I was just thinking about you. Is there something you need?" Kakashi replied. Sakura regarded her teacher with an amused expression. Sensei? There's someone behind you." Kakashi nodded slowly. "Oh yes. There is, isn't there? Silly me." He stepped aside, revealing Naruto. Naruto quickly covered his mouth, preventing himself from saying something foolish to the young girl. She wasn't that much younger than the version he was used to, but the difference was striking. Sakura's eyes widened. "Naruto." "Oh wow," Naruto exclaimed before he could stop himself. "You're so small." Sakura seemed torn between wanting to punch him for calling her small or questioning why he had grown so much. She settled for crossing her arms. "You idiot. Is this one of your clones? You look ridiculous." Naruto looked offended, inspecting his torn clothing and charred headband, pondering if she was right. Kakashi interjected, "Yes, and we really should be going." Naruto abruptly looked up, interrupting Kakashi. "Naruto?" He touched his stomach, his expression alarmed. "I can sense the Kyuubi's chakra," he blurted out. Kakashi glanced past Sakura and spotted what looked like an orange blur approaching. At least they knew both the nine tails were still intact, he thought. Naruto scanned the area and noticed a cluster of trees a few yards away. He turned to his teacher, saluted quickly, and dashed off in that direction. Kakashi and Sakura watched in astonishment. One moment, Naruto was right in front of them, and the next, he was a flash of yellow moving away. Then he vanished. "What was that?" Sakura whispered. Before Kakashi could respond, their Naruto skidded to a stop, panting heavily. "Sakura, I found you," he exclaimed. The pink-haired girl turned to face her teammate. "Naruto, what are you doing, running off and then coming right back?" Naruto scratched his whiskered cheek. "No, I just got here." Kakashi looked between the two. "Where's Jiraiya?" Naruto grinned. "I left Pervy Sage with one of my shadow clones," he said proudly. "He was going on and on about money and girls, and then I saw Sakura run by, so I decided to follow, and then, from his hidden spot in a tree, Naruto watched them converse. He knew it wouldn't be wise to reveal himself, even if Tsunade had told him to stick by Kakashi. Observing his younger self was strange, but not too weird. After all, he had been that age not long ago and had recently learned he was the reincarnation of an ancient being. He glanced around and back at the group below him. It was dull here, and he knew from experience how long the two genin would hold Kakashi up. Making a decision, he jumped from tree to tree until he was clear of them, then headed into the village. You won't believe what he said to me. Did you see those ninja earlier? Mommy, please. The familiar sounds and smells of the marketplace welcomed Naruto. However, he decided it would be best to stick to the shadows and alleyways, given the situation. He had discarded his charred and torn jacket, now wearing just the black mesh t-shirt underneath. As painful as it was not to show off his signature orange, it wasn't exactly the stealthiest color. At first, Naruto wandered around, relaxed, mulling over the day's events. But soon, he felt the urge to take action. The only problem was he had no idea what to do. Maybe this really was a genjutsu, and there was a specific way to break it. But so far, nothing had attempted to harm or traumatize him. Was this just a distraction? Leaning against the side wall of a weapons shop, Naruto realized that getting back to his time was his top priority. Who knew what Madara was doing at that moment or how Sasuke and the allied shinobi forces were faring against him? With a determined breath, he pushed off the grimy wall. He had tucked his headband into his pocket for now, at least until he could find new clothes and wouldn't resemble his younger self so much. As he walked, he noticed places that hadn't been rebuilt yet in his time or had been relocated for convenience. Eventually, he stopped nearby and stared wistfully at the old Ichirakus, realizing how hungry he was. It took immense willpower not to walk right in and greet the old man as if nothing were amiss. But besides having no money, he wasn't exactly the Naruto everyone knew. He sighed, trying not to imagine the taste of perfectly smoked pork and noodles cooked to perfection. Too late. A sudden scream from his right shattered his thoughts. Naruto spun to face the sound, alert. A woman had fallen to the ground in shock, while another villager stood before her, a crazed look in his eyes as he threatened her. The crowd around them had cleared, watching in confusion. Naruto, stuck behind the crowd, observed with concern. Was it just another drunken quarrel? Those were common around here. No, that couldn't be it. A man threatening a woman was unacceptable, regardless. Were there no other shinobi around? Why wasn't anyone stepping in? What are you doing? One of the braver crowd members spoke up. The man didn't respond. To everyone's shock, he pulled a kunai from his back pocket, his eyes locked on the woman still on the ground. The crowd froze in terror. Was this guy serious? Without thinking, Naruto pushed through the people. The man hadn't seemed like a ninja at first glance, so where had he gotten a kunai? Only when the man began to bring the knife down did the crowd react. But it was too late. He was going to strike the girl. Just before the kunai would have made contact with her head, a hand grabbed the man's wrist and brought it to a halt. Naruto had rushed in front of the woman, stopping what could have been a terrible scene. "What were you thinking?" he asked, incredulous. The man slowly shifted his gaze from his first target to Naruto. The intent to harm was evident in his eyes, and Naruto narrowed his own in confusion. "Go," he urged, waving his free hand at the woman behind him. "Get out of here. Find help." The girl scrambled to her feet and shot him a grateful glance before rushing off, with a few others from the growing crowd following her to assist. The man whose wrist Naruto held seemed to grow impatient. He twisted his arm suddenly, surprising Naruto, and jerked away, still gripping the kunai. Naruto considered pulling out a weapon of his own, but he could never bring himself to fight a fellow citizen of the Leaf. It went against everything he believed. But this man certainly wasn't acting like a comrade as he surged forward with impressive speed. Naruto dodged his slash, trying to lead him away from the crowd. The way the man moved reminded him of something almost monstrous, throwing himself around with a level of skill that was unsettling. Without a word, the man formed a hand sign, and 3 puffs of smoke appeared. What? Shadow clones? Great. Now there were 4 of them. Naruto thought about making his own clones, but that would only complicate things, and he didn't want to create too much chaos. The clones charged at him, throwing punches and kicks, backflipping and launching kunai with reckless abandon. It was overwhelming, but Naruto quickly realized how disorganized they were, as if they lacked a brain to coordinate their moves. He managed to throw one clone off his back and dispel it, along with another one he had simply punched away. The next clone came at him, and Naruto dropped to the ground, kicking overhead. His attention was drawn to the original, who was now targeting an unsuspecting civilian in the crowd. Most of the onlookers were focused on Naruto's fight. "No!" he shouted, wanting to run as fast as he could to intercept, but the clone wouldn't let him. It kept throwing solid punches that Naruto dodged with incredible speed. "Watch out!" He was almost too late. The civilian turned just in time to see the attacker too close for comfort, raising his hands instinctively to protect himself. Naruto was half a second away from using his tailed beast mode to pull him to safety when a kunai whizzed past the original's face, stopping him in his tracks. Naruto quickly dropped to the ground, sweeping his foot in a wide arc to take down the clone, finishing it off with a swift stomp. He let out a breath of relief as a leaf nin stepped out from the crowd. There was something casual about his demeanor, though, and he was kind of short. The silver headband tied around his head stood out against his dark hair, matching the blue of his outfit almost perfectly. Naruto did a double take. "Sasuke?" Young Uchiha Sasuke, that is. In the flesh. Naruto was seeing Sasuke before he was taken by Orochimaru, before he convinced himself that revenge was the answer, before he learned the truth about his brother's death. It was oddly terrifying. He felt like he was witnessing a pivotal moment. Sasuke was still fragile. "Who are you?" Sasuke asked the man, his bored tone suggesting he was more interested in formality than curiosity. The man didn't respond, nor did he charge or attack. Perhaps he realized that this new opponent wouldn't hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Naruto tried to ignore Sasuke's presence as he focused on the attacker. Sasuke pulled out another kunai and advanced, but Naruto sensed the sudden threat before he did. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, wishing for Sasuke's Susanoo more than ever. As he tackled the man, it felt like time slowed down. Naruto flew past young Sasuke, glowing a vibrant orange. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed red as he watched in shock. Then everyone in the area jumped as the ground shook with the explosion of an activated paper bomb. There was a murmur of concern, a few screams, but Sasuke just stared in shock at the cloud of dust erupting from the explosion, which the strange man had taken the brunt of. He composed himself and helped an elderly man who had fallen in the confusion. The explosion left behind a few small fires, and people rushed to extinguish them. But Sasuke's attention was drawn to the figure emerging from the dust. Naruto stepped out, waving the air in front of him. His clothing was already tattered, but he walked out unscathed, not a scratch or scorch mark on him. He quickly assessed the area and stepped in to help put out the fires. By then, more shinobi had arrived with the woman from before. She was a brunette with rosy cheeks and soon stood before Naruto, thanking him profusely. He rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the attention she was drawing. But the damage was done. Several pairs of eyes were on the man who had saved a woman from the chaotic scene, including Uchiha Sasuke's. "How did you do that?" Sasuke asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Naruto's body went rigid at the sound of his best friend's voice, which was higher than he remembered. He turned slowly to meet Sasuke's dark eyes. "Do what?" Sasuke studied him, his expression unreadable. Finally, he uttered one word. "Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened. It warmed his heart that Sasuke recognized him, even with the years that separated them. Then again, no one else in the village had whisker marks, and his blonde hair was pretty distinctive. "What? Who's Naruto?" he replied, holding up his hands in mock confusion. "How did you do that thing earlier?" Sasuke pressed, ignoring his playful banter. "You were glowing, and then you walked away from that explosion alive." Naruto opened his mouth to deny it, but another voice overruled him. "Sasuke. Sasuke-kun." Two voices, that is. Sakura, the younger Naruto, and Kakashi rushed toward them, with Kakashi trailing behind his two students. They paid no attention to Naruto as they stopped in front of Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, what happened? Were you here when that explosion happened? Are you okay? It was pretty loud. Sakura bombarded him with questions, as if Sasuke would actually answer. The younger Naruto scowled at Sasuke. What did you do now? I bet he had something to do with all of this. But Sasuke's gaze was fixed on the man in front of him. Kakashi, what is going on? He asked, his tone sharp. Kakashi sighed. This was impossible anyway. Naruto laughed nervously. The younger Naruto finally seemed to notice the newcomer and that he had Sasuke's attention. He frowned, looking the stranger up and down. Who are you? Naruto resisted the urge to facepalm. Man, he really was clueless. Baka, Sasuke muttered. What did you say? Just a fact, Sakura chimed in. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. Not you too, Sakura-han. Kakashi ignored his students. What happened? Wasn't the plan to keep a low profile? Naruto rolled his eyes. Well, I tried. But there was this strange guy who started attacking people for no reason, and there wasn't anyone else around to help, so I stepped in. At the last second, he took himself out with a bomb. Sasuke stopped bickering. You still haven't answered my questions. The younger Naruto looked between the older version of himself and Sasuke. Yeah, who are you? And how do you know Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke? Because they're my comrades. The statement slipped out so easily that Naruto hadn't realized he was about to reveal too much. Tsunade-sama will want a full report. Let's get you to her before you can cause any more trouble. Kakashi began walking toward the Hokage's residence. Hey, I didn't do anything. Well, okay, maybe I did something but I didn't cause any trouble. I'm coming, Sasuke said. That's not, Kakashi started. I'm going too. The younger Naruto chimed in eagerly. I'm a little confused myself, Sakura added. Kakashi sighed. Fine. Naruto knew he should focus on the more important things, like getting back to his time or the attack from the strange guy. Yet his mind wandered to anything but those matters. He was in the past. Enough said. The younger Naruto was right next to him, along with the younger Sasuke, Sakura, and even Kakashi. He didn't know how long he'd be stuck here, but Naruto was sure he'd never fully comprehend it. Currently, he stood in front of the Hokage's desk. Tsunade was less furious than he expected, considering he had revealed himself so soon after her specific orders not to. He entered the building bracing for the worst, realizing it was important. But the Hokage simply sat, chewing a nail as she stared at the four of them in thought. Shizen stood to the side, Taunton lounging comfortably in her arms. She kept glancing nervously at Tsunade, waiting for her to speak. Naruto. Huh. Oh. Both Narutos responded to their name, one completely lost, the other slightly anxious about what Tsunade would say next. The younger Naruto sneaked a glance at the older one, just as confused. What do you mean, oh? He means, Tsunade interjected, that he should be getting an earful from me right now. Naruto laughed nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to make such a scene. There was just no time, and I didn't see anyone stepping in. I know. Tsunade's gaze softened. I said you should be getting an earful. I've received countless reports on your heroics. Her tone was amused. Naruto tilted his head. If you know what happened, then do you know? Well, what happened? Who was that guy? Why would he threaten everyone and then take his own life? One question at a time, Tsunade replied. For now, I think we should fill Team 7 in. They won't stand around much longer. Naruto looked at the younger versions of his team, one by one. Sakura was watching the conversation intently, as if she could grasp clarity from just a few words. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the back wall, his expression neutral. Naruto once again failed to read the Uchiha. Kakashi had his hands in his pockets, standing relaxed as he followed the conversation easily. And finally, the younger Naruto. He seemed to embody confusion as he watched the situation unfold. I guess you're right, Naruto said slowly. But I'm still figuring it out myself, you know? Tsunade nodded. To be expected. She turned to the 3 genin before her. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you're all smart. Well, mostly. Do you want to know who this young man is? She didn't wait for them to answer. Tsunade glanced at Naruto, signaling him to introduce himself. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I guess I'm not technically your Naruto, since he's standing right there. But I'm the future Naruto, about 4 years older than you guys. He gave them a thumbs up and grinned widely. The younger him stared blankly for a few moments. Then his blue eyes cleared, and he held up a hand. Okay. I know I say and do some crazy things, so I should just go along with this, but… What the heck are you talking about? Sakura interjected. They looked to Tsunade and Kakashi for clarification. When none was offered, their gaze returned to Naruto. Wait, so, you're really not a clone? Sakura asked. Or some kind of disguise that looks like Naruto? Naruto shook his head. No. At least, I don't think so. I'm not exactly sure, actually. At first, I thought I was under a genjutsu, and I'm still not sure all of you are real. Like I said, I'm figuring this out. Tsunade-sama, Sasuke said, speaking for the first time, I don't understand what you're saying. How can this be Naruto? Even I know him, and that's not him. Tsunade leaned forward, propping her chin on her hands. Unfortunately, it's as he said. We don't know the details. We have confirmed that he comes from a different time span, maybe even a different dimension. She looked at Shizune. Never thought I'd say that, she muttered. The younger Naruto began inspecting his older self closely. He walked in a circle around him, narrowing his eyes and scrunching his nose. Well, I do see the resemblance. But how can this be me? And why me? Naruto opened his mouth to respond but soon closed it again. There wasn't much he could say without diving into a lengthy discussion about the war and other complicated matters. Inoichi had already seen everything in his memories, but Naruto knew he was under orders not to share anything. The poor guy must be overwhelmed by all that knowledge from a different time. From what I understand, Naruto was fighting an enemy ninja and fell victim to a time-altering jutsu, Tsunade said. Hey, I did not fall for anything. Besides, I wasn't able to find anything on the jutsu, by the way, Tsunade continued, ignoring him once again. I had Shizune look through all of our records, and there was nothing matching it. Yes, Shizune agreed. Which brings me to the issue at hand, Tsunade-sama. Ah yes, the attack. The Hokage turned to Naruto. You asked who the man was and why he would attack us. Naruto nodded. It seemed strange to me that something like that would happen within Konoha, especially when no other shinobi were present. He was using shinobi weapons, but I wouldn't have expected it from his appearance. I would have stepped in sooner, you know. Tsunade's gaze was fixed on the wood of her desk. We've been suspecting trouble from Kumogakure shinobi recently. I hate to think they could be infiltrating the village without our knowledge, but their raikage acts impulsively based on his emotions. I don't know if there was a skirmish between our shinobi and theirs that caused the death of someone important, but if they're managing to slip in unnoticed and are willing to take drastic measures upon being caught, we should be concerned. Naruto furrowed his brow. Kumo? Why would they be attacking? Tsunade shrugged. Could be anything. Once an enemy, always an enemy. At this point, it doesn't matter. We'll have to chase them out of hiding and deal with them as quietly as possible. Do you plan to say anything? Kakashi asked. This is a very blatant act against Konoha from the inside. I wouldn't expect you to let it go without addressing it with the raikage. Tsunade sighed in frustration. I would love to confront him about this. But we don't need another war on our hands. Things are already tense enough between the 5 nations. I'll keep it in mind, though. I'm sure we'll need it someday against that hothead. Naruto listened carefully to her words, feeling slightly upset. He had gotten so used to seeing all 5 great nations working in harmony, under the raikage himself, that this didn't seem right. An alliance so strong and organized didn't simply happen. Sure, they had a common enemy, but he couldn't believe that I would be behind something so treacherous. Naruto was aware of the 3 pairs of genin eyes glued to him, but he tried to ignore them and focus. Why Kumogakure? He asked. What makes you think it's them? Like Sunitama said, there have been small quarrels and outbreaks on the borders lately, Shizen explained. We didn't expect it to escalate so much, or we would have kept a much closer eye on them. Is this the first you've heard of an attack like this? Naruto asked. Tsunade nodded. I'm not surprised, though. Why? He pressed. Why wouldn't this surprise you? The room fell silent at the question. No one had expected it to come from Naruto, of all people. I know how their Raikage thinks, Tsunade finally said. Is something wrong? Naruto let out a breath. I don't think Kumo would do something like this. Before anyone could respond, the door to the room opened without a knock. Jiraiya stepped in, smiling as he usually did. His shoes clopped against the smooth floor as he entered. Hey, the party's all here. What did I miss? For a moment, all Naruto could think about was the time he'd walked into the Hokage's office with Kakashi, only to be told that his beloved master had fallen in battle. It wasn't a pleasant memory, and he shook it away before he thought too deeply about it. Nothing, Tsunade deadpanned. We were discussing the attack from earlier today. What took you so long? Jiraiya shrugged. He walked further into the room and stood beside the younger Naruto, ruffling his hair. I was at the crime scene. You sure made a mess, he added, turning to the older Naruto. Pervy sage, the younger Naruto exclaimed. When did you get here? Oh, last night. I was planning on. Did you acquire anything useful? Tsunade asked her comrade, interrupting him. Jiraiya frowned. Not really. There was a lot of cleaning up. And rumors are already flying around about the hero who saved the day. Naruto, who was almost used to things like that by now, ignored it. His mind was still on the actual source of the attack. Tsunade-chan, do you have proof that Kumogakure was behind this? Real, solid proof. The Hokage leaned forward and studied him. What I'm about to tell you is classified, but I suppose you're more involved than most right now. So keep your mouth shut about it. She sighed. Civilians have been going missing. Naruto furrowed his brows, ignoring Sakura and his younger self's gasps. Why is that proof? I already told you. But how can you base an accusation of treason off of a few skirmishes on borders that have always been shaky? Naruto was surprising himself with his articulate words, but he was speaking as truthfully as he could. I don't remember you being so distrusting. Once more, the room fell silent. Tsunade's eye twitched. The younger Naruto leaned toward his master. Are we totally sure this is me? He whispered. Naruto opened his mouth to press the Kumo matter further but hesitated. He turned to his younger self, an eyebrow raised. I'd be happy to prove it to you if you'd like, he said, smiling widely. The younger Naruto eyed him more warily now. What kind of? He trailed off as the other blonde walked toward him and pointed at his chest. I know every single thing you do and more. I could tell you where you live, I could tell you every detail of your past, heck, I could tell them. He pointed to the others in the room. Naruto perked up, a mischievous glint in his eye now. Oh boy, being in the past could be fun. The younger Naruto pushed his hand away, pouting. That's not fair. I don't have anything to blackmail you with. Naruto's grin widened. Before he could speak again, the adults in the room all glanced toward the door, along with Naruto. It was quiet for a moment before they heard the thumping of hurried footsteps. Then the door opened, and a chunin entered, a paper grasped tightly in his hand. The shinobi looked around. I'm sorry, Toke-sama, am I not interrupting something? Tsunade sent a distasteful glance at Naruto before shaking her head. What is it? We've received a report about another attack, the man said. Shizun stepped forward and accepted the paper in his outstretched hand, scanning it quickly. It seems very rushed. She turned towards her Hokage. The description matches the other one almost identically. Tsunade frowned. She thought for a moment before dismissing the chunin and turning to Kakashi. All right, go down there and get me a body before it causes any more trouble. Naruto, you stay here. Naruto began to protest, but Kakashi interrupted. I think it would be better to have him along, Tsunade-sama. He's been in close quarters with one of these things before. Tsunade, having expected the request, sighed. I know, but But as soon as you finish up there, she turned to Naruto, come straight back here. We haven't finished our conversation. And I'll... No, Tsunade cut off Jiraiya before he could finish. You will stay here. We have things to discuss. The Sannin pouted, turning to the younger Naruto. Don't have too much fun without me. They were all in my shop, a stout woman exclaimed, cowering behind a chunin. Normal. Normal for the first 3 minutes. Team 7 landed on a nearby roof, surveying the scene. Once again, Naruto noted, there was a crowd gathered, but this time it was excessively thick. Silver Hittite plates gleamed in the sun, indicating that other shinobi were present, but it appeared to be mostly genin and chunin. You 3 fall back and help maintain the barrier with the other genin, Kakashi instructed, squinting over the crowd. It wasn't hard to see a few of the genin from their year, who had likely happened to be in the area when another infiltrator showed up. Naruto will come with me. He turned his masked face towards his students. Keeping the civilians back and safe is your job, understood? His coal-black eyes settled on the young Uzumaki. Nothing more, nothing less. Hi. All right. Kakashi turned to see Naruto still crouching next to him. The genin's eyes were locked onto the scene in front of him, narrowed in thought. Kakashi had expected him to have at least gone on ahead by now, but he seemed to be contemplating his next move. Naruto, let's go. The blonde nodded. He didn't jump into action as expected, though. His fingers formed the half-ram seal, and a shadow clone burst to life beside him, immediately crouching in a meditative position with its eyes gently closed. Naruto offered no explanation. He smirked and swung off the roof, forcing Kakashi to follow behind as the 3 genins spread out in different directions. Kakashi and Naruto arrived in the middle of the commotion beside 2 jounin. Naruto did a double take at the shinobi beside him, recognizing them immediately. Yuhi Kurinai's scarlet eyes were narrowed, trained on a few figures on the other side of the clearing, while Sarutobi Asuma had discarded his cigarette in the dirt at his feet. His blades pulsed with lethal wind chakra, and he stood as alive as Naruto had ever seen him. He forced himself to take a deep breath and moved beside them with his sensei, only then noticing their opponents. Scratch that, opponents. Naruto counted 4 zombie ninja, as he dubbed them, crouched in front of them, their gazes glazed over and faces expressionless. It was unnerving, seeing another human being so utterly lifeless and yet capable of so much destruction. Kurinai turned to her comrades, tilting her head. Kakashi? It was obvious she and Asuma had no idea what was going on, what had provoked these villagers to attack their own. Hoka-sama sent us, the Hatake answered. We're to gather information. I can't tell you what's going on. And Naruto here will help us. Asuma grunted. Who? Naruto leaned forward so the 2 jounin could see him behind Kakashi and waved. Kurinai and Asuma stared blankly. There was no time to further explain as the zombie ninja finally became restless with the lack of action and charged. Naruto could see his companions take 1 each, but he was forced to turn his attention to his own fight as a dark-haired figure went on offense with a single kunai. Naruto blocked and parried with his kunai, his mind racing. There were way too many people here. If they took the upper hand, which they would, the zombie ninja would just become provoked and cause chaos, dragging the less fortunate down with them. We need to evacuate the villagers. Naruto averted his eyes from his one-on-one for a moment to land on the nearest shinobi, a brunette. He was occupied with the civilians, so Naruto kicked a stone to grab his attention. It bounced off the boy's shoulder harmlessly, but the genin turned with a growl. Only then did Naruto recognize the small dog atop the shinobi's head. Kiba! Tell the other genin and anyone else willing to help that we have to get everyone out of here. Naruto grunted as he dodged a flying fist. Something itched for his attention in the back of his head, but he was more focused on getting everyone to safety. Inuzuka Kiba glared at the blonde for a moment before scoffing. Naruto? What the heck are you doing in the battle? And don't tell me what to do. No, Kiba. I'm serious. Naruto forced chakra into his feet and jumped closer to the Inuzuka. If we don't get everyone away from these guys, they'll cause a disaster. The zombie ninja was next to him again in a flash, and Naruto engaged in a short taijutsu bout in front of a concerned Kiba, who seemed to recognize the urgency in his tone. I can't. We've been trying but they won't listen. Right, Akamaru? The small dog yipped in agreement. Naruto reached down and grabbed a few fallen shuriken from the dirt, letting them fly towards his opponent. What do you mean they won't? People are saying they won't leave their houses. They think the shinobi should be able to handle a few rogue civilians. Naruto mumbled a few curses under his breath and waved his hand at Kiba, his other hand landing a blow to the zombie ninja's stomach. As he retreated back a few steps to catch his breath, Naruto saw Asuma bring down his chakra-enhanced blade to cut down his own opponent. Oh no! Asuma-sensei! Kakashi was there in a flash, catching his fellow Jounin's wrist and kicking the fallen zombie ninja away with a force of chakra. His action caught the attention of Kurenai, who hopped towards them. Don't hurt them, Kakashi said. What? Why wouldn't we? They're walking bombs. Oh. I tried to have the villagers evacuated, but they won't leave. Naruto avoided Asuma's eyes and chose to focus on Kakashi. We'll just have to swipe the paper bombs from where they're hidden before they can explode. Kakashi sighed, releasing Asuma's arm. Can we do that, though? Won't they just detonate if we're not fast enough? As they spoke, a group of zombie ninjas gathered 20 feet away, their ghostly stares fixed on them. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke stepped forward from the crowd, his eyes glowing red with the Sharingan. I can't see their chakra. Kakashi furrowed his brow. What? He pulled his headband from his eye, scanning the intruders. He's right. They're like moving corpses. He kept his Sharingan visible, signaling for Sasuke to step back while he turned to the other Jounin. Could they be suppressing their chakra? Kurenai asked, frowning. Genjutsu? The Sharingan would be able to detect any of that. Kakashi examined the zombie ninjas once more. Does that mean they're not human? Naruto asked. I don't know what it means. Every living thing has chakra. Naruto cursed himself for not realizing sooner. The man he had fought first was indeed a Hyuga. His Byakugan wasn't active, but his eyes were unmistakable. But why was he acting so strangely and attacking innocent people in the leaf? Naruto knew that Hinata's father was no pushover. He was strict and fiercely loyal to the leaf. Hayashi couldn't be behind this. There was no time to ponder this new revelation. The zombie ninjas had ignored Hinata's words, and their assault wouldn't pause for them to collect their thoughts. Naruto noticed a white flap of paper hanging from his opponent's waist, charged with chakra. In one swift motion he snatched it and deactivated it, delivering a chakra-enhanced kick to the head. The zombie ninja crumpled at his feet. Kakashi stood with a useless paper bomb in hand as Naruto turned to the rogue Hyuga, and Asuma was finishing his own fight. The Hyuga's expression was unreadable as they cornered him. He glanced left, right, and then forward. His white eyes seemed to communicate a silent warning to Naruto. Realization struck too late. The message was one of danger. Kakashi's hands slammed into the ground as he shouted, Doton, Doria Hiki. But a simple mud wall wouldn't suffice. Naruto had learned that a single paper bomb could cause far more destruction than one might expect. Depending on the chakra infused and the seal engraved, it could easily devastate a large area. As the chakra began to glow and smoke around the Hyuga, Naruto called upon Kurama's power, wrapping it around himself. He leaped into action, grabbing the Hyuga and jumping onto the roof to their left, launching off the tiles into the air, hoping to absorb the impact. What would you do with me? Dimly, Naruto recognized Kurama's voice in his mind amid the chaos below, and a smirk crossed his face. Just help me out here. Kurama snorted. What just happened? Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10 gathered beneath the remnants of the explosion, watching the sky for any sign of survivors. Past Naruto was the first to speak, as the three teams and the nearby civilians were stunned into silence by the sudden blast. Even the usually boisterous Kiba and loud Ino were rendered speechless. Had that really just happened? And who had stopped it? They could have easily been caught in the blast. As the dust settled, murmurs rippled through the crowd. As the smoke began to clear, curiosity grew. Nothing was there. With 2 sharingans and a single Byakugan scanning the sky, no one noticed the glowing shinobi approaching from behind. Naruto cleared his throat awkwardly, raising his eyebrows. Guys? What are we looking at? Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and their genin, plus 1 chunin, turned at his voice. Most of them stared in shock at the glowing, whiskered teen. The others, Kakashi, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Shino, simply stared. Naruto laughed nervously, glancing at his younger comrades. He looked around, ensuring nothing else was about to explode, and let Kurama's cloak of chakra dissipate. Kakashi? Asuma asked loudly. Who is this kid? Kakashi opened his mouth to respond, but one of his genin had remained silent long enough. Past Naruto jumped forward, hands on his head. How did you do that? That was epic. Can I do that? Naruto, apparently, Kakashi finally answered, speaking over his student. Not our Naruto though. That cleared up absolutely nothing. Why are there 2 Narutos? Kiba asked incredulously. And why was one of them glowing? It wasn't fire, Kiba. Shino observed the scene with his hands in his pockets. Couldn't you feel the chakra levels? They were unbelievable, Shikamaru agreed, narrowing his eyes. Wait, are you telling me we have to deal with 2 of them now? Ino exclaimed, still in shock. I don't care if it's possible, I think we're all going to die. Sakura crossed her arms. I would agree, but he's a lot different from our Naruto, as far as I can see. Same old dobe, Sasuke muttered. Somehow, past Naruto heard his teammate and paused mid-exclamation. He left his future self and stomped over, hurling insults. Naruto was more focused on what had just happened. He spotted Hinata watching him with wide eyes, and a thought struck him. He pushed past astonished shinobi and villagers to stand in front of her. Hinata-chan, he called. The young kunoichi jumped back slightly. Weiss, Naruto-san? Naruto wrinkled his nose at the honorific. None of that. I'm just Naruto. He forced himself back on topic. I wanted to apologize for not saving your friend? Cousin? Actually, who was that guy? Hinata, her face flushed, unintentionally glanced at the sky. He was called Haruai. My father's advisor, I think. Naruto pondered this as the Jounin senseis approached, 2 of whom still seemed uneasy about the existence of another Naruto. Tsunade-chan mentioned something about people going missing lately, the blonde said thoughtfully. But nothing about a Hyuga. Well, now we have evidence, Kakashi said, gesturing to the fallen shinobi. Let's get it to Tsunade-sama as soon as we can. Hi. Naruto moved forward to help carry the former zombie ninja, but someone's grabbed his arm from behind. Wait a minute, Ino said. You can't just claim to be Naruto really, what does that even mean? And then leave us hanging. Kiba added. He's me from the future. Young Naruto exclaimed, still in awe of his future self's performance. He had been wary of this strange person's identity before, but now he was more than willing to accept it. What is going on? Kurenai muttered. Did anyone bring a snack? Chuji asked randomly, simultaneously munching on chips. Kakashi shared a look with Naruto, and a silent agreement was formed. They knew they couldn't leave without giving a full explanation, even if it was official business. As the chakra began to glow and swirl around the Hyuga's body, Naruto called on Kurama's power, wrapping it around himself as he jumped into action. He grabbed the Hyuga by the torso and leapt onto the roof to their left, launching off the clay tiles into midair, hoping to absorb the impact. What would you do with me? Dimly, Naruto recognized Kurama's voice in his mind over the commotion below him, and a smirk spread across his face. Just help me out here. Kurama snorted. Naruto focused on gathering chakra around him, specifically in front of him for protection as the Hyuga's body grew warmer. He concentrated just like he had during the war that morning, ensuring the power was distributed correctly. Everything was happening in quick seconds, yet it felt like slow motion. It was probably why he didn't notice the Hyuga moving until a sharp, cold sensation pressed into his hand. Naruto flinched, instinctively clenching his fist. When he looked down, he found a scratched Hittite pressed into his palm by the currently exploding Hyuga. For a moment, All Naruto could see was the large scratch running straight through the leaf insignia, a symbol of separation from a designated village, a shinobi's mark of detachment from their previous life. He'd seen it wrapped around countless foreheads during his time. Akatsuki. A Hyuga? Tsunade shifted her gaze from Kakashi to Naruto. A Hyuga, she repeated. Yep, he answered without hesitation. The palest eyes I've ever seen, besides Hinata's. She even confirmed it with her Byakugan. The fifth Hokage rubbed the bridge of her nose, letting out a slow breath. Alright, fine. Say we were being attacked from the inside. Why? Hinata stood beside her team, watching the report unfold with the rest of them. All the genin had been surprised beyond words at the prospect of another Naruto, a Naruto from the future, but to see him stand ahead of the rest and have an almost mature conversation with the Hokage was even more astonishing. Hinata felt a blush creeping across her cheeks, her eyes wide. But Tsunade's words broke her out of her stupor. When she spoke, not many looked in her direction. She was used to it, so she made no effort to try again. But Naruto, the taller, older one, turned. His whiskered cheeks were pulled into a smile. Hinata-chan has something to say, he announced. Tsunade's eyes locked onto the young Hyuga, a tense air surrounding her. It wasn't accusatory, but it was guarded and definitely intimidated Hinata. What? I don't think my father's behind this, if that's what you're thinking. She forced herself to meet the Hokage's eyes, knowing it was more respectful and courageous than to avoid eye contact. I saw Haruai yesterday, and he wasn't acting. Strangely. Tsunade waited for her to continue, but when nothing more was said, she sighed again. Hinata, I understand you wouldn't suspect anything, but it would be wise to act normally until the moment he wants to strike. A tense silence fell over the shinobi in the room, and Hinata seemed to shrink in on herself a bit. I'm sure Hayashi-san isn't behind this. Past Naruto suddenly exclaimed, stepping forward. Tsunade held up a hand, glaring at the Uzumaki. I do not think Hinata's father is behind this. She let her words hang in the air for a few moments before continuing. But we do owe Hayashi a questioning. I'll call for him as soon as Shizun finishes examining the bodies you brought back. Hinata visibly calmed. Naruto considered Tsunade's words for a second. What about the Sharingan? The Sharingan? She repeated. I was getting to that part. Kakashi muttered. Yeah, Naruto continued. Mini Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei couldn't see the zombie ninja's chakra when they used their Sharingan, but Hinata recognized it immediately with her Byakugan. Tsunade glanced at Hinata once more, chewing on a nail. You've lost me. Do they have chakra or not? Were they shinobi? I can help with that, Tsunatsama. They all turned at Shizun's voice as she entered the room, followed by an unrecognizable Chunin. She set Taunton on the floor and let the suspense hang in the air a bit longer until she caught the glare from the Hokage. We identified most of the attackers as retired Konoha shinobi. That's no surprise, Kakashi added. They were definitely shinobi, the way they fought. Anything significant? Tsunade asked. Did you look into it? None of them had a Kekkai Genkai, besides the Hyuga. So none of them were Hyuga? Naruto asked, leaning forward. No. Shizun's expression became uneasy at the thought of their own turning against them, and she wrung her hands. No injuries had been inflicted, and they're functioning as they normally would. Their chakra is slowly returning to normal after being suppressed significantly. Citizens? The fifth stood, still chewing her nail in thought. Who would attack directly, outnumbered and outskilled? A threat? Kurenai wondered, speaking for the first time. She stood beside Asuma, her arms crossed as she followed the conversation. Shizun shrugged. They have families and jobs within the village. They're otherwise normal if you don't consider the events of today. Tsunade fell silent. She raised a thin eyebrow, placing her hands on her hips. Well, I'm seriously considering the events of today, and I think Kakashi's right. This was staged, meant to draw our attention. Shizun, have you traced the man that attacked Naruto earlier this morning? Hi. He was called Asahi, an active jounin. His clan is not of ninja descent, but they've announced a memorial for his death. Shizune set her lips into a thin line. They claim he was innocent. And yet he threatened countless lives in the market today. Tsunade raised a hand to her chin, frowning. Something isn't adding up. Yes, Shizune agreed. I was thinking. I've got it. Once more, they all turned to the corner of the office, where the toad sage sat comfortably, his legs spread in front of him. A large scroll lay over his lap, one that Naruto recognized well. What could you possibly have now, Jiraiya? Tsunade turned on him, clearly frustrated. Don't give me that look. You weren't getting anywhere anyway, Jiraiya said with a wide grin, holding up the scroll for everyone to see. There, in a crimson shade that could only be described as blood, was Uzumaki Naruto's signature, proudly inscribed not long ago. My signature! Past Naruto exclaimed, clearly surprised. The other genin beside him exchanged confused glances. The toad contract? Kakashi asked, turning to his sensei's master with his hands in his pockets. Is that going to help us figure out what's happening here? No, Jiraiya waved him off. I was thinking. Naruto here is from the future, right? Will he be able to use summons? How could that possibly? Oh yeah, I never thought about that. Naruto looked at his hand, then around the room. Should we try it out? Tsunade slammed her hand down onto the table, successfully quieting both sensei and student. Can you children focus for 5 minutes? She glared pointedly at her teammate. I understand that Naruto's appearance is a mystery, but right now, it is not our priority. Well then, Tsunade, Jiraiya replied, remaining on the floor, who do you suggest is behind this? I'm glad you asked, she retorted, straightening. I believe the Raikage is behind the attackers. The room fell silent, devoid of even the usual shuffle of feet. Naruto looked at the past Hokage incredulously, clenching his fists involuntarily. Hadn't he already tried to explain this to her? This situation was serious, but just because something was going wrong didn't mean she should automatically blame another hidden village. He couldn't recall a time when Hiruzen had done that, in all the years he knew him. It's not Kumo, Naruto said firmly, meeting Tsunade's hard gaze. All heads turned to him. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and tilted her head slightly, studying Naruto intently. Why are you defending them, Naruto? It was a genuine question. She wanted to know what could possibly be going through his mind, why he was even involved in such a serious conversation. Usually, he got pulled into situations, let the rest of them figure it out, and after they deduced who the bad guy was, he would charge in recklessly. Naruto looked around at the faces of his younger comrades and realized he couldn't share his true reasoning. That involved the Fourth Great Ninja War, a few villain backstories, and many other things and people he couldn't mention. For once, it was clear to him that he should keep his mouth shut. I can't say. He held Tsunade's gaze, a feat even some Kage couldn't accomplish. I just know, you know? It's a feeling in my gut. He pounded his chest for emphasis, puffing it out. Tsunade dropped her intense stare and sighed. Naruto, I know it's your nature to see the best in everyone. And sometimes that's a good thing. Your talk no jutsu has saved you countless times. There was a hint of humor in her voice, but she wasn't quite smiling. But you need to ignore it this time, trust me. Kumogakure has been more active than ever right now, and now we're experiencing attacks? With no background, no bad history? It's too much of a coincidence. The Akatsuki, Naruto, suddenly blurted out. Images of the Hyuga's scratched headband flashed through his mind, and he realized it wasn't just from dirty fighting. No stray branch or twig could inflict such a deep mark on the metal they wore on their foreheads. If someone was close enough to land such a serious blow, the victim would be in grave danger. Now, Naruto pulled the damaged Hitayate from his worn pocket, holding it up for the Hokage to see. The Akatsuki surfaced right around this time, I remember. They were after. He paused, remembering that he and his younger self weren't quite on the same page. I wouldn't, Kurama muttered from inside his mindscape. That could really mess some things up. But they were after something, Naruto said instead, giving a subtle jab of his thumb into his stomach for those wiser in the room. Tsunade hesitated, and those behind Naruto leaned forward for a better look at the headband he held. "Where did you get that?" she asked, taking it from him and examining it closely. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling a bit nervously. "Yeah, I found it when I was in Sage mode, up in the air with Haruhi. Well, actually, he handed it to me before he... Well, you know." "Hold the messenger bird," Jiraiya interrupted, finally standing. "Did you just say Sage mode?" "I still haven't had a chance to finish my report," Kakashi muttered hopelessly. "Oh yeah." Naruto turned to the Toad Sage, momentarily forgetting that this wasn't his master anymore. "I mastered it, Arrow Sennin. I went to Mount Mayaboku and sped through the training like Jiraiya." Tsunade didn't remove her eyes from the headband, but her warning tone was enough. Both Naruto and Jiraiya knew what it meant and didn't dare speak further. "You can fanboy later, instead of researching." She held up the forehead protector, looking Naruto in the eye. "What are you thinking, kid? Maybe the Akatsuki figured out a way to turn regular shinobi into crazed, mindless warriors." Naruto shrugged. "I wouldn't put it past them. Some of those guys are really messed up in the head, if you know what I mean." "And this is more believable to you than Kumo?" "Well, yeah." Naruto sighed, ignoring the familiar gazes of doubt. His past self wasn't who he was. He wasn't the same person to the village of his time. He had risen from an outcast to a friend, to a hero, and then to a comrade who stood beside everyone during the war. But not so much. Even the nine-tailed beast wasn't the same. Sealed inside the younger Naruto as an enemy, a tool of destruction. He wasn't a friend, he wasn't willing to help. All he knew was escape, overpowering his vessel and fleeing. But Naruto himself was still the same. He knew his worth, he knew he was going to be strong, and he knew his instincts were important. "The Akatsuki is a lot bigger than we knew at this point," Naruto said, rejecting the urge to look over at Jiraiya and Kakashi, knowing they had no idea how their pasts were involved. Not to mention Asuma, who had fallen at the hands of one of Akatsuki's members, which deeply affected Kurenai and all of his students. Everyone in the room had been impacted by the organization, especially when pain devastated the entire village. So, yes, they were much larger than they had all anticipated. That's all I'm going to say. Tsunade exchanged a look with Shizune, pausing to think. She sighed and glanced at the other jounin for assistance. None was offered, and she finally gestured vaguely with her hand. All right. I'll hold off on an investigation into Kumo for now. Dig up more evidence on this Akatsuki for me, otherwise I'll have to confront the Raikage personally." Naruto felt a smile tugging at his lips, and he instinctively gave her an exaggerated thumbs up. "You got it, Tsunade-bachan. And when I do, you'll have to admit in front of everyone that I was right." "Sure, Naruto," she muttered, already turning away from him. "Shizune, send an urgent summoning to Hyuga Hayashi. I won't need any of the intelligence division, so don't bother with Ibiki. Team 7, stay back. The rest of you are dismissed." There was a collection of polite bows, nods, and murmured highs before the majority of shinobi, ranging from genin to jounin, began filing out of the room. Asuma led Team 10 out, followed by Kurenai with Team 8, but Naruto jumped up and sped over to the door, reaching out for young Hinata's arm. When everyone turned to look at him, eyebrows raised and arms crossed, he stuck out his tongue and explained, "If I'm going to get that proof, I need her to help." "Naruto," Tsunade started, "I can get you a Chunin or even an Umbu to assist you. Hinata has genin training and a team to keep up with. And some stray cats to catch and garbage to take out," Naruto interjected. "This is the best kind of training. I mean, I am from the future, and I've been working alongside Hyuga's for a while now, so I can help her strengthen the Byakugan." "Naruto," Tsunade warned. "Even that Niji kid is better, he's already been training with Guy's team for a while now." Naruto, much to the confusion of the rest of the shinobi, winced slightly. He shook his head to restore his bravado, eyes fixed on Tsunade. "Believe me, Tsunade-bachan, Niji just faced a tough match against me in the Chunin exams, right? I'm pretty sure Lee has something planned for him, anyway. Hinata can benefit from this." "I don't know if I'll be much help," Hinata stuttered, her eyes fixed on his hand, her face slightly flushed. Niji-Nizan is a lot stronger. Nonsense. Naruto thought back to when Niji sacrificed himself for Naruto for the entire outcome of the war, feeling his heart ache again. But then he saw Hinata's face, tear-stained and scratched, as she reached over to him, giving him the encouragement he needed. Hinata was strong. And this time around, he planned to recognize that before he was forced to in a great ninja war. He turned to Tsunade, determination shining in his eyes. I need Hinata's help. The fifth Hokage threw her hands up, relenting. Alright, whatever. If you get my genin hurt, I'll send you back to the future myself. She cracked her knuckles. Naruto gulped, nodding. He turned to Kurenai, Kiba, and Shino, giving them all a little salute. I'll take care of her, I promise. Kurenai smiled and nodded. Kiba watched, confused and open-mouthed, and Shino looked between Naruto and Hinata before giving a small, curt nod. Hinata can meet you in the morning at Training Field 3, but for now, she'll go with her team. Tsunade dismissed the decision and faced Jiraiya, pointing to the door. Goodbye, Jiraiya. Come on, the man whined. He's my student. I've got questions and I've got to see that sage mode. Later, Jiraiya. Let me assign him a place for the night and work some things out. He's all yours after. Tsunade pointed again at the open, empty doorway, watching Jiraiya sulk all the way out. She relaxed her posture, turning to the remaining team. All right. I have so many questions. Past Naruto finally burst, jumping in front of his future self. What have I accomplished in the years separating us? How strong am I? Do I end up dating Sakura-chan? Am I Hokage yet? A lot, pretty strong, nope, and unfortunately no. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, avoiding eye contact with his younger self. There were so many things he wanted to say, so many things he couldn't, and he knew it would be hard to hold back. Sakura and Sasuke stood side by side, eyeing the future Naruto, comparing him furiously with their Naruto, trying to determine what had changed just by looking at him. He had gotten taller, obviously, and changed his outfit, but that was about all they could tell. They both couldn't deny that they also had questions, and spending time with this future version of Naruto sounded especially intriguing. Tsunade, finally fed up with all the interruptions, emerged from behind her desk and shoved past Naruto out of the way, planting herself in front of the older one. All right, she repeated, teeth grinding. I clearly won't have enough time to get any of the information I want, so I'll say this quickly and leave off with one question. Naruto nodded, trying to ignore his younger self's grumbling as he pulled himself to his feet, rubbing his head. You can bunk with your younger self. I'm sure he's got the space. I'll have someone drop off some clothing, since yours are less than practical, along with some weapons. And I know we can't keep you here in the past forever, so I'll work on looking into it. I expect a full report in the morning on what happened before you got here and on any discoveries you make. Tsunade finally paused, taking a breath. Finally, you seem pretty sure about this whole Akatsuki thing. You're refusing to believe that it's Kumo. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Who do you think is behind this? Specifically? Oh, I can't really just say one person. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. The past few years have been kind of crazy. The entirety of Team 7 watched him carefully, along with the Hokage. He held his hands up. Nothing we can't handle, of course, just lots of enemies. None of which consisted of entire hidden villages. Tsunade seemed to accept his answer, letting him off the hook. All right, I expect you to stay in constant contact. We'll have you back where you belong in no time, hopefully. Does the name Hyuga Haruai mean something to you? It does. Are you aware that he was involved in an attempt to harm innocent bystanders in the South Marketplace recently? I am. Why? Tsunade leaned forward, her gaze intense. Why would he do such a thing? I have nothing to say to that. I will confirm that Haruai has been missing since shortly after your inauguration ceremony, and we've had no contact with him since. What made you think it was a good idea to keep this from your Hokage? Hyuga Hayashi remained expressionless. He sat before Tsunade in her office, flanked by two Umbu. Despite the tense atmosphere, he was as unyielding as stone in the face of the questions. I had no obligation to bring the situation to the public, and I had no intention to share it until my clan uncovered more about the issue. Tsunade relaxed in her seat, nibbling on a nail. She understood the reasoning behind the clan head's answers. The Hyuga were among the most prestigious clans in the Leaf Village, and if Hayashi had announced that one of their own was missing and they were unable to handle the situation, it would cause an uproar. If the Hyuga couldn't manage it, who could? Did they have a rogue nin on their hands? It was too big a risk for a clan head, and Tsunade wouldn't have expected him to share anything until later on. Still, it would have been nice to know sooner. I understand. She sighed, tapping a finger on the papers scattered across the desk. Has this individual shown any hostile intentions recently? Or at all? A hint of emotion seeped through Hayashi's guard, which Tsunade interpreted as a subtle mix of grief and disappointment. Never. I've known Hirai since he was young. He'd give his life for the leaf in an instant if it came to that. Tsunade glanced at Shizune beside her, and they shared a look. Perhaps, she started slowly, that's exactly what he did. Hayashi shrugged impassively. I couldn't say. Hirai lost his life, that's for certain, but we cannot be sure for what reason. The room fell into a deep silence, as if the mention of Hirui's death demanded a moment of reflection. Tsunade's eyes bore into her fellow leaders as she leaned forward on her folded hands. Can you confirm that Hyuga Hirui was an ally to the leaf? Hayashi did not hesitate in his answer. He nodded curtly. I am willing to bet my pride on it. Hirui sacrificed himself to get the Hittite into our possession. There was a cause. Tsunade nodded, dismissing the umbu with a wave of her hand. Alright then. Thank you for your honesty, Hayashi. I assume you have been notified of your eldest daughter's appointment? Yes. The Hyuga nodded, once again emotionless. I understand. I hope she will not disappoint the leaf in her efforts. Right. Tsunade briefly wondered why he revealed more compassion for the late Hirui than he did for his own offspring, but decided to pay it no mind. I also assume you'll be eager to discuss things with our latest arrival. Uzumaki Naruto? Hayashi nodded. I request he attend the funeral. I would like to speak to the shinobi who was present when Hirui fell. The Hokage nodded, straightening a few papers into stacks in front of her. Understood. I'm sure he'll want to be there either way. She watched as Hayashi bowed respectfully and turned to go. And Hayashi? We will get to the bottom of this. We'll know Hirui's intentions soon enough. Now, show me that sage mode, Jiraiya said eagerly, rubbing his hands together. Was it a bluff? Can you really do it? Of course I can. Naruto raised his hand and created a single clone, watching with satisfaction as it made its way across the clearing to gather nature energy. He stood with his hands on his hips, oblivious to the confusion practically radiating from the past Team 7 and his late sensei. What's it doing? Past Naruto asked loudly. Impressive, Sasuke muttered. Naruto stuck his tongue out, turning to face his comrades fully. I'm charging up, you know. It's no fun if I can't do stuff while I collect nature energy. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. This sounds awfully like something you do, kid. I can barely accomplish the mode properly without the help of two old toads. How are you supposed to do it with such lazy tendencies? Shadow clones aren't for everything, Kakashi added, though he'd already seen this sage mode in action. It was amusing to let the toad sage think he knew better before Naruto surprised him. He was getting tired of being the one on the receiving end of the blonde's unpredictability. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I can't imagine teaching you sage mode and telling you to make a shadow clone. Slacker. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, trying to ignore the fact that his sole motivation to learn was his master's death, not his guidance. Yeah, well, it works for me, okay? You made a shadow clone back in the markets, Sakura observed. Did you use sage mode then too? Naruto nodded proudly. Sure did. What about the glowing? He was surprised to hear the question coming from Sasuke. All eyes turned to the Uchiha, who seemed to curl in on himself slightly at the sudden attention, uncharacteristically. You lit yourself up with a strange chakra, Sasuke clarified. I can't be the only one wondering what that was. Actually, I'm curious too, Jiraiya admitted, studying his student from the apparent future. I have an inkling, Kakashi said, eyes glued to the pages of his book as he spoke. Naruto felt the eyes on him, specifically the wide ones of past Naruto. He had no problems revealing the true source of the power, but it was a fact that carelessly revealing information that was currently a secret for his past self wouldn't be fair. The majority of Naruto's team hadn't known of the Kyuubi's existence or its relevance to their blonde teammate until they were years older. Naruto brought a finger to his mouth, leaning forward. That's a secret, he said slyly. Come on. Past Naruto exclaimed, dramatically falling back onto his bottom in the grass. I need answers. Sasuke and Sakura leaned back in silent agreement, disappointed in the lack of answers. Naruto grinned, clapping his hands together. Let's do something then. Do something? Sakura asked. He nodded, plopping down onto the ground himself. You of lesser knowledge can ask me questions, taking turns. I'll keep some things to myself, but otherwise I'll tell you what you want to know. Past Naruto sat up with excitement. Great idea. I deserve to know some things about my future self. Sakura looked to her sensei for guidance, but ended up lowering herself down beside her teammates slowly. She couldn't deny her curiosity, and this Naruto was already proving to be full of surprises. She had always been one to seek knowledge and logic in a situation, and this was one she needed more information on. Past Naruto grew impatient waiting for the others to sit. Sit down, Sasuke. He reached up and pulled the Uchiha down by the arm, causing him to lose his balance and land beside his teammates in the short grass. Get your hands off of me, Sasuke glared at his blonde friend, scooting away to put some distance between them. Kakashi, meanwhile, settled at the foot of the nearest tree, his nose buried in his book. Naruto clapped his hands once more, gesturing for Jiraiya to sit down as well. His sensei complied, unable to deny his curiosity. All right, let's start with little me. Past Naruto scratched his cheek, thinking for a moment. I know. What's our favorite ramen flavor? Sakura face-bombed. What a waste of a question. The other shinobi shared similar thoughts, but Naruto was Naruto, they should expect nothing more or less. Miso chasa pork, Naruto answered easily. After his younger self nodded in confirmation, he turned to Sakura. All right, Sakura. You're up. The kunoichi tilted her head, thinking carefully. She recalled everything that had happened with this future Naruto up until that point, trying to pinpoint a good question that would clear things up rather than prompt more mysteries. Why were your clothes all torn up? Naruto pursed his lips. Oh, I was in the middle of a battle. Then how'd you get here? Past Naruto asked. Jutsu. We're shinobi, I'd be surprised if there was something we couldn't accomplish with enough dedication. Naruto picked at the grass in front of him, thinking back to what he'd been pulled from. The urge to find a way back and finish what had been started was strong. What if his comrades were still fighting? What if Madara had simply gotten rid of him to wrap up his plan? Leaving was the last thing Naruto should have done, especially when they had been so close. Someone sent you back? Sakura questioned quietly, watching him intently. Even Kakashi-sensei's eyes peeked over his questionable reading material. Yeah, he said. Bad guy. The group grew quiet, contemplating his words. My turn, Sasuke said, breaking the delicate atmosphere. Naruto smirked, letting nostalgia rise in his chest as he looked over the young version of his team. When was the last time they had been together like this? Now, he supposed. This was the time right before Sasuke left. Did I get my revenge? The smirk gradually fell from Naruto's face as the words echoed in his mind. Did I get my revenge? Sakura looked up abruptly, a desperate expression crossing her features, something that did not go unnoticed by Naruto. Even the younger blonde kept still, glancing at Sasuke. Yes. Naruto locked eyes with the young, confused Uchiha. Yes, you did. Sasuke nodded. It didn't go as you expected, I don't think, Naruto continued, surprising them. He did not say anything further, earning a piercing gaze from Sasuke. Okay, your turn, Arrow Sennin. Jiraiya's expression revealed that he felt as if he were intruding on something, but Naruto's prompting brought him back to himself. I could ask you how my books are going. Or I could go with something a little bigger. But I'm really curious about my books. Naruto laughed. How about I tell you one thing about your books, and you can ask a different question? Jiraiya nodded eagerly. Deal. Here's one thing we've never talked about in this time, my namesake. Jiraiya leaned back. He had, of course, been asking more. On the profit side of things. But he had to admit that Naruto's words caught him off guard. Not because he didn't know what he was talking about, but because he knew exactly what he was talking about. And it meant a lot of different things. Naruto took the open silence as an invitation to continue. That's it. My favorite book of yours is The Tales of the Gutsy Ninja. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. That's my oldest manuscript, it barely even sold. What do you see in that one? I haven't even heard of it, past Naruto said. It's really important to me and it's a good book. Naruto defended. Better than those novels you work so hard on. I can't believe my parents technically named me after a ramen topping. Nothing against it, though. They did not. Jiraiya wagged his finger in the air with a huff. You're named after the character. The rest doesn't matter. Naruto chuckled. Sure, Rasengan. What's your question? Jiraiya sat back, studying him. If he knew the origins of his name, then he must know whose idea it was to use the character's name. This Naruto was a totally different person compared to his past self. Jiraiya thought back to what he'd seen in his mind, trying not to grimace. All he'd really seen that intrigued him, besides the full-blown war that would take place, was Naruto training on Mount Myaboku. Alone. Jiraiya wasn't sure, but he had a feeling he knew what that meant. Was it the right thing to ask? He wasn't going to get a straight answer, but the Toad Sage was growing tired of dancing around the unsaid truth. Why did you train on Myaboku alone? A somber mood fell over the group, though the majority of them had no clue what was being discussed. The humor left Naruto's face, and his eyes became distant, as if he were seeing something other than the tree line and field of grass of Training Field 3. I could only defeat a member of the Akatsuki if I trained there, Naruto said. I did it for vengeance, I guess. See, we keep avoiding a big part of the question, Jiraiya said, pinning him with his gaze. But I won't pry. I'm proud of you, Gaki. Training with the old toads is no easy feat. Naruto froze. He hadn't realized how much he'd wanted those words, needed them. In the past, he'd often argued with Rasengan and despised the way he always seemed to dodge training sessions when all Naruto wanted to do was get stronger. But Jiraiya had always believed in him, and he'd shaped him to be the shinobi he was today. It was hard to understand, but their bond was obvious. It only grew stronger with time. To have it cut off by death's hand broke Naruto. He felt a deep sadness he hadn't experienced since his youth, the kind that felt suffocating and worked against everything he tried to accomplish. He had never received the "I'm proud of you" he longed for. Jiraiya's time had been cut short before they could deepen their bond, and that was the hardest part. When Naruto claimed he could learn the rasengan, Jiraiya was the one who took on the challenge of teaching him. When Naruto declared he would become Hokage, Jiraiya stood beside him, filled with pride. No one had given him what Jiraiya had given him. Naruto released a nervous chuckle, glancing at his lap. Yeah. Thanks, Rasengan. Can I go again? Past Naruto suddenly burst out, leaning forward eagerly. I have another question. Baka, Sakura scolded. You already asked yours. But Rasengan got more than one. Nope, Kakashi-sensei still has to go. Naruto looked at Team 7 Sensei, whose only visible eye was not focused on his book. What's your question, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi shrugged, forcing his gaze back to the words on the page. I'll pass. Past Naruto scoffed. What do you mean? You've got to have a question. I never said I didn't have a question. Another silence fell over them, this time leaving the young shinobi puzzled. What do you mean, sensei? Sakura turned to her teacher. He's letting us ask whatever we want. Kakashi sighed lazily, turning a page. He won't answer my question. Naruto looked at his sensei with sympathy. He knew what Kakashi was likely pondering, and he also understood it must be eating away at him not to know. He remained silent, because if he spoke he might reveal, yeah, so your old teammate? He's not actually dead, he's behind the scenes manipulating everything. And while we're on the topic, this is the same guy who started the Fourth Great Ninja War. Come on, sensei, you won't know until you try. Sakura watched Kakashi, trying to understand why he refused to ask anything. If Naruto wouldn't answer one question, just pick a different one. The goal was to at least try. No thanks. Kakashi, set aside your pride and ask the kid a question, Jiraiya urged. Kakashi took a deep breath, closing his book in his lap. Fine. What do you know about Noa Rin? Naruto's brows shot up, completely taken aback by the question. Rin? His late teammate, one of the major reasons Obito had gone astray? Why was Kakashi willing to discuss that? I know of her, Naruto replied slowly. I'm, sorry for your loss. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, as if the condolence was insignificant. Clearly, and much to Team 7's confusion, he was done asking his question. He had received the answer he sought. Past Naruto cleared his throat. Can I ask my question now? Naruto nodded, still trying to understand Kakashi's withdrawn demeanor. His sensei trusted him, didn't he? He should. Kakashi-sensei should realize that Naruto would share if it was appropriate. But Naruto also recognized the immense pain his teacher had endured, the kind of struggles they had been oblivious to as young genin. He understood, but he knew Kakashi would never open up. Who are my parents? Naruto whipped around to face his past self. What? Who were they? Past Naruto repeated. You know, I know you do. Naruto fell silent. He did, of course. How was he supposed to navigate this question? I've never really cared, past Naruto admitted, feeling the need to explain himself. He didn't appreciate the looks of pity from his teammates. He never had. But he was curious. I don't even know them, so I've never been concerned. But if you know, I can't help but want to know, you know? Naruto nodded. I know. He ran a hand through his hair, choosing his words carefully for once. Believe me, I've been there. I don't think it's my place to tell you, though. It feels kind of like cheating, you know? Past Naruto's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated that would be the answer in the end. Yeah. I'll say that they're pretty cool, though. Naruto grinned, recalling the moments he had spent with them. His clever, sensible father, his sweet, fiery mother. He felt as if he had known them his entire life. It was another reminder that he needed to return to his time, to assist his father's Edo Tensei reincarnation in restoring balance to the shinobi world. You know. Past Naruto blurted. How could you know? Naruto held a finger to his lips with a wink. Can't say. He knew both Kakashi and Jiraiya were watching him closely as he spoke. Past Naruto leaned back, deflated but clearly excited even with the small piece of information. He was grinning widely when he straightened, and his uplifted mood seemed to brighten everyone around him. I have another question, Sasuke said seriously. Naruto knew immediately what he wanted to ask. Sorry, Sasuke, one question only. Sasuke's lips parted in surprise. Excuse me? The dope got more than one. Past Naruto grinned smugly, and Sakura looked between the two nervously. They had both been in a strange place since the Chunin exams, and it was nice to see them returning to their usual dynamic, not that she enjoyed their bickering. Sorry, Naruto exclaimed, also smiling widely. Payback for leaving us for 3 years. Naruto never knew what to think of funerals. While he understood they were important and respectful, he also strongly wished they would cease to exist. Even when they were held for someone he hadn't truly known well, the entire atmosphere served to squash the warmth he worked so hard to preserve. The sun could be shining, but it felt as if an eternal cloud of grief loomed over the area. A funeral within the Hyuga compound was no exception. It was eerily quiet, and almost everyone Naruto passed bore no expression. He could easily pick out those who had been closest to her eye. Sadness seemed to radiate off them, and few tears were shed. Naruto had approached Tsunade with his request to attend the funeral, if only to show respect. She had immediately agreed, mentioning that Hinata's father would expect to see him there and would likely pull him aside to discuss details. The Hokage also told him he was free to keep things to himself as if he hadn't known and should feel no pressure to speak if he believed he was making the right choice. Naruto had no intention of sharing his life story with the head of the Hyuga clan, at least not anytime soon, so there was no need to worry about that. Hyuga Hinata was dressed in dark garments, silent and polite. She neither smiled nor frowned, she was simply neutral at that moment. She stayed close to her younger sister, guiding her through the crowd as they paid their respects. Generally, Naruto had enough self-control to remain calm during a memorial service. Someone had passed away after all, it was the right thing to do. He might have run around the village as a child, causing mischief, but those people were long gone. And as far as he knew at the time, they were the reason for his struggles. Regardless, he understood that funerals were events where he needed to behave. Not that he attended them often, but Irika-sensei used to dress him up and make him comb his hair to show respect to people he had never known, and during those times, he fought to keep a serious expression on his face. Unfortunately, he couldn't find that tranquility this time. Was one expected to feel at peace after stepping away from a war and diving into a new mystery? He supposed not. His mind wandered, unable to focus on what everyone else was paying attention to, his ears tuned to the voices around him. Naruto was worried, and there was nothing he could do about it. Then Hayashi approached him. Speeches had been made, flowers laid down, and now it was time for a conversation. There was a slight crease between the elder man's brows, a sign of his internal distress. It was subtle but noticeable, especially to someone like Naruto, who had learned to pick up on the little things and recognize familiar feelings in others. Years of turmoil had given him a good sense of understanding people. "Uzumaki Naruto," he said quietly, "may I have a word?" Naruto nodded, allowing Hayashi to lead him away from the grieving shinobi and villagers. It felt somewhat like escaping a heavy, private matter, especially when his mind was set on figuring things out. But it was a welcome distraction. "I understand you've appointed my eldest daughter to assist you in your," Hayashi searched for the right word, "mission." Hinata didn't quite know what was going on herself, so you can understand my confusion. "I think we're all a bit unsettled by your arrival." Naruto nodded. A sudden thought struck him. Niji could be somewhere in the courtyard. He didn't know how to process that, so he pushed it aside. Confusion is one way to put it. "Oh." Hayashi tilted his head. "And another?" Naruto opened his mouth to elaborate but hesitated. He felt confused, angry, nostalgic, guilty, and even a bit excited about the opportunity ahead. He was a mix of emotions, which meant it was time to do what he did best: take action. "Never mind that." Naruto let a small smile appear. "Hinata will be a great help, you know. I need her eyes to spot any troublemakers trying to harm the village." He pointed to his own crossed eyes for emphasis. "I see," Hayashi replied. "It will be good practice for her." Naruto nodded. For a moment, the only sounds were the hushed conversations among the Hyuga clan, the rustling of plastic holding a bouquet of flowers, and the gentle drip of melting water from a nearby roof. "You met Haruai," Hayashi said. "He gave you a headband. You believe an outside organization is responsible for the Leaf's current troubles, and you have unwavering courage in another village. Am I missing anything?" Naruto shrugged. "Nope, not really. I just want to find some proof for Tsunade so we can know who's behind all this for sure, and then I can go back." His voice trailed off, an unspoken uncertainty hanging in the air, but neither man acknowledged it. Hayashi gazed out at the somber crowd of his clan with a stoic expression. "Uzumaki Naruto, do you have any idea how you are going to resolve this?" Naruto stiffened, hoping it wasn't too obvious. Here he was, thinking he could read this man, when in reality, it was the other way around. Hayashi could see right through him, sensing his anxiety about returning home to ensure everything was all right. "I don't," Naruto admitted honestly. "But I'm sure I can figure it out." He turned to Hayashi, giving him a determined nod. "I just need to set things right here. Then I can go back." Hayashi regarded him for a moment. Very well. What he did next surprised Naruto, yet it felt natural, as if this was something the man often did in another life. Hayashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, fully facing him. I will help you to the best of my ability. I want to see you return to where you belong. I also need to know what Haruhi was doing that day. Do your best, Uzumaki Naruto. Now he couldn't mess this up, could he? Naruto grinned. Yes, sir. Naruto-kun? Naruto turned, tilting his head. Hinata looked down, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt, a light blush dusting her cheeks. I have a question if that's all right. He grinned wider. Of course. Ask away, Hinata-chan. Hinata stammered at the honorific, refusing to meet his gaze. Why? Why did you ask Tsunade-sama for me? Hinata squeezed her eyes shut, forcing the words out. Why not Nijin-izan? Naruto's brows rose at her question, and he turned to face her fully. Why? I'm sorry. Hinata suddenly raised her hands to her face, concerned. I didn't mean to pry. His skills are much more advanced than mine, and the search might go faster if you were working with him. It's all right, Hinata, don't apologize. Naruto scratched his cheek, thinking for a moment. The truth is, I don't think I could work with Niji right now. Not yet, at least. Hinata calmed, her arms relaxing at her sides. Why? A shadow fell over Naruto's face, and Hinata resisted the urge to flinch. Suddenly, she didn't want to know why. More than anyone, she understood how her fellow Hyuga could be, but Niji was also an accomplished ninja and far more advanced than she was. The mere mention of his name brought an unsettling reaction from this future Naruto, one that made her uneasy. Naruto shook himself a bit, and his grin returned. The point is, your Byakugan is plenty strong. I know you can help Tsunade-chan just fine, maybe even better than Niji. Hinata watched him with wide eyes, her nails digging into her palms. People didn't often say things like that to her, so she had to remind herself that this was Naruto, maybe not the Naruto she knew, but he would be one day. What he was saying felt true to his character, making it more believable. How was she supposed to face her Naruto now? Anyways, we better get. A shiver ran up Hinata's spine, and instinctively, her Byakugan activated. A quick glance at Naruto told her she was right to be on edge. He was still, his previous grin fading into something more serious. Do you see anything, Hinata? She scanned the area around them, looking behind trees and far beyond what the normal eye could see. Nothing raised suspicion, no strange chakra signature like the one from the market, and she was nearing the end of her 360-degree turn. Then a flare. Like a fire being rekindled, a chakra signature flickered in the distance. It was impossible to ignore, and although Hinata couldn't sense it from so far away, she just knew it felt cold and unfamiliar. She turned to tell Naruto, but he was already beginning to lead them away, an orange ring shadowing his eyes. The academy, he muttered. Hinata nodded, falling into step behind him. They'd been in the forest opposite the academy, so a thicket of large trees and a round of village homes stood between them and the disturbance. Hinata was a kunoichi, trained to act with confirmation. It felt strange to take action without Team 8, without Kiba's enthusiastic calls, Kurenai-sensei's firm orders, and Shino's reassuring silence. Naruto moved with such certainty and determination that her feet seemed to move on their own. She was ready to follow him. There might already be some shinobi there, Hinata. Naruto didn't look back as he spoke. If someone's attacking the academy, help as much as you can with evacuations, okay? I'll use my sage mode to track any larger signatures, so you can let me go ahead. He'd covered everything and there was no reason to protest. Hinata nodded, raising 2 fingers to her lips. They landed in front of the oddly silent building. While Hinata paused for further instruction and to survey her surroundings, Naruto seemed to have already assessed the situation, taking off as soon as his feet touched the ground. With a flash and a stir of dust in his wake, he was gone. Suzume-sensei, get a hold of yourself. Yumino Irika spread his arms wide, beckoning young children behind him. He knew he was in deep trouble when another class barreled through his doorway, claiming their teacher had gone mad and was trying to harm them. It happened far too quickly after that. He wasn't sure if he should believe the children, but when the quiet one he used to have for homeroom began crying, there was no doubt in his mind that something was wrong. Then his fellow teacher, Suzume, calmly walked into his class. The majority of the kids in the room migrated to the opposite wall as the woman approached, and Irika instinctively stepped in front of them. Suzume's usually bright, intelligent expression was lifeless. Her glasses glinted ominously, freezing Irika in place. Had she really lost control? There was a moment after he ordered her to pull herself together, silent and still. Bone-chilling. And then the kunoichi dashed forward. Irika wished they had gotten to the segment on safety in numbers that was scheduled for next Thursday just a bit sooner. The shinobi in training scattered, fleeing in different directions to evade their crazed teacher. Irika shouted for them to stay behind him. It would be much easier if he could defend a single crowd rather than a dozen pairs flitting about the classroom, but his voice was lost in the commotion. He drew a kunai and rushed toward his fellow sensei in a desperate attempt to intervene. He had found that being a teacher came with an impulsive, uncontrollable urge to protect. It was the kind of instinct that didn't give him much time to think before he took action, even if chapter 33 in their textbooks was about just that. So it wasn't until he was close enough to see his reflection in Suzume's glasses that Irika realized there was absolutely no way out of this. He was going to face a dire situation, and his students would be in danger too. That was, of course, something he would never accept. But when this pale, stiff version of Suzume pulled her own kunai from a pouch, and he caught sight of the familiar tag wrapped around the hilt, Irika was hit with a second realization. It didn't matter if he accepted this, because it was happening, and the universe wasn't going to consider his preferences. So, the universe seemed to be against him. But had even the universe itself ever had any effect on his most unpredictable, loud, and wild blonde genin and the feats he managed? It never had before. Irika had been informed of the recent outbreak of rogue shinobi in the village only that morning, and while it demanded attention, it wasn't enough to completely stop classes. They had been told to keep an eye out and take necessary precautions, but nothing had come up until a class that wasn't his came running in. It always ended up being him who happened to run into trouble, and it was usually because one of his students had gotten themselves into a precarious situation. After the significant decrease in trouble rates following Naruto's graduation, Irika had hoped for a PRD of relative peace, even if it was brief. However, it seemed that Uzumaki Naruto was back to turn Irika's life upside down once again. This time, though, he was just a blur of yellow, and Irika didn't recognize him. He blinked, and the kunai had vanished from Suzume-sensei's hand. Irika paused, breathing heavily, arms spread out in surprise. Suzume stared back at him with lifeless eyes, but her stunned stillness jolted Irika into action. He raised his kunai with reflexes that only emerged in a crisis and struck the side of her head with the hilt. There was a brief moment of silence before an explosion shook the walls, causing a flock of birds to scatter from the window in fright. Irika looked around, fueled by adrenaline, and quickly counted the heads ducking in fear: 13, plus another 15 from Suzume's class. They were all there. "Stay put," he called out, firm yet reassuring. Irika knelt to tie the newest victim's wrists, grimacing as he did so. What in the name of Kami was happening? Yes, I know, Kurama. Irika gestured for the classes to gather behind him, trying to hide his tense muscles. Oh please, you just wanted to show off. That sounded suspiciously familiar. I'm not talking to you anymore. Nope. Goodbye, furball. Irika blinked again, and suddenly a man was inside his classroom. Holy! Irika-sensei! Naruto exclaimed, beaming. He laughed as the orange ring around his eyes began to fade, placing his hands on his hips. What a coincidence that I ended up saving you this time. One of the smaller girls whimpered suddenly, clinging to Irika's pant leg. He felt her trembling fists against him, and the shuddering breaths of the rest of the kids roared in his ears. I'm sorry, Irika apologized. He didn't know who he was addressing, this Naruto lookalike, his class, or himself. His mind was struggling to catch up. Naruto tilted his head, his grin slowly fading. His shoulders relaxed, and he took on a gentler demeanor. Somehow, a wave of calm washed over everyone in the room. I got rid of the bomb, he said, his voice softer than before. Irika-sensei took care of the zombie ninja, so it's all okay now. There are some shinobi outside who will come to take care of you all soon, So don't worry. Irika couldn't help but feel frustrated with the universe for not having control over his most unpredictable, loud, and wild blonde genin. Against all odds, he thoroughly believed this was Naruto, no matter how impossible it seemed. Good work, Hinata. Naruto gave the young girl a thumbs up paired with a wide grin. No more patrolling today, I think the coast will be clear for the evening. She gave a small bow, head ducked, and left Naruto to stand beside Irika-sensei. The students had evacuated with the help of Hinata, and Suzume had been taken to a secured hospital earlier while a few Chunins swept the building for damage. Luckily, there wasn't much. Tsunade stopped by to check the situation and, in Naruto's eyes, to judge him for not having gotten to the bottom of anything yet. She had personally apologized to Irika for not getting information to him before another incident, saying she was only just figuring it out herself. Then she left for a drink and ordered Naruto to answer questions and fill Irika in. Even Hinata is okay with this, Irika mumbled. Her little infatuation with Uzumaki was no secret to him, having taught the two in the same class from a young age. He still couldn't wrap his head around the presence next to him, much less the fact that Hyuga Hinata was working smoothly alongside him, as if this were nothing new. She's a great helper. Naruto waved for him to follow into his old classroom. He plopped onto one of the desks, tilting his back as he reminisced. This is the second time she's helped with an attack too. Oh. Irika lowered himself down beside his former student hesitantly. Naruto. What's going on? Honestly, Irika-sensei. Naruto pursed his lips, struggling to collect everything he knew about the situation. It's hard to say. Someone is controlling Leaf Shinobi and making them attack their family and friends. Shizune and Tsunade-chan are trying to find a pattern in the victims, but we don't have any leads. She thinks it's Kumo and A infiltrating, but I tried to tell her it's not them. Now I'm in charge of finding out who's really behind this, and I asked for Hinata's help because of her Byakugan. Did I mention that the Hyuga are the best at sensing unusual chakra signatures? Well, they are, and so far, I'm having no luck, but that's okay because I've dealt with way worse and… Slow down, Naruto. Irika shook his head, resisting the urge to rephrase his question because he had, of course, been asking about how Naruto was here. He could see that Naruto's mind was racing with a different topic, so he accepted the fact that he wasn't dreaming for a moment. You said Tsunatsuma believes the Raikage is attacking us. Naruto nodded, frowning to himself. You know her. She's not the Hokage for no reason. She knows our history because she fought in it. I guess she just has a hard time seeing past it. Is that a bad thing? Irika asked. What I mean is, why don't you agree with her? It's… Naruto abruptly turned to face Irika-sensei, making him jump slightly. Can we just say I've worked with the whole of Kumo and the Raikage in the future? I know we fight against each other sometimes, but I can't believe they would do something like this. It does sound a little inhumane. Irika's mind was caught up in his words, worked with. Kumogakure? What in the world did that mean? Based on what he had heard, all of this sounded like something the Raikage would do. But the seriousness radiating from Naruto was most prominent in Irika's eyes. How old are you? Naruto's troubled expression faded into a grin. He hadn't thought about it until now, but… I turned 17 today. It was, obviously, not his birthday here in the past, but that didn't change the fact that he had been born 17 years ago. Wow. Irika shook his head. 17. You've grown, Naruto. I sure hope so. Naruto pouted. Kakashi-sensei called me short earlier. And my younger self was right there. Compared to him, it's obvious how much taller I've gotten. Irika laughed. He was treading on more familiar ground now. You're right. You're almost as tall as me now. What's going on in the future, anyway? Naruto pulled back, exhaling deeply. A lot. For all of us. What does that mean? Irika sensed that if Naruto wanted to share, he would have already done so. But his curiosity got the better of him. Naruto often exaggerated, but it was usually for a reason. He sounded so much more mature. I think I could really mess things up if I told you everything, but… Naruto offered a smaller, more subdued smile. Gosh, it's hard to keep my mouth shut. It's been crazy, Irika-sensei. Irika felt a pang of concern. Crazy good. Naruto propped himself up with his hands, gazing at the ceiling. Kurama, I want to tell him everything. This feels wrong. That's not my decision, brat. I don't think you need words for him to understand, though. Iruka placed a tentative hand on Naruto's leg, as if he had overheard the mental conversation. This man might be different from his younger self, but despite all the changes, Iruka knew his heart. He always would. Are you going to stay, Naruto? Won't you be needed in your time? The blonde met his teacher's gaze, tapping his fingers nervously on his knee. Iruka was unwittingly touching on the very question that had been echoing in Naruto's mind since he arrived. There was no answer. Even Kurama, for once, had no opinion. Stay to help his friends, or leave to help his friends. Either way, the only difference was time. That's not true. You walked away from a war. This is no war. It could very well be, Naruto thought. If I don't convince Tsunade that Kumogakure isn't trying to attack us, she'll start a conflict of her own. Kurama was silent. That usually meant Naruto was right. He felt completely torn. Naruto. He pulled himself from his thoughts. Sorry, Iruka-sensei. I was talking with Kurama. Iruka nodded. Oh, okay. A few seconds of silence passed between them. Wait, Kurama? You don't mean... You're really toying with the butterfly effect, aren't you? Naruto rolled his eyes. Yep. The nine-tailed fox. Iruka withdrew his hand, leaning back. Naruto noticed his sensei's clenched fists. Try not to think of the raging beast that took your parents' lives and made my childhood difficult. Naruto broke eye contact and stared at the chalkboard across the room. I know you hate him. But this isn't the nine-tailed fox that did all that. It's Kurama. Iruka watched him silently. There's a difference? Naruto chuckled lightly, crossing his legs. You saw how I got the bomb out of here. I couldn't have done it without Kurama's help. Kurama rumbled in agreement, something along the lines of, darn right. So you... Iruka swallowed, searching for words. Made friends with the nine-tailed fox? Kurama. Wait, Kurama. He's your friend? Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Well, yeah. There's more to it, of course, but there's also a lot more to what happened when we were kids, you know. Kurama, that tricky fox, all he wanted to do when I was growing up was set himself free. Iruka tilted his head. But, Naruto smiled. He came through when it mattered most. And now we're best friends. Right, old fox? Don't ever say that again. Why am I surprised? Iruka began laughing. Of course you befriended the nine-tailed fox. I'd have no choice but to believe you if you said you were Hokage now, too. Naruto shook his head. Not yet. Especially since Sasuke suddenly showed up and claimed he was going to become Hokage. Iruka watched him with wide eyes. I don't even want to know about that one. It's good that you're still close with him, though. Still upholding that ancient rivalry, are you? Naruto gave a nervous laugh. You could say that. They sat in contemplative silence for a few moments, each lost in their thoughts, before Iruka broke the silence. So, what's the plan here? That's the problem. I just have to figure out how to fix this whole zombie ninja mess so I can get back to my time. Iruka ignored the questions that blared in his mind. How did you get here? What happened? How do you plan to get back? Why in the world can you glow? Instead, he said, you don't have to work on this by yourself, you know. We'll have to deal with it whether you're here or not. Naruto nodded, absorbing his words. They didn't ease his inner turmoil, in fact. They only added to his confusion, but Iruka-sensei was able to dissect his indecision in mere minutes. But you're here now. Iruka patted his shoulder with a warm smile. Seeing you save those children says enough. You've really grown. I'm proud of you, Naruto. A large grin spread across Naruto's face, gratitude shining in his blue eyes. He forgot how much he needed those words sometimes. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. There was so much loss. Sakura was gone. Kakashi was gone. Sasuke, who had only just been fighting beside him. No. Madara took everything. He had stood against the entire shinobi forces and brought them down with the help of his Edo Tensei and Uchiha puppets. His smile was twisted, a grin so wicked it made Naruto's stomach churn. This isn't what you wanted. He tried to scream. No one is left. Nothing came from his throat, even as it felt raw. Madara paid him no attention, turning to raise his arms in triumph against a blood-red sky. Naruto. Sakura? He turned to her fallen figure, unable to move toward her. A cold, heavy weight gripped his heart at the sight of her lifeless body, misshapen upon the barren land. This wasn't Sakura. Where was her confident smile, her spirited Shinaro as she faced her enemies? Even in death, she should be surrounded by cherry blossoms and sunshine. This made Naruto want to turn away in despair. But he couldn't. We need your help. She reached out with a barely recognizable hand, her glove torn and hanging off her fingers. You left. We lost. He needed to save her. He needed to run to her, assure her that he was back now and that he would do everything he could to save her life. Yet he remained rooted to the spot. It was a kind of torture, staring at her without being able to help or turn away. He was stuck. You failed them. Madara's voice pierced through him like a dozen shuriken, deep and confident in the face of so much loss. I knew you would in the end. We all did. Naruto screamed until he jolted awake in his bed, gasping for air. You were dreaming. Kurama's voice, though gruff, swept through his mind like a soft caress. Naruto clung to the familiarity until the images of Sakura and Madara faded into a blur. I'm fine, Naruto said, sensing the unspoken question. I didn't ask. Take some deep breaths. Naruto ignored the odd way Kurama spoke, following his instructions. After a few deep breaths, he ran his shaky hands through his hair to anchor himself back in reality. This was new. Usually he could confront trouble like this head-on. The choice was always clear, to help those in need. It was his duty as a shinobi and future Hokage. But now he faced a dilemma: help one group of people in need or another. Time separated them. He couldn't just create a shadow clone and split himself up. How could he defy time itself? Easy. Decide in the morning, brat. I can practically hear your thoughts. Naruto listened to Kurama, drifting into a welcomed dreamless sleep. Decide in the morning. Decide? He didn't want to decide. But that was yet another situation in which he had no choice. Hang in there, guys. Late again. Hey, Sakura, how long have we been waiting here? Sakura sighed, reluctant to play along with her teammate but exasperated nonetheless. 15 minutes. And counting. Sasuke, as usual, leaned silently against a nearby tree. Naruto felt out of place. The atmosphere was so familiar, yet Team 7 hadn't been this way for a long time. At least, not together. The last time they'd complained about Kakashi-sensei being late, all three of them, was probably around this time. Naruto felt selfish for wanting to hold on to the moment and never let it slip away again. He wasn't even in his own time. Once he got back, they could rebuild this. After, of course, they'd dealt with Madara. He sighed with a smile and shook his head. Kakashi wouldn't be here for another half hour if his past was anything to go by, so he settled beside Sasuke against the tree. Although it was obvious his young Uchiha friend meant to be inconspicuous, Naruto definitely picked up on the side glance he received. In fact, the entire team had been watching him when they thought he wasn't looking. Instead of feeling weirded out, Naruto decided he must have done something right during training all those years, considering he could sense their gazes. You want to ask me something? He didn't phrase it as a question. Naruto knew there was a lot on Sasuke's mind right now, and he wanted to take a shot at unraveling the mystery like he hadn't been able to do in the past. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Why ask? You won't answer. Naruto looked down at him. For a moment, he wanted to revel in being so much taller, but he pushed the urge away. Won't I? I only denied you the answer to one question earlier, not every question you can come up with. Don't make me ask, Sasuke. Sasuke's coal eyes met his gaze. How could this guy go from completely immature to a mind reader? It's not something I'm willing to bring up here. Where else? I might not want to answer another time. Sasuke ground his jaw. This Naruto was sounding way too much like Kakashi, cryptic and analyzing. It was completely unnerving, though he'd never say it aloud. He was clearly enjoying messing with him, something he could now successfully do as a time traveler. Sasuke didn't know a thing about what had gone on in his life the past few years, so he couldn't say a word. Fine. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Sasuke's not getting an extra question, is he? Past Naruto and Sakura joined them at the tree, still awaiting the arrival of their sensei. Because I've got a lot of stuff I want to know. You're my future self, after all. Sasuke can ask whatever he wants, Naruto, Sakura said. It's not up to you, it's up to the other you. She came off as irritated, but there was an underlying motive. She was troubled by everything that had happened to Sasuke recently. If someone from the future could provide answers and help, she was all for it. The young Naruto must have sensed this since he stayed quiet. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Sakura, you never did change. She crossed her arms proudly, smiling wide. By the way, younger Naruto scratched his whiskered cheek, thinking for a moment. I meant to ask you on the way here, but I was more focused on breakfast, so I just remembered. He held up a finger, leaning toward his older self. Sakura and Sasuke leaned back with disturbed expressions. Were you having trouble sleeping last night? Naruto, having expected something involving ramen or nonsense, raised an eyebrow. Well, you were in the other room but… Past Naruto shuffled, lowering his finger. I heard you moving a lot, and even one time I thought I heard you yelling. I guess I just assumed it was part of my dream then, but now I'm curious. Along with their teammate, Sakura and even Sasuke turned to him expectantly. Guess we forgot you weren't alone, Kurama sounded amused. Good luck getting out of this one. 20 minutes late, Kakashi made his presence known in one of the branches above their heads. Naruto smirked faintly. For once, good timing. Yo. You're late. Ma, you all were getting on just fine without me. Kakashi appeared before them on the grass, flipping a page of his book nonchalantly. What did I miss? Naruto pumped his fist. That's a record. You're early, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7 fell silent. Early? Past Naruto whispered. Kakashi shrugged, snapping his book shut and placing it safely in his pocket. Naruto silently gave a triumphant grin, getting Kakashi to put his book down on the first try. That was a new record in itself. We're on a bit of a leave since Hokage-sama's just been put in office and Naruto returned from his trip with the Sannin. Kakashi looked them all over. We've been assigned to return Tora home safely. Naruto winced at the groans that followed the announcement. Catching the ever-elusive cat was every genin's demise. Once you got the job the first time, you were bound to get it again. And despite training to become formidable shinobi for their village, it was no secret that Tora was skilled at hiding and escaping, her talent improving each time she was caught. We just took the Chunin exams, the younger Naruto exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation. Why do we have to chase after a cat? We should teach Madame Shurjimi how to treat her cat instead, Sakura suggested thoughtfully, tapping her chin. Maybe Tora wouldn't run away so much if she didn't overwhelm her with hugs. Either way, this is what we were assigned to do, Kakashi said, his tone flat. But was that a hint of relief Naruto sensed? Perhaps the chaos his students had been involved in lately had been stressful for him. It wasn't obvious at the moment. All right, Naruto said, pumping his fist enthusiastically. Let's catch Tora while we train, Hitting two birds with one shuriken. Sakura frowned. Not to bring down the mood, but shouldn't you be working on the zombie ninja cases? You can't stay here forever, can you? Naruto nodded. Always right to the point, Sakura-chan. You're right. Tsunade-chan works behind the scenes, and she told me to come out with you today. Hina-chan has to train with her team anyway, and Tora usually drags us all around the village, so I figured you guys could catch Tora while I patrol. Smart, right? Let's go, Kakashi said, already walking towards the thicket of trees ahead. Instinctively, Naruto and Sakura looked to Sasuke. He didn't meet their eyes, nor did he move. He remained leaning against the tree, arms crossed. Naruto watched him with narrowed eyes, while Kakashi continued on without looking back. Sasuke-kun, Sakura tried gently. Aren't you going to help us catch Tora? Naruto said we could train while we find her. The younger Naruto watched with his hands behind his head, but he didn't move either. Sasuke shook his head, scoffing quietly. I'm going to train for real. I don't have time to chase after runaway pets. With that he turned and walked away. Sakura wanted to go after him but thought better of it. Maybe he just needed time alone. He was a troubled guy, after all, dealing with things she wouldn't understand even if she tried. She desperately wanted to try. She glanced, almost unintentionally, at her blonde teammate. But the younger Naruto was as helpless as she was. They watched him go, feeling torn. Sasuke. Naruto crossed his arms, mimicking his friend. Where are you going? They couldn't see Sasuke's face, but he was likely frustrated. He hesitated, despite his better judgment, waiting to see if there was anything worth hearing. This is your team, Naruto called out. You won't get better training than here with them. I mean it. Somewhere behind them, Kakashi stopped walking. You're chasing a cat. Sasuke stated it plainly, as if that was all that needed to be said. His back was still turned. Sakura bit her lip, and young Naruto dropped his arms. Correction, we're chasing a cat, Naruto said, letting his stern expression soften into a smile. Itachi can wait, Sasuke. You belong with your team right now. Before another word could be said, there was an oddly placed popping sound and a puff of smoke. Team 7 stared in shock at the spot where Naruto had been standing, now only a few stray leaves remaining. A clone! Sasuke finally muttered, startling them all. I don't think so, Kakashi said, joining the conversation. That was a jutsu. I don't think Naruto performed it, though. The younger Naruto frowned. Where'd I go? Naruto's vision cleared in less than a few seconds, and by then he was already on edge. It was the sensation that hit him each time one of his clones dispelled, and it was something he had gotten used to, so it would have been completely normal had he been a clone. But he was no clone, and he hadn't tried any jutsu. There was only one other explanation for this. Messing with time, are you? Naruto turned around, taking in his surroundings. You reverse summoned me, he exclaimed, a hint of accusation in his voice. Fukasaku sat before him, a permanent frown etched into his aged face. His beady, murky yellow eyes studied Naruto for a few tense moments before he spoke. Who are you? Naruto scratched his whiskered cheek sheepishly. For a moment there, I forgot you're not the geezer sage from my time. Fukasaku, still perched at his feet, shook his head. I sense Jiraiya-chan behind all of this, he said. Follow me. Naruto hesitated as the toad began to hop further into the colorful expanse of Mount Myaboku before he scrambled after him. For a small geezer, he was surprisingly fast. It soon became clear they were headed towards the small hut that was his shared home. Is that you? Fukasaku stopped at the entryway, shaking his head. Yes, Ma, I'm back. Well. Her voice grew louder as she approached. Did you get to the bottom of this nonsense? She halted when she spotted Naruto, standing awkwardly behind her husband. It seems we have a lot to talk about. Soon, Naruto was seated in front of a small round table across from the toad sage. Shima bustled around, preparing an impressive spread before them though. Had it not all been insects of various kinds, Naruto would have happily partaken. Fukasaku seemed to disregard the food as well, much to his wife's annoyance. His eyes bore into the blonde, scrutinizing him as if he could read everything he wanted to know right from his mind. So, Naruto leaned back on his folded legs, unable to contain his curiosity. Why'd you call me here, huh? I was in the middle of something important. The toad sighed. I summoned you for good reason. But first, tell me when you signed the summoning contract for toads. Naruto wrinkled his nose. It was back when Rasengan first started training me. He could always recall the small tadpoles he'd mastered right before Rasengan had shoved him off a cliff, and he'd instinctively summoned one of the largest toads at his disposal, Gamabunta. It was a risky move on his master's part, but everything Jiraiya had done had been a step forward for Naruto. Fukasaku nodded, looking down. Tell me how you're here, Naruto. Naruto paused. How am I here? Was he supposed to go with the I was thrown from the Fourth Shinobi World War by a jutsu cast by a thought-to-be long-deceased Uchiha explanation? Was that what Fukasaku was expecting to hear? The senile old toad left out the part about you, Fukasaku muttered. I suppose it's not the time to be asking questions, no matter how curious we are. He paused briefly before continuing. I summoned you here because Ojiji-sama saw your future. Naruto's attention was captured. No matter how much he was stuck in the past, his mind was focused on the future, or at least what had once been his present. Stay. Leave or stay, leave or stay. His words were mostly unclear, Fukasaku admitted. But he made one thing clear: the future is at a standstill. Naruto's sharp blue gaze shot up. A standstill? Fukasaku nodded. I would take you to him myself if things weren't so urgent. But that's what he said. The future has not changed since there was a disturbance in the timeline. I suspect you were that disturbance, yes. Well, Naruto shrugged. I'm not from this time, and so far my presence has turned everything into a series of events that never happened in my memories. You're saying that since I left, nothing has happened in the future? Fukasaku sighed again. I can't give you a solid answer. Prophecies and such are never straightforward. But I will relay what Ojiji-sama said. The future that was waging war has come to a standstill. Naruto's inner turmoil came to a sudden halt. The future hadn't moved on without him. It seemed Madara had cast a jutsu to get rid of him but had locked himself in time in the process. Was it intentional? Or was it truly a last resort that the Uchiha hadn't tested beforehand? He ran his hands through his hair in frustration, feeling the weight of it for the first time since he had been stuck in his past. There was so much Naruto didn't know, and that was fine, wasn't it? It was usually that way, anyway. But usually meant a correct time PRD and comrades by his side. Here he was alone. Naruto felt isolated because no one knew what he knew. He could look around and identify who would be lost to time, who would side with whom when the fighting started. He could look his friends in the eye and think, you're going to face danger. He could pinpoint specific moments when some would lose everything. He could say a name and send someone into despair. Will you stop that? Kurama growled gently but firmly. It's like you forget I'm here. That I could never. Fukasaku cleared his throat. It was obvious the young man was in a difficult position if his unusual circumstances were anything to go by. Fukasaku wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen so much in his life. It was time for a change of subject while he had the Uzumaki here. You've been here before? He asked, referring to Naruto's lack of surprise at the terrain when he first appeared. I've yet to meet your present self. Naruto nodded. After some events, I decided to learn Sage Mode. That's when I met you. Sage Mode? Did you master it? Naruto grinned, back on familiar ground. Even you said I surpassed Arrow Sennin. I trained really hard until I mastered it without turning into a frog statue, and then we came up with some cool strategies to use it with. I got a lot stronger back then. Fukasaku studied him. You surpassed Jiraiya-chan? You must have spent years here. A week or so. The toad pressed his eyes closed, lips in a thin line. You really are the child of the prophecy, then. He looked up to meet Naruto's gaze, almost sheepish. May I see it? Naruto swiftly made a shadow clone and waved it off. It plopped down in the corner of the room in a meditative position, and the original turned back to Fukasaku. This way we can talk while we wait. He'll be done soon. I can also merge Sage Mode with some of Kurama's chakra for Tailed Beast Sage Mode, if you'd prefer to see that. Fukasaku observed the clone from across the room. Ah, I see. Shima chose that moment to hop through the doorway, carrying a tray of steaming cups. Naruto's eyes lit up with the hope of something edible, and he was rewarded when she placed a cup of tea in front of each of them before taking her own seat. If you don't mind me asking, Shima said, what are you doing back here? Naruto sipped from his cup, letting the warm liquid comfort him. It wasn't my choice to come to this time, you know. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Uchiha Madara. The toad couple watched him carefully. Their silence seemed to invite him to continue, and Naruto took a deep breath as he made his decision. These toads were always mixed up in prophecies and weren't as involved as most back in Konoha, so maybe he could share a little more without messing up the timeline. You know how my dad died, right? Naruto smiled wistfully as he remembered his father visiting him through the seal during Pain's attack. Some guy in a mask unleashed the 9 tails and tried to destroy the village, and my father ended up sealing him into me before he and my mother died. Fukasaku rubbed his bearded chin. We're where? What does it have to do with how you got here, though? Naruto rolled his eyes. The masked guy came back and he turned out to be someone from my sensei's past, too. He declared war, and to fight him, we had to band together in the allied shinobi forces. For most of the first day, I was kept in hiding since he was after the tailed beasts. I broke out, though, and found out the enemy was reviving people who had died in the past using Edo Tensei, which, for the record, is disturbing. We were pitted against people we'd known before their passing, and the worst part was that they were semi-conscious at times. Shinobi, Jinchuriki, they were all revived to fight against us. Not to mention the white beings who could adopt the look and chakra signatures of trusted comrades. Even my father was reanimated at one point, along with the Shodai, Naidame, and Sandame Hokages. Naruto huffed, thinking back to fighting alongside the past Kages and still struggling. On top of the forces from each village, you can imagine how much power we had. A moment of silence filled the room, the two hosts staring with carefully concealed shock. Every Hokage gathered in one place, assuming the fifth was there as well. Shima shook her head. It's unheard of. I know. Naruto leaned back on his hands. It had been insane. And now, he couldn't be sure how things would have played out. He had left. And still, we were fighting with everything we had. For a moment, I thought we would be able to end it. That's when Madara, who had also been reanimated to fight alongside the masked man, used some kind of time jutsu. Jikin something. And now I'm here. Fukasaku took a deep breath. That's not exactly what I expected. It's no wonder Ojiji-sama told me what he'd seen. It seems you needed that information. Naruto nodded, his expression serious. I guess I struggled to stand by safely while my comrades fought in a war, so thanks for telling me. Don't thank me, Fukasaku replied. I'm simply the messenger. Naruto allowed himself a small grin before closing his eyes. A popping noise came from the corner of the room as the toads watched an orange ring appear on his eyelids. The amount of natural energy flowing toward his core reserves was immense. Sage mode. Naruto opened his formerly blue eyes, revealing yellow irises and slitted pupils. He took a deep breath, welcoming the refreshing feeling that always accompanied his transformation into Sage mode. He could feel, see, and almost touch the surroundings he previously wouldn't have sensed. Fascinating. Fukasaku inspected him closely. Not a single wart or mutation. You've truly mastered it. Naruto ducked his head in thanks. I was hit with your stick enough times to ditch the weird frog features, he muttered. Shima laughed. He's definitely Jiraiya-chan's apprentice. Naruto took another sip of tea as the conversation shifted, reminiscing about his rushed training on Mount Myaboku. Ever since Pain's assault, he had looked back on it with fondness and gratitude. He had helped save the village, after all, and had given Nagato a peaceful end. But with those memories came the reminder of what had led to it. His master's death was not something he enjoyed recalling. But now, here he was. In the past, Ero Sennin was alive and preparing to train a 13-year-old Naruto Uzumaki. It felt like a bowl of ramen was placed in front of him, just out of reach. This was a chance. He had the upper hand because he had lived the future. And yet he couldn't do anything about it. Because Naruto was out of place, and it wasn't his job to interfere with what was meant to be. How could he accept that? The visit to Mount Myaboku ended shortly after, with Naruto demonstrating a few more techniques and answering more questions before Fukasaku sent a toad to reverse summon him back to Konoha. Naruto felt considerably lighter with the knowledge that nothing was advancing in his time without his help and that at least someone knew about the fighting. He could finally focus solely on sorting things out in his past and saving those he could. Naruto was determined to make the best of Madara's counter. He wouldn't let this be all for nothing. Haruno Sakura held up the cat, panting after finally catching it. A light scratch ran up her upper arm, but she appeared to be better off than the rest of her team. Got her. Naruto sagged beside her, breathing heavily. His hands and face were covered in the remnants of Tora's attempts to escape every time he got hold of the cat. Sasuke landed silently in front of them, not a single scratch on his exposed skin. He had followed after Naruto disappeared suddenly. Sakura and to the past Naruto had avoided mentioning it to him. He might have turned on his heel if they pointed out he was actually listening to a version of Naruto, and it was almost forgotten as the chase began. Kakashi-sensei landed before them, still in the process of pocketing his book. Nice work, Sakura. The kunoichi held the cat firmly in her arms, massaging its underbelly with 2 fingers in an attempt to keep it still. We've got the cat, now what do we do about Naruto? The young Naruto frowned after inching away from the cat in Sakura-chan's arms. What about me? It's been 2 hours, sensei. Sakura looked warily around them. Shouldn't we tell Tsunade-sama? Or at least look for him? Sasuke listened, though his gaze was distant. He couldn't care less about the cat or Naruto, whether it was his present or future self. It was the curiosity growing within him that he couldn't ignore. Naruto could give him answers if he could get him to talk. Everything he was secretly uncertain about could be resolved if he knew what awaited him. Tachi can wait, Sasuke. You belong with your team right now. The curse mark Orochimaru had given him in the Forest of Death sent a constant feeling of unease in his gut. Sasuke felt out of control, but he was no less willing to do what had to be done to fulfill his goal. He would avenge his clan. Kakashi watched a toad pass by his feet, considering Sakura's words. I'm confident in Naruto's abilities to handle himself. For all we know, this was something he'd been expecting, just not maybe at that exact moment. Wherever. Team 7 turned to their left, where an unharmed and calm-looking Naruto stood. Oh! He looked around to check his location before giving them all a large grin. I'm back. Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose. I don't really care about how you caught the cat, job well done I guess. She turned her attention to Naruto. You went to Mayaboku? He nodded. There was a calmer air about him now that they all sensed since his return from the land of toads. I was reverse summoned by the 2 great toad sages. Fukasaku and Shima? Tsunade narrowed her eyes. I see. It's happened in the past with Jiraiya. Were they expecting the younger version of yourself, or? Naruto shook his head. Team 7 was assembled behind him, eagerly following the conversation. They had only gotten as far as him telling them he'd been on Mount Mayaboku before having to give their mission report to the Hokage. No, the geezer sage summoned me to tell me something. She grinned. It clicked for her then, finally, that the time traveler was enjoying having a particularly heavy burden lifted from his shoulders. You'll be staying then? Naruto's grin softened. I'm staying, Tsunade-bachan. The future is frozen. It has been ever since I left. Nothing should happen while I'm here, at least for now, so I can focus on working with you guys before finding a way back. How are you going to get back? Sakura suddenly asked, voicing her thoughts aloud. She jumped as she realized everyone was looking at her, bowing apologetically. What I mean is, you're going to have to go back sooner or later, right? Do you know how? He was already aware of his situation, that he didn't have the jutsu to return, but her words brought back feelings Naruto had only just managed to set aside. Before Fukasaku told him there was no rush and that his comrades weren't in immediate trouble, he hadn't been worried about how he would get back, just that he would find a way when the time came. It was a minor issue to be dealt with later. But now, that's a very good question, Sakura-chan, Naruto murmured, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. He rested his finger on his chin, and the room fell silent. For a moment, the only sound in the Hokage's office was past. Naruto shifting, uncomfortable with the sudden somberness. I'll have Shizen look into it as much as she can, Tsunade finally said, her eyes carefully tracking Naruto as he absorbed her words. She's caught up in the examination rooms right now, but she's always been good at juggling assignments. Naruto shook his head. No. She should focus on the zombie ninja. I'll worry about getting back home when the time comes. He could feel the weight of everyone's gaze on him, but they accepted his request, and the decision was made he was staying and would find a way back on his own. Kakashi tried to resume the mission report, but with little to say, Tsunade soon dismissed them. Naruto almost thought he'd be able to leave without any inquiries, but the Hokage stopped him before he could follow Team 7 out the door. She sighed, letting the unspoken question linger in the air now that they were alone. Naruto remained silent, unsure of what to say. My village is being infiltrated, Naruto. Tsunade's expression hardened. I don't have time to postpone action anymore. You realize that every second we allow infected villagers to roam around endangers innocent people, don't you? Naruto still had his back turned, facing the door. Are you willing to let that happen? He shook his head. I'm not. She nodded curtly. I know you aren't. It didn't matter if he was in another dimension, Naruto would never willingly endanger anyone. But you're still holding out. Why? Bachan, what are you planning to do if we find out it is Kyumogakure? He turned to face her, seriousness etched on his face. Tsunade fixed her gaze on her desk. The specifics shouldn't matter, but I intend to take care of it. If the Raikage thinks he can mess with Konoha this way, then he'll deal with the Hokage. Naruto shook his head. I know you have to protect Konoha because you're Hokage. But don't you ever think about the other villages? You can't target the Kage without dragging down the village. If you make a mistake, Tsunade-chan, and do something terrible to innocent people, you'll never forgive yourself. She watched him in silence, her expression unchanged. I know the Raikage personally, Naruto finally said, not caring if he was revealing too much. I is loud and destructive, and he breaks things. But what would Kyumogakure as a whole gain from taking control of Leaf Shinobi? Tsunade hesitated. The fact that this brat seemed so friendly with the Raikage was surprising enough, but what he was saying made too much sense. And she hated hearing it from him, from Naruto, because she was the Hokage. She shouldn't have to hear this from him. She sighed, massaging her temples. For someone who's never been Hokage, you sure think like one. A grin spread across Naruto's face, his eyes sparkling with pride. He'd never been a Kage, but he certainly knew a lot of them, including Tsunade-chan. Everything he'd learned was from friends and mentors like them, like Gaara and his father. Dismissed, Naruto. Find out who's hijacking villagers, or I'll send you back to where you belong myself. Right. Naruto, for the second time that day, thought he might get through the door without interruption. He looked forward to a warm cup of ramen and some time to sort out his thoughts after the visit to Mount Mayaboku. But just as he reached his past self's home, his senses alerted him to a presence in the trees, watching him. Zombie ninja? He quickly dismissed the thought when a moment's consideration revealed a familiar chakra signature. But his recognition did nothing to erase his confusion. Sasuke? Sasuke. The Uchiha stepped out from the shadows, looking rather ominous. His hands were hidden in his pockets, and his gaze drifted, avoiding Naruto's. It was different and confused Naruto, seeing as both he and Sasuke were typically confrontational. Had it been the younger Naruto, Sasuke might have avoided his eyes simply to appear superior. Now, though, it felt almost humble, if anything, sheepish. Why are you hiding in the bushes by my house? Sasuke sputtered, taken aback by the question. Naruto quietly smiled, having successfully broken the tension in the air. I wasn't in the you-know-what? Never mind. He took a calming breath. I want you to answer my questions. For real this time. Naruto sighed, pocketing his house key. Just like that, the tension returned. Sasuke had always had a knack for killing the mood. He turned to properly face the Uchiha, studying him. I don't know if I can do that, little Sasuke. Rules of time, butterfly effect, stuff like that. Break them, Sasuke said simply. Break the laws of time? For you? Naruto brought a hand to his chin, pretending to think. Sasuke watched eagerly. Why not? Follow me. He led Sasuke down the scenic route, trying to buy time as they hopped from roof to roof. Eventually, they landed atop the fourth's carved head. Help me out, Dad? Kurama barked a laugh. Good luck with that one, brat. You're in way over your head. So, Naruto began, dismissing his companion's less than encouraging words. What is it that couldn't wait until morning? Sasuke looked around. Why did we circle around the entire village if we were just going to come here? I was stalling. I don't have all day, little Sasuke. Naruto settled himself at the edge of the carving, overlooking the entire village. It was his favorite view, despite everything he'd seen in his life. Every village was beautiful, but nothing quite compared to sitting above his home and watching villagers mill about. Just remember that you can't order me around, alright? I have a right to keep my mouth shut for everyone's good, plus, I'm older than you now. Sasuke hesitated. His original intent had been to get some quick information, confirm a few things, and leave shortly after. Now, Naruto was making this into an entire ordeal by relocating and making himself comfortable. But Sasuke needed this, so he carefully lowered himself down onto the stone slightly behind Naruto. Suddenly, it was hard to work out what he wanted to say. How much did this Naruto know? He'd said that, in the future, Sasuke had achieved his goal. But had he meant his ultimate goal? Words failed him as he tried to string together the proper question. Naruto stretched his arms out behind him, watching the sun as it neared the horizon line. The village was still buzzing, shops in the marketplace scrambling to sell the last of their goods for the day, families and friends gathering outside their favorite places to enjoy the night. Briefly, No wondered why Tsunade was allowing the village to proceed with such normality given the current risks, but he supposed she'd doubled security and posted shinobi everywhere to patrol as he'd been doing for the past couple of days. You said something to me once. Sasuke's eyes flicked up to the back of Naruto's head. Maybe he wouldn't have to talk. Something about liking very few things, hating a bunch of stuff, blah blah. Then you said you would restore your clan and destroy a certain someone. Sasuke remained quiet. He hadn't said that directly to Naruto, but he remembered the day they first met Kakashi. When asked to introduce themselves and list off their likes, dislikes, and dreams, Sasuke had said something along those lines. You want to ask me about that, right? Naruto tried to conceal his sigh. What was he supposed to say to this Sasuke? Oh yeah, well you did it. You confronted your brother only to find out he saved you and sacrificed his happiness for the leaf, so you turned your remaining anger on the village and vowed to destroy it before appearing in the middle of a war and claiming you were going to become Hokage. All that's left is to rebuild your clan. Something in the back of his mind told him that wouldn't work. Sasuke nodded, aware Naruto didn't actually need an answer. Well, you've got it all figured out then. Naruto shrugged, watching as a couple left Ichiraku's, tiny figures from his faraway position. You've got a plan, a goal, the ability. What more could you need, Sasuke? The Uchiha paused before he responded. I need to know. I've got all of that, and I will make it reality. But you must understand what little I'm working with. I need to know if I succeed. Naruto resisted the urge to punch his best friend in the jaw. He'd always been a little self-centered, but this was just straight selfishness. Why should Sasuke get some kind of cheat in life like this? It wasn't something like, did I ever make Jounin? Or, who's Hokage? He was literally asking him if his plan to confront his brother succeeded and if he was taking the right path. He'd never seen Sasuke so eager for something from him. It was a reminder of just how much the actions of certain individuals had caused the young boy pain. Revenge is tricky, Sasuke. Naruto thought about his late master, and was reminded once more that he was alive here, and his dream. He thought about his fight with pain and his many declarations to carry on his master's legacy. Jiraiya's goal would become his. Was this step one? Was this an opportunity, maybe just the opportunity he needed, to erase the tragedies of his own time? It was tempting. Of course it is, Sasuke muttered. He was calm only for a moment before his anger flared. I've lived my entire life with this on my shoulders. Naruto raised a brow. You wouldn't understand. Even if I said I did, you wouldn't believe me. Naruto closed his eyes against the warmth of the setting sun, trying harder to pick his words than he ever had. Then he caught himself and reprimanded his mind for it. It was time to speak truthfully and from the heart. I know what happened that day, Sasuke. He pretended not to notice the young Uchiha flinch. I know what happened then, what happened last week, and I know everything after that. He chuckled bitterly. And I know how you felt too, because you managed to punch it into me. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the back of the blonde's head. I don't understand. He didn't voice it. Naruto seemed to talk more when he left him to it. But it unnerved him that nobody knew so much about him and his brother. Or was he bluffing? He snuffed the flame of that thought out. Naruto? Playing mind games? The possibility was incredibly slim. Oi, are you listening to me? Naruto shook his head dramatically. I'm starting to miss the you that wanted to kill me. What? Naruto hummed innocently. Anyways, I had a point. He paused to remember it. Oh yeah. I didn't understand you at first, I really didn't. You had a family until that day. Which meant you had attachments. You felt love and you were cared for. You had a warm home to come back to and a mother to greet you, a father to train you. You even had a brother that played with you. Sasuke scowled. He stepped forward to stop the things coming from Naruto's mouth because they were personal things that he didn't want to hear from him. But I had nothing. Naruto smiled sadly, images of Sasuke's enraged face from when they fought at the Valley of the End passing through the forefront of his mind. I was stupid back then. Sasuke frowned. Back then? But I really did try to understand you. I tried to understand why you were so set on leaving us and confronting someone who was long gone. I wondered why you couldn't just be happy growing up with us as genin, why you didn't smile like we did, why you never seemed satisfied with anything I did. Naruto held up his hand and watched the golden rays bend around it. But after a childhood of isolation, I finally get it. Being on Team 7 with you guys gave me a chance to make friends and form the bonds I never had, the bonds that you lost. And I lost a lot of them too. So now I know what that feels like. For the first time since he sat down, Naruto turned to face the younger Sasuke. Now I can say that I understand. Sasuke didn't move. He had no choice but to meet Naruto's cerulean eyes, and when he did, he resisted the urge to turn away. For a single moment, they weren't clear but clouded with pain and loss and exhaustion. And when they cleared again, it wasn't a mask of fake joy or light, but genuine faith and determination. Because I can't stand waiting, I also want to say I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Sasuke. I really tried my hardest, but... Naruto shook his head, breaking eye contact and freeing the Uchiha from some invisible bond. It doesn't matter to you right now, and I hope that'll be different once I get back. What I want to say to you right now, Sasuke, is that even though you're hurting, you need to see through the blindness of revenge and think about what you already have. Sasuke furrowed his brows as he watched Naruto stand, his critical words racing through his mind. What did he have? He felt he had lost everything. For years, he'd been alone. He spent every night plagued by nightmares and wishing he'd seen the massacre coming. For months after Itachi left the village, Sasuke was stuck asking himself why? And then his goal was formed: to avenge his loved ones and take down the one who had caused him so much pain. Naruto knew this. He'd done the calculations in his mind. He'd even coincidentally ended up in the time right before Sasuke left for Orochimaru. How could he tell him what he'd always wanted to say without changing the past completely? Did he even want to keep the past intact? I don't think that's our decision to make, Naruto. Kurama's words were easily enough to convince him. The fox keeping him morally straight? If Kurama was willing to step in, ignoring him would be a mistake. But that didn't mean he was going to do nothing. No offense, Sasuke, but you've never been good with words. Naruto held up his fist. I've only ever been able to get through to you one way. Sasuke eyed him. What's that? Naruto smirked. We fight, Sasuke. It's just what we do, what Sakura-chan calls our friendship dynamic. I want to help you understand, but I think I can do it best if we trade blows. Chapter end. Previously. No offense, Sasuke, but you've never been good with words. Naruto held up his fist. I've only ever been able to get through to you one way. Sasuke eyed him. What's that? Naruto smirked. We fight, Sasuke. It's just what we do, what Sakura-chan calls our friendship dynamic. I want to help you understand, but I think I can do it best if we trade blows. Sasuke knew who he was fighting. He did. He knew he did. But this incredible raw power was unlike anything he had seen in Naruto before. 1 second, Naruto was grinning and standing perfectly still across the training field. His carefree cockiness irritated Sasuke. He should be serious when facing him. Wasn't this some test of strength? Why had Sasuke even agreed to this in the first place? Naruto didn't exactly give room to refuse. Sasuke got his wish, though, when the cheeriness dropped from the blonde's face and he disappeared in a flash of yellow. Sasuke dropped into a firmer stance, opening his senses to any sign of Naruto's chakra signature. It flared before he could even prepare himself, and the familiar whirring of the rasengan filled his ears. Sasuke cursed as the rotating chakra neared his face before he dodged. Rasengan? Already? The rasengan didn't fizzle out after one attempt, though. When Naruto became visible again, there was a second jutsu spinning dangerously in his other hand, and he lunged at his young friend. Sasuke let his hands work with muscle memory, Sharingan whirring to life. He was about to release a Katon jutsu when he realized the Naruto charging him was only a clone. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke watched the fire stream from his mouth as the clone was expelled before he whipped around to catch the original. The last of the fire liked the ground. Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Above. He could redirect Naruto's hand and follow up with Chidori if that wasn't too much, and the rasengan would miss its mark. Sasuke took a single glance up and discarded any remaining thoughts of the plan. It's massive. He pushed an extreme amount of chakra into his legs and evaded the impossibly large jutsu. The ground beneath his feet glowed an eerie blue. Sasuke met the trees just as it collided, and the earth shook. He easily dodged flying debris before, within a second, Naruto was in front of him again. Sasuke had a kunai in his hand to counter his. They engaged in a heated taijutsu battle, one arm fending off the others, one kunai clashing against another. Naruto wasn't giving him a moment to think, to devise a strategy and pick apart a weakness. Weakness? Does he even have one? Sasuke growled at the thought, deflecting a kunai away from his face. They'd barely been at it for 5 minutes. He still had plenty of time to analyze his opponent. Curiosity struck him, then an image of this older Naruto glowing with chakra surfaced in his mind. Maybe he could draw it out of him. It was a perfect opportunity to learn more about it, and, on that note, about what had possessed Naruto during the Chunin exams. Once more, his thoughts were expelled. There was no time to think, and a second revelation fell upon him. There was no easy way out of this. He wouldn't be forcing anyone to do anything. Naruto had him completely on the defensive. Sasuke felt a wave of emotion build up in him, and he pushed it into his fight. He threw fist after fist, kick after kick. Naruto dodged every last one. As a single drop of sweat fell to the uprooted ground beneath their rapidly moving feet, something twitched in his shoulder. Sasuke shook his head as he tried to weave some signs. He would do this with his own power. Naruto slapped his hands away from each other. There was no amusement in his eyes, no smile tugging at his lips. He was serious about this. But as the relentless fighting continued, Sasuke grew further frustrated. What kind of godly power? The curse mark on his shoulder begged for his attention. He could feel it fighting for control. Oi! Naruto caught his fist before it came close to touching him. Fight it, Sasuke. I'm not here to mess with that snake's influence. Show me your strength without the help of that. Sasuke discarded his kunai and threw another punch. What are you? Naruto couldn't help the smile that worked its way onto his face. Your friend, he recited, happily sweeping Sasuke's legs out from underneath him. Sasuke recovered quickly just as he felt Naruto's foot connect with his gut, sending him speeding backward. He cursed his eyes for the lack of warning just as they made out his opponent's figure, readying for a blow. As his fist neared, Sasuke braced for impact. This was going to hurt, if the air splitting around Naruto's arm was any indicator. But as the massive dust cloud that had been kicked up expanded outwards, Naruto managed to slow his blow and fit his knuckles perfectly against Sasuke's own. The training field disappeared around them, and Sasuke lost all sense of direction. He was no longer standing in Konoha, nor anywhere else. He just, was. You know what they say, don't you? He saw Sakura whacking Naruto upside the head as they ran together. Sasuke was there too, secretly amused with their bickering as they picked up the pace they were chasing Tora. He remembered. They were younger, on one of their very first assignments as a team. When two shinobi are powerful enough. The genin of Team 7 leaned forward over the counter, bowls of ramen forgotten. The plan was simple. But was no easy feat. Kakashi still managed to evade their tricks, even Sasuke's. His mask never seemed to budge. They read each other's thoughts. Simply through an exchange of fists. Sasuke saw himself, weak and battered, lying still. Sakura cried over his fallen form, her grief clear. Somewhere far off, Naruto's figure pulsed with a foreign chakra as he fought with his own anguish as fuel. Then Sakura was supporting him, exclaiming that he was alive, he was okay. And Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Without ever uttering a single word. Get it? The Chunin exams. Naruto surprised him with overwhelming strength in a desperate attempt to protect his teammates. Sasuke was helpless, slumped beside Sakura's form, who had also been trying to protect him. You've always been naive. There was a frame, sitting alone in a dusty, empty room. It was one of the few things that appeared personal in the pitiful space. The picture in the frame was "Team, tell me, do you know my thoughts? Can you tell what's on my mind?" Sasuke blinked and opened his eyes to the training field. The memories faded as Naruto gently withdrew his hand, but tendrils of his voice trailed behind. He wasn't sure when Naruto left him alone, or how long he stood there. His mind was racing, struggling to catch up with everything that had happened, so he remained still. Eventually, Team 7 found him standing in the middle of a crater, utterly bewildered. Sakura glanced nervously at his curse mark, while Naruto uneasily chattered about the mess on their training field. Kakashi guided them back to the village. What did it all mean? Sasuke blinked and opened his eyes to the training field. The memories faded as Naruto gently withdrew his hand, but echoes of his voice lingered. He wasn't sure when Naruto had left him alone or how long he had stood there. His mind was still trying to catch up, so he stayed put. Eventually, Team 7 found him standing in the middle of a crater, utterly bewildered. Sakura glanced nervously at his curse mark, while Naruto uneasily chattered about the mess on their training field. Kakashi led them back to the village. What did it all mean? Our thanks, Naruto-san, Hinata-san. An elderly man bowed deeply, his wife clinging to his side as they watched a pair of jounin take their son away on a stretcher. Naruto placed a reassuring hand on Hinata's shoulder. No problem, sir. Your son is really strong. He'll definitely recover with the Hokage's help. With a final thank you, the couple retreated to the other shinobi on the scene to answer questions. Naruto watched them go, forcing his smile to remain. They were a sweet couple, especially considering they were comfortable being so close to him in this timeline. He wasn't Konoha's hero here, the son of the Great Yellow Flash, or the head of the war. Their openness was refreshing, but the feeling faded quickly. Naruto felt frustrated. As he thought about the people still suffering in the village and his lack of leads, memories of his training flashed through his mind. Like trying to pop a water balloon with chakra for the first time or absorbing nature energy without turning into a frog, a burning impatience bloomed in his chest. Once, he had to learn the rasengan in 3 days to bring back Konoha's newest Hokage and train for Sage Mode to save his home. Now, he was carrying similar burdens but with no one to guide him. Who was behind this? Akatsuki, a voice in the back of his mind whispered. But what am I supposed to do about it? He couldn't just track down every member of the scattered group in hopes of finding one controlling villagers. Each member of that twisted group had their own motives. He wouldn't know where to start. It might have been easier if this had actually happened in his past. Naruto had to fix this. Like Tsunade-chan said, every second we let infected villagers run around, we endanger innocent people. Time was ticking, and it was Naruto's job to defuse the situation. Yo, Naruto. One of the jounin waved. We're heading out. Hiroto said he's got the report. Naruto nodded his thanks and waved goodbye as a team of medic nin rushed off with the latest victim. He felt the tension beneath his hand and realized it was still resting on Hinata's shoulder. When he removed it, she didn't flinch or look away. She simply stared at the ground. Naruto followed her gaze to see the remnants of the paper bomb he had moved out of range earlier. Was she scared? No, she had been helping evacuate the area and hadn't been near the explosion. Plus, they had already taken down a few victims together, and it wasn't like she didn't use her own paper bombs in training. He wasn't the best at reading a room, but her unease was palpable. Hinata, great job today. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and a bright grin. No one seemed to want to listen today, did they? You did great keeping them safe and sensing the zombie ninja in the first place. The young Hyuga startled, bowing her head. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Even as she hunched over, her hands wrung nervously. Naruto tilted his head. We'll stop this soon, Hinata. Don't worry. Some of the tension left her shoulders, but she still refused to meet his eyes. He had thought they were getting better with that. She had this habit of doubting herself that he only remembered seeing a few times as children, but it was painfully obvious to him now. Naruto didn't understand it at all. She was a strong and talented shinobi, especially when she used her Kekkai Genkai, but he had made it a personal goal to boost her confidence. Listen up, Hinata. He waited for her pale eyes to look up in his direction. When he was sure he had her attention, he continued. I haven't been able to properly thank you for your help. I kind of took you from your team and whatever training you were doing, which was a little unfair of me, huh? He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Anyways, here goes. Thanks a ton, Hinata. There's no way I would have gotten this far without your help. We've saved a lot of lives, you know. Hinata blinked, her cheeks flushing. She began to nod until it dissolved into a shake of her head. But we haven't found. Naruto wagged a finger in front of her face. Yet, Hinata, I already told you, didn't I? We're going to help the village as much as we can, you and I. I'll worry about who's behind this, okay? You just focus on being awesome and outdoing Niji by taking down the zombie ninja. She watched his hand with wide eyes before nodding rapidly. Yes, Naruto-kun. Good. Naruto thought for a moment. Train hard like you always do. And oh. He reached out to gently pat her head. Your father should be really proud because I know I'll even thank your future self once I get back. Her entire face turned red this time. He watched her fret over what to say before she spotted Kurenai-sensei, waiting to take her away for training with her team. Hinata didn't get a word out before she tripped over her own feet to reach her teacher. Naruto shrugged. He hoped that helped. He turned to find Kakashi-sensei, who had been nearby for some time. Kakashi-sensei, he greeted. Naruto knew what he was here for, but he let Kakashi bring it up himself. Naruto. Kakashi glanced around. Another one? Naruto nodded, letting out a sigh. Another one. He put up a good fight too, but nothing I couldn't handle. I see that. Kakashi regarded him with one eye. It felt like talking to a child who could easily overpower you, conversing with this future Naruto. He had always come off as childish, especially in the way he spoke, but there was much more to him. Shinobi? I think so. I didn't exactly get to ask him questions. Naruto's lips twitched. Where's the team, sensei? Kakashi studied him. Sometimes he was just really glad for his mask. Naruto was more aware of what he was here for than Kakashi was himself. Am I supposed to know the answer to that? Naruto laughed and led the way away from the small corner of the village where he'd caught the zombie ninja. He didn't know where he was going, but it was clear they were going to talk. Kakashi decided to address it directly. Sasuke? He asked. The blonde beside him nodded. He showed up at my house last night. You let him go. The Jounin looked ahead. His hands were in his pockets as he thought about his only Uchiha student. The kid he'd been going to great lengths to keep in check and maybe save, if he was lucky. When they found him in the middle of the training field the night before, not a single word was uttered even at Naruto's jabs. Kakashi knew something was up. And judging by the crater tainting their newly repaired field, who else could it be? Who else would I have gone to? His hunch was right. Sasuke went to him. He slipped away, Kakashi said. I wasn't going to intrude. Naruto set his lips in a firm line. He hummed his acknowledgement instead of speaking. There was a lot underneath this conversation that neither of them was saying. What did you talk about? Kakashi asked casually. He wanted me to tell him a bunch of stuff about the future. Naruto sighed. You know, about Itachi and his family and stuff. Kakashi should have guessed this Naruto would know all about Sasuke's predicament. It was bound to escalate from the beginning, and how could a kid who watched his family be taken from him not be troubled? Losing people so quickly. No one was normal after that. Kakashi would know. That was the very reason he was working so hard with Sasuke. I didn't give in or anything, of course. Naruto laughed, quickly backtracking. It's just… What would you have done, Kakashi-sensei? He paused at the question. What would I have told him? Naruto nodded. You probably understand better than I do, at least in this time. You were always close to him, remember? The guilt Kakashi was trying to ignore, that had been hiding in the depths of his mind, prodded at his consciousness. He pushed it aside. But there was no way he could pretend not to notice it. Naruto continued. If you had all of the knowledge Sasuke could ever want, would you tell him? Liar. Kakashi hated the way Naruto always got him thinking. He didn't know what he would do. If it would save the young Uchiha. Maybe? He didn't know. Exactly. Naruto gave a small smile. Do I tell him to save him? Do I leave it be? This is awfully tough, sensei. They came to a bridge overlooking a peaceful stream. Naruto missed this bridge from before the village was rebuilt. He stopped almost unintentionally, leaning over the railing. Kakashi came to a halt beside him. For a moment, silence kept them there next to each other. A gentle breeze blew flower petals just above the water's surface. A woman with a swollen belly and a young child gripping her hand passed by. Kakashi sighed. Be honest with me, Naruto. Things don't go well for our team in the future, do they? Naruto glanced at him without a sliver of humor in his eyes. The way they were talking was odd. Kakashi was beginning to treat him almost like a fellow adult, or at least a capable shinobi. He didn't know how he felt about that. The short answer? No, Kakashi-sensei. Team 7 is headed in a bad direction. Kakashi's one visible eye narrowed. It was the only sign of a reaction. Another silence hung in the atmosphere, but his mind had been drenched in gasoline and lit on fire. That was just the way it was, wasn't it? Everything good he had, marginally good. His cute students were a real pain most of the time, dangled in front of his face, taunting him. When he gathered the courage to reach out, it was ripped away. He didn't want his team to take that path. Not like the rest of his life. It's okay though, Naruto added. He didn't look up to meet Kakashi's eyes. How could that possibly be okay? It's okay because we're still Team 7, no matter what. Including you, Sensei. We might not always stick together, but we'll always come back for each other. Including you, Sensei. Naruto. Kakashi searched for words. The guilt wouldn't be ignored anymore. You've come really far. Kyusa. That's not what he wanted to say. Naruto faced him wearing that bright, blinding grin. Thanks, Kaka-sensei. You haven't even seen the half of it, though. Kakashi couldn't bring himself to face Naruto directly. Coward. And, sensei. Naruto hardened his gaze, but the grin never left. You're forgiven. Forgiven? Kakashi forced out. This kid. I forgive you. The blonde turned to the water again. I know you had to focus on Sasuke for a while. And while Sakura and I could have used some nurturing too, you did what had to be done and what you thought was right. I know that now and I knew it then. You don't have to worry too much about us. Sakura and I both have great teachers alongside you, and we're both really strong. So keep doing your best for Sasuke. But don't forget about us, okay? Kakashi clenched his fist. If it was to prevent him from punching the beam beside him or from ruffling Naruto's hair, he couldn't be sure. He glanced down at the time traveler and decided maybe he wasn't doing such a bad job with his students. He was still incredibly annoying, petty, loud, and unpredictable, but he understood. Kakashi didn't have to say a word. It was a trait his father had, a trait fit for a Kage. He gave in and brought his hand down on Naruto's unsuspecting head, who crouched to avoid it and slapped his hand away with exclamations of surprise. When Naruto wasn't dodging him anymore and Kakashi withdrew his hand, they settled into a much lighter silence. This is what Kakashi wanted. This is what he missed. His mind could never let him have it. Curiosity replaced the relieved guilt, grabbing for his attention. Kakashi took Sasuke's place, his desire to understand Naruto's knowledge overwhelming. It all stemmed from a single word, a name he had uttered by accident, Obito. Everyone believed he had moved on, forgotten, or truly didn't care. Those who knew he had merely buried the memories were long gone. A part of Kakashi felt lost each day, every morning when he woke without his team. He felt selfish for wanting to know. With that selfishness, he turned to the 17-year-old beside him, who bore the weight of the world on his shoulders, and asked, "You didn't mean Uchiha Obito, did you?" As they walked, Naruto took a deep breath. The frustration he had managed to suppress surged back. Tsunade had summoned Team 7 to her office for something important, and Naruto had nothing to report regarding his investigation. His suspicions were solid, but he had no way to prove them. "Come in," Tsunade's voice called them in. Naruto pretended not to notice that Sasuke hadn't looked at him since their spar. The tension between them was awkward but familiar, just Naruto and Sasuke. A little tension was nothing new. Sasuke, however, was more obvious than usual. He kept his distance from the team but moved noticeably closer to Sakura as soon as Naruto joined them. Even past Naruto seemed to notice, nudging closer to Sasuke, who didn't pull away. Shizune stood beside Tsunade's desk when they entered, a clipboard against her chest. She smiled tiredly. She had been working overtime to treat and revive the victims while also investigating the time travel phenomenon among them. Taunton lay atop paperwork on the desk, exhausted from walking on her own for days. "Shizune has developed a theory," Tsunade said, leaning back in her seat. "A very good one, so pay attention." Naruto lingered in the doorway as Team 7 filed in. "You know who's been doing it?" His voice was low, disbelieving. Tsunade still suspected Kumo. He was supposed to reach the source first. "Not exactly." Shizune placed the clipboard on the desk for them to see. "I noticed a recurring condition in each of the patients. We've managed to stabilize 3 of them. Their chakra reserves were low, but we were able to help them recover thanks to the quick rescues." She nodded, pointing to the reports clipped together. All 3 victims who are now stable claimed they didn't remember anything, not even a vague recollection. Inoichi confirmed this on the first day they awoke. There was no memory from the time they began acting strangely and attacked the village. "We figured," Kakashi said when Shizune paused. "Leaving behind memories would be a foolish move on our enemy's part." "Easily traceable," Tsunade agreed. "I discussed it with the 3rd for his opinion, and he suggested we check the part of the brain susceptible to genjutsu. We were exploring every lead we could find. When we followed his instructions, we found faint traces of a genjutsu left behind. I mean faint." Inoichi watched for 7 hours straight. But it was there. Half of Naruto's mind urged him to think of genjutsu. The other echoed with confusion. "I heard it too," Kurama said, curious. "Ask her." "Bachan," Naruto began, recalling her words. "Did you say the 3rd? As in the 3rd Hokage?" Tsunade frowned at the interruption. "No, I meant the 3rd pineapple of the Pineapple Village." "Yes, I meant the 3rd Hokage. Who else? Have you been keeping him updated?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "He seemed pretty out of the loop last time I visited. Retirement seemed to be treating him well." "Retirement?" Naruto muttered. "That's a funny way to put it." Sakura was looking over the reports, her curiosity piqued. Sasuke leaned against the far wall, only slightly following the conversation. Past Naruto perked up at a topic he could finally understand. Tsunade exchanged a look with Shizune. "Why would that be a funny way to put it? Would you prefer we say, on vacation?" "I know that's what it might be, but it is a bit disrespectful." "Ojaizen died," Naruto blurted out. The words drew 6 heads to swivel in his direction. "Excuse me?" Naruto sat in the nearest chair, his mind racing. "During the Chunin exams, Orochimaru attacked, right? And Ojaizen fought him. I was somewhere else, but he died. I went to the funeral and everything. He died, right, Kurama?" "He did." Sakura muttered, "Huh?" Tsunade narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. "The Chunin exams have passed, and Orochimaru attacked," she agreed, tapping her nails against the desk. "Hiruzen was wounded, and Orochimaru escaped, but Sensei wasn't on the verge of death, from what I've heard." Naruto paused. "Ojaizen? Alive? Who else?" "This is a significant discovery," Kurama said reluctantly. "It complicates things, but we may be in a completely different timeline. So, this isn't my past. Naruto closed his eyes, entering his mindscape to confront Kurama. What does that mean? I had a feeling. There was no way we could travel to the past and keep it intact. Your memories would have to be altered. You might not even exist. Same goes for me. So then where are we? When? Nothing's changed, Naruto. I suppose we don't have to be as careful now though. The future of this timeline will be different whether we interfere or not. Naruto took a deep breath, thought hard, and then gave up. I don't get it. Kurama sighed as if he had anticipated this. Do you remember this happening in your past? Do you remember meeting a future version of yourself? Naruto double-checked. Precisely. You are not from this time. This isn't your past, not exactly. Either we already changed things irreversibly, or Madara sent us to a different point in time. It's not my past. You've said that twice. Yes. I still don't get it. What's he doing? Sakura whispered. Past Naruto moved to poke his future self, only to have his hand caught in a larger one. Naruto opened his eyes, releasing his younger self's fingers. Tsunade-bachan, answer me one more time. Sarutobi Hiruzen is alive? Right now. He is. She folded her hands in front of her, watching him carefully. He's hospitalized currently, but mostly recovered. Oh. Naruto felt a sudden pain tug at his heart, an overwhelming urge to ask something he shouldn't. He glanced quickly at his past teammates before stealing his expression. And Namikaze Minato and Kushina are no longer alive, right? He asked, keeping his voice steady. Kakashi's eyes fell, and Tsunade softened. His sensei shook his head twice, picking up on his act. The hope Naruto hadn't allowed to bloom shriveled. Thought so, he murmured softly. Past Naruto tilted his head. Who? The fourth Hokage and his wife, Tsunade supplied, her gaze drifting nonchalantly. They passed 17 years ago. She pinned Naruto with her caramel eyes. We're going to have a history session later. What did Kurama say? We're in a different timeline. This isn't my past. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek. Does that mean I don't have to be careful anymore? That was only ever up to you. Who's Kurama? Sakura repeated. Past Naruto nodded in agreement. I don't know what careful means, but if you're able, keep it up. Tsunade pursed her lips. After all this blows over, you're going back to where you belong. You will not be fighting our battles for us. Naruto smiled softly. I know. A different timeline, Shizen muttered. This will change things a bit. As far as actually getting you back, we're back to square one. Naruto waved her words aside. He knew what she wasn't saying, that they hadn't been very focused on finding a time jutsu anyway, not with the whole zombie ninja situation going on. He didn't mind. He could find a way to his own time after Konoha was safe. So, genjutsu? He asked, filing away the discovery for another time. Do you know who cast it? Yes. Right. Shizen turned back to the desk. We couldn't figure out the user. The jutsu was practically gone when we found traces of it, and the victims were no longer under its influence. Naruto stood, meeting Tsunade's eyes. Well, Tsunade-bachan, can you recall anyone from Kumo with such untraceable, masterful genjutsu? The fifth Hokage resisted the urge to point at the door and order this brat out of her office. It would be so satisfying. Out of my office. Later, maybe. No, Naruto. I do not know of anyone with these kinds of abilities who resides in Kumogakure. She raised an eyebrow. Happy? She grinned. Very. Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose. You need to understand that I don't want another hidden village infiltrating Konoha any more than you do. I'm simply keeping the options open. That is my job. Your job and personal grudge, he muttered. Get out of my office. A different timeline. It was late. He should be asleep. His younger self was knocked out in his bedroom, his snoring audible all the way from the couch where Naruto resided. But he was in a different timeline, which meant this wasn't his past. Which meant Sasuke didn't have to leave. Erosenin didn't have to die. Itachi, sigh, his younger self struggle with the demon inside of him. All of it could be different. Promises wouldn't have to be made, none of them broken. No goodbyes, no giving up, no grief. All it would take was some revealing on Naruto's part. Careful, brat. Am I just supposed to watch then, Kurama? Wake up tomorrow and see Ero-sennin and Sasuke and Sakura-chan and everyone else, knowing the pain and challenges they're going to face, and not say anything? Not do anything? I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? Kurama was quiet for a few minutes. Naruto sunk into the silence, figuring Kurama was done conversing and decided to go back to sleep. I shared my power with you back in that war, because I trusted you to do the right things with it. Kurama settled himself down comfortably in Naruto's mindscape, letting out a low grumble. It was hard to believe he'd only just begun working with this human brat, and he hated that. Naruto was just so different from those other humans, the other Jinchuriki. There was no quiet, Kurama. No, behave yourself, or there will be consequences. Naruto practically said, yo, demon? You've been terrorizing me for years since I was born, actually, but I'm going to give you a chance. But I don't know, that's just the kind of person I am, I guess. The worst part was that there were no ulterior motives. No, this was Naruto. He was kind and forgiving and stubborn. No matter his own sufferings, that was Naruto. If he wanted to befriend the beast inside of him, nothing could stop him. Kurama was not going soft. He wasn't. Do the right thing, kid. Naruto's response was cut off with a flare of chakra in the present. He gave Kurama a solid nod before leaving the fox to his rest, almost immediately recognizing the presence outside the door. Sakura was purposely flaring her chakra to get his attention. He could tell. Naruto rose, already wide awake, and moved silently across the apartment before swinging the door open. She was huddled into herself, looking away when he could see her. So small. She hadn't quite grown out of that shell she'd had back then. Doubtful. Loud and unmoving but doubtful. Sakura-chan. The kunoichi jumped, turning to face him with wide eyes. Naruto. You were so quiet. He pointed over his shoulder. Little me's sleeping. Do you need something? Oh. Sakura's emerald eyes avoided his gaze. She bit her lip. Did I wake you? Naruto pet his head. She was troubled, that much was obvious. Troubled. And she came to me? Not at all, Sakura-chan. Couldn't sleep. He gave her a reassuring smile, hoping to break through her invisible shield, but she only frowned deeper. You should be sleeping. Naruto sighed, waving her away from the doorway to step through and shut the door behind him. He leaned against the frame, crossing his arms. And you? A growing kunoichi needs her rest if she's to. Are you implying I'm not strong enough to take you on right now? She asked, her forehead ticking. 'Cause I don't need any beauty sleep to wipe that stupid grin right off of your face. Naruto believed it. That's not what I meant, and you know it. You said I should be sleeping, you know. I'm just saying the same for you. Sakura looked away, rubbing her arms. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Whoa. Naruto stood straight, reaching out to feel her forehead. Are you sure you're well, Sakura-chan? That's not what you'd say to me. I was sure I wouldn't get out of this without at least a bruise. I'm not going to hit you, Naruto. Sakura rolled her eyes, but her voice was soft. Boys. So sensitive. Naruto huffed a laugh, shaking his head. Never changed. He moved to the edge of his younger self's porch, shoving his hands in his pockets and watching gray clouds envelop the moon. I don't know how long we're supposed to avoid the real reason you came here, but I'm sure your parents will be worried if you don't return home soon. Sakura, in the process of moving to stand beside him, froze. Naruto was talking about her parents as if he knew them. That felt a bit insensitive, inner Sakura chided, but Sakura shook her head. It was just different. Different from the usual, I love you, Sakuran, and conversations that skirted around family. This Naruto didn't usually talk about family matters because he didn't have that experience. But this Naruto was right. Her parents would be worried if she didn't make this quick. So, am I going to say it or are you? Sakura frowned. Say what? You want to know about the future, right? The breeze caught Naruto's hair, ruffling it. He would have felt so free under the vast night sky if it weren't for the weight he carried in his heart. You want me to tell you what to do and where to go next? Sakura hoped he couldn't hear her heart pounding furiously against her ribcage. She moved next to him, taking a deep breath to calm herself. You've always done so much now. Just one more thing, please. Sasuke, she whispered. Please tell me about Sasuke. Sakura hoped he couldn't hear her heart pounding furiously against her ribcage. She moved next to him, taking a deep breath to calm herself. You've always done so much now. Just one more thing, please. Sasuke, she whispered. Please tell me about Sasuke. Naruto closed his eyes. The light breeze danced across his eyelids, tickling his exposed skin. He sighed. Do you ever get tired of worrying about Sasuke? The blonde shoved his hands into his pockets, reflecting on the last few years of his life. Because I do. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop or anything. Just tired of looking after his stubborn self. Sakura gripped the railing. Isn't that what you're supposed to do when you care about someone? Of course. Just wish that someone wasn't always Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto grinned. You want to know about the future? All you really need to know is that Sasuke is a real handful. She released a pent-up breath, sending a silent thank you his way for breaking the tense atmosphere even if his words likely rang with truth. She and Naruto were sharing an awfully bittersweet moment. Are you too close in the future? Naruto's grin faded gradually. Close? Physically or figuratively? Because most of the time, the Uchiha hadn't been anywhere near him. He's my best friend, he decided to tell her. He knows it too, he just wouldn't admit it. Sakura let a smile touch her rosy lips. Does best friend mean constantly fighting and teasing each other? You two aren't much more than that, I'm afraid. Friends fight, Naruto said. Like you and Ino. Sasuke just takes things really far, you know? Sometimes too far. He's lost, Sakura whispered, finally voicing her true thoughts. And confused. I don't know how to help him. And with that mark he's not thinking straight most of the time. I'm so scared he's going to do something reckless. Naruto, please tell me he's going to be okay. She looked away to blink the moisture from her eyes. It only stuck to her eyelashes. She wanted to take back the words, swallow them, and never let them see the light of day. Naruto didn't deserve to deal with all of her concerns on top of everything else, but he was just so easy to talk to. The words spilled out before she could stop them. Naruto looked at his young friend. Sakura had always had some of the best intuition on team, especially with someone like Sasuke. She'd probably seen his departure coming long before it had. Do the right thing. It was different now. The things he could say without breaking a delicate balance had grown tenfold. But what to say? What did Sakura need to hear? She spoke before he could. He's been different ever since Orochimaru came to the village. He lost control before. I know he'll do something he'll regret if we don't help him. Sasuke doesn't let anyone in anymore. I don't know what to say to get him to listen. An uneasy silence stretched between them. Sakura sniffled a couple of times, trying to compose herself. Sakura-chan. Her pink locks swayed as her gaze shot up to meet his. It does seem scary right now, doesn't it? Naruto looked out over the sleeping village. Our timelines may be a little different, but I get it because I've lived this. He's been acting strange and keeping to himself, though that's nothing new, but it's worrying, isn't it? You might not believe it, but even little me knows. I think I was just as scared as you. He turned to face her, his face lit up with a grin. Sakura's eyes widened. Sasuke's going to be okay, you know. Things will sort themselves out. Take it from me. Naruto gave her a little thumbs up. Team 7 is confusing right now, but it'll get better. Do me a favor, though. Sakura nodded eagerly when he paused, caught up in how fast he'd changed a somber mood to a bright one. Keep being a team, Naruto said. Sasuke is working through some things. I think we all are. But in the meantime, keep doing what you've been doing, Sakura-chan. What I've been doing? Naruto. I haven't been doing anything. That's why I came here. I don't know what to do. He shook his head, smiling. But that's where you're wrong. You've been concerned about him a lot lately, right? And of course you are, He's your teammate. Just keep including him. Show him what it means to be a part of a family. Family? Sakura paled at the thought. Family? He's your family, sir. Right now, Team 7 is really all he has. Make sure he knows he can count on you guys. Sakura ran through his words in her head 20 times over. She could do that, of course she could, but it was just as he said it's what she'd been doing. Was it enough? Naruto looked at her wringing hands, red-tipped from the chill night air. The scene felt familiar, standing in front of the girl, thinking about Sasuke. Making a promise. This time, he'd be able to keep it. I'll take care of Sasuke while I'm here, he said. Her lips parted at the sincerity. I promise. Their eyes locked for moments while the words sank in. An incredible weight lifted from Sakura's shoulders, a weight she'd grown much too used to in the last few weeks. The lifting of the burden left tears in her eyes, defiant tears she tried to wipe. A way that only returned. Thank you, Naruto, she blurted, vision blurry and face hidden behind bangs and wet hands. Thank you. When Sakura's chakra signature had long faded and the world was quiet again, Naruto found himself awake. Nights like these messed with his head. He loved sleep. Sleep, unlike most things for him, came easily. Lay down, close eyes, sleep. Not tonight. He could lay there waiting, with only the snoring across the hall and his thoughts to occupy him, but the idea wasn't appealing. Instead, Naruto pulled on the shinobi drab Tsunade had given him when he'd first arrived, missing his orange clothing more with each passing second, and tied his headband firmly around his head. Fresh air greeted him as he opened the door, and he slipped out of his past self's house with a soft click behind him. He could look for leads, or research the lead Shizun brought them that afternoon. But Naruto wanted to just think. His legs carried him without a plan. He ended up atop his father's carved head, one of the only constants in this past world. Naruto settled on the edge in a meditative position, instinctively drawing nature chakra towards his core as he retreated to the depths of his mind. A comfortable sort of awareness settled over him, and orange ringed his eyes. He sifted through the events of the past few days, combing through the details maybe to find something he'd missed, maybe to get a better understanding. Naruto sought clarity for what felt like hours before a gruff voice interrupted his mental storm. Was talking to Haruno part of some sort of plan? Plan? You managed to keep a lot locked up back there. Naruto snorted. You surprised? Why didn't you tell her about what happens? Her definition of okay is probably not leaving the village to train with the snake Sannin to confront the elder Uchiha. And everything else that friend of yours did. Sasuke does not end up okay. Kurama, you can't tell me I'm wrong. Won't she simply be further heartbroken when he does go rogue? He won't, Naruto said firmly. Not this time he won't. Kurama was silent for a moment. So you've made your decision? You told me to do the right thing. I've already lived this life making promises I don't know I can keep and losing and searching, and now I've been given the chance to help people I couldn't help before. If that's not the right thing, I don't know what is. You can't do everything for the people of this timeline. I won't. One thing, if I can just stop one big thing from happening, maybe I can spark something for this timeline. Something good. He expected Kurama to give his own 2 cents, but the fox remained silent. At first, Naruto thought he had said all he wanted to and that the conversation was over, but then he sensed the all-too-familiar chakra approaching. Sage Mode immediately identified the figure, and Naruto involuntarily froze. Great. Kurama scowled. You deal with one Uchiha, and another shows up. Naruto steadied his breathing as he emerged from his mindscape. He relaxed his body as much as he could, trying to keep a casual demeanor as the figure inched closer. Suddenly, chakra flared, and the ninja was behind him. Naruto clasped his eyes closed, holding up a hand in greeting. It's a little late for this, isn't it, Itachi? Past Naruto was confused. It was a familiar feeling, actually. There weren't many times he wasn't confused. But this was different. Really, truly different. And it wasn't even because his future self was staying in his house. Though he was sure that had something to do with it. It was also not something he could blame on Sasuke, which was sort of disappointing. Everything bad should be Sasuke's fault. But Naruto was sure this had nothing to do with his Uchiha teammate. It was all him this time. Him and the demon fox sealed inside of him. Naruto had his fair share of near-death experiences, times when he stared his life in the eyes and practically waved goodbye. Those times were probably Sasuke's fault. But there was one constant in each of those experiences, something he was getting used to in a sick, twisted way. That nine-tailed beast within him would urge him to let it take over. "Use my power," it taunted. "You could save them all." And Naruto would say no, of course. He knew the temptation was dangerous, and bad things would happen if he gave in. So he fought. He fought it, thinking about Irika-sensei and his face the night he found out, thinking about the fear the villagers harbored around him. He thought about everything he cared about and was determined to protect, convincing himself, "I can do this on my own." So he was getting used to resisting. It wasn't easy, especially considering emotions were unpredictable, sometimes uncontrollable, but Naruto tried his best. What he wasn't used to was the fox speaking to him during a moment of peace. There was no battle. No one he needed to save. In fact, Naruto just wanted to relax. But it was never that easy. "Human." Past Naruto flinched in his bed. His eyes were still pressed closed when he furrowed his brow. He offered no answer. "Something strange is going on, I can feel it." Ignore him. "Give me control. Let me fix things." "Shut up," Naruto commanded. For a second filled with silence, he thought it might have worked. "It is inevitable. You need my strength. I'm trying to sleep." Naruto exclaimed aloud, sitting up in bed. His hands flew to his mouth when he realized he might wake his future self. After a beat of quiet, though, Naruto released a slow breath and lay back down. The nine-tailed fox did not speak again that night. Naruto drifted to sleep with relative ease, but his thoughts were a burden. He was losing control, his grip loosening on his own consciousness. Being a prisoner in his own body, it was scary. "It won't happen." Kurama laughed. Itachi was silent. Naruto figured he wasn't there for a fight or anything drastic, so he made no move to guard himself. "Welcome to the past, Naruto-kun." The blonde turned to grin at him. "Thanks. I've seen a lot these last few days, but I never thought I'd see you." He studied the Akatsuki cloak wrapped around Sasuke's elder brother, the stoic-as-ever expression Itachi was way too good at. Naruto noticed he didn't step away from the shadows cast by the setting sun on the monument. "Good to see you, Itachi." The Uchiha nodded politely. His hat was low atop his head, shadowing his red eyes. For a moment, Naruto saw a cracked, borrowed face as he'd last seen on Itachi during the war. But then he blinked, and Itachi was there, very much alive and very much dangerous. They stayed still for a few minutes, silent understanding passing between them. "It's dangerous for someone like you to be in the village," Naruto said. "I don't remember seeing you here in my past. Why are you so calm?" Itachi didn't understand. It wasn't often that things did not make sense to him or easily connect after observation. But this Naruto confused him. The sooner he admitted that to himself, the sooner he'd be able to move forward and piece things together. "I am Akatsuki." Naruto tilted his head. "I know. The cloak's kind of a dead giveaway." "You don't fear me?" Itachi wasn't asking out of arrogance. He spoke with simple curiosity. Surely Uzumaki Naruto, namely one from the future, would know of the deadly Akatsuki. Was he that confident in his abilities? Perhaps he knew more than Itachi accounted for. "Should I fear you?" Naruto pursed his lips. "I mean, I might be a little uncomfortable if you came here to harm me or something. But you didn't. You wouldn't stop to talk if you were trying to." Itachi offered no confirmation, but his silence spoke for itself. "Good." There was that grin again. "So, let's talk. No need for explanations. You're not a member of the Akatsuki to me." So he knew. Itachi didn't allow himself to dwell on who else might be aware of his true intentions for the future. "You've shown interest in my younger brother since your arrival," Itachi said, his red eyes shifting to a deep black. "Why?" "Always Sasuke." Naruto sighed. "Why does everyone want to talk about him?" Itachi remained silent, as expected. Naruto sighed again, forcing himself to appear calm while his mind raced. He hadn't anticipated meeting anyone from Akatsuki while in the past, let alone Uchiha Itachi. Of course, Itachi wanted to know about his brother, but what could Naruto possibly say? I apologize for my sudden appearance, Naruto-kun. Itachi spoke first, his voice steady and his head lowered. I'm not supposed to be here, as you likely know. However, as an older brother, my concern outweighed my common sense. Naruto smiled. You really care about him, huh? He recalled his recent encounter with the elder Uchiha and the words they had exchanged. In the future, we talked a couple of times. Want to know what I said? Itachi didn't respond, and Naruto took it as a yes. Well, I told you that Sasuke's more of a brother to me than he'll ever be to you. The wind rustled the trees and tugged at Itachi's long coat. He knew he hadn't been much of a brother to his sibling, but he had done all he could. Naruto's words confirmed that he was right to come everything he wanted to know, the Uzumaki could tell him. I take that back, Naruto said. I wasn't sure then, but I can tell now. You did everything to protect the village, but mostly? You did all that for Sasuke, you know. Itachi nodded. You put this crow in me once, which was really unpleasant, by the way. Ask for permission next time, and only recently did I find out it was for a good reason. Shirsue's eye? He had put it in this boy? Tell you what, Naruto smirked. Now that I have your attention, let's make a deal. I tell you what you need to hear if you tell me what I want to know. It's only fair, right? Itachi's head moved slightly. Is there information I possess that you need? For Konoha, Naruto clarified. I have a question we've been needing the answer to, and you're just the person we need. Deal? Itachi was well aware of the youth's choice of words. I'll tell you what you need to hear. In other words, Naruto would only share what he thought was necessary. But it was a fair deal. Itachi didn't have much leverage over a boy from the future. I agree. Wonderful. Naruto clapped his hands together. Well then, Itachi, I assure you that I've got everything under control. You entrusted me with helping Sasuke back in the future, even though I thought you should be the one, so I don't have much of a choice. Sasuke's okay. I'll make sure it stays that way. He always has a home in Konoha. The sun was just beginning to rise. Silence enveloped them as Itachi absorbed Naruto's words. His answer was a simple nod. Naruto had told him what he needed to hear, true to his word. It was Itachi's turn. Before Naruto could form a question, Itachi spoke the word. Orochimaru. Then he blinked, and the Uchiha was gone. Tsunade surveyed the small crowd in her office. Shizune stood beside her, tapping her finger nervously on her clipboard to break the silence. She stopped when the Hokage glanced at her, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. Sakura, Sasuke, past Naruto, and their sensei stood before her. Everyone she needed except for a certain stubborn blonde time traveler who insisted on throwing all her plans into disarray. Where is he? She leaned forward, scrutinizing them over her desk. Sakura fidgeted. Sasuke looked away, indifferent. Naruto, however, threw his hands up. He was there last night, I swear. Past Naruto looked around for support, not enjoying being on the receiving end of Tsunade's impatience. He knew firsthand how hard she could hit when she wanted something. You guys saw him come home with me, right? He was in the other room when I went to sleep. But not when you woke up? Past Naruto shook his head. I thought he went to sleep at the same time I did, but the blankets hadn't really moved. He looked down. I was kind of distracted, but I didn't mean to lose track of him. Sakura fidgeted. Kidnapping? Or deliberate disobedience? The fifth Hokage tapped a stack of papers with her nails. I asked him to remain at your home during the night. You put him on house arrest? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. And thought it would work? Excuse me for believing he might have matured a little in that time gap. Tsunade glared pointedly at his past self. I only suggested he should stay put at night so we could keep track of him. He agreed. But clearly, Naruto still lacks in obedience. She shook her head. I should have had an Enbu follow him. She could almost hear the thoughts of the occupants of the office at her words. Would it do much good? The Naruto of this time had plenty of experience avoiding Enbu. How well could one from the future pull it off? Too much freedom, Tsunade muttered. I gave that brat too much freedom. Hey! Past Naruto protested. I'm right here. Sakura tugged at her clothing. Shizune, not caught up in arguing with the young Uzumaki and aware of the nervous body language of someone around her master, dropped her clipboard to her side. She narrowed her eyes at the pink-haired Kunoichi, observing her pale knuckles and slightly reddened lip from being bitten. Tsunatama, if I may. Tsunade turned with a raised eyebrow, regarding her assistant carefully. Go on. Shizune nodded and took a breath. If we're going to figure out where Naruto went, we should backtrack. Who saw him last? Past Naruto furrowed his brow. Are you deaf? I just said he was at my place. The Hokage's assistant tactfully ignored the rude comment, though a tick mark appeared on her forehead, gently placing her clipboard atop the desk. Tsunade watched her carefully. I'm aware he went back to your home, Naruto-kun. But after that, who saw him last? Shizune held up a finger, closing her eyes with confidence. That would be Sakura. The room fell silent, aside from past Naruto's rather loud, "H-ich." Sakura? Tsunade sat back in her chair and crossed her legs. How is that? The young Kunoichi opened her mouth to explain, but Shizune, with her eyes still closed, continued. She hasn't spoken a word since she realized Naruto isn't here. On top of that, her dress is wrinkled from how much she's been fidgeting in just the last few minutes. She's nervous and awfully quiet. Of course, I could be wrong, but this is the conclusion I've drawn from my observation. With each word, Sakura sank deeper into herself. When Shizune finished, she turned to the Hokage and bowed low. I apologize for not speaking sooner. Sakura straightened, a deep frown on her face. Her teammates looked at her curiously. I didn't think my seeing him would have anything to do with him missing this morning, and I promise I have no idea where he is. Kakashi placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her. Why did you see him last night? That's... Sakura hesitated. Oh, I just wanted to talk, I suppose. Seeing someone from the future is intriguing, of course. Aside from Naruto, no one seemed to believe her. Sakura deflated, opening and closing her mouth as she searched for the right words. What am I supposed to say? And with Sasuke standing right there? They all jumped when the door swung open with a loud bang. None other than the Toad Sage, one of the 3 legendary Sen, stepped through the doorway with pride, wearing a large grin. Sakura had never appreciated the eccentric man more. Jiraiya made a face. What's with the atmosphere in here? Are we interrogating someone? Sakura winced. Jiraiya, Tsunade said sharply, meeting his eyes. I've always thought your head would make dreadful wall decor. If you ever enter my office like that again, we'll make it happen. He swallowed, trying for a weak smile. Understood, my sweet. He clapped his hands, seemingly forgetting the threat in an instant. Thought I'd stop by. What did I miss? Past Naruto bounded up to him, and everyone in the room blinked. They were much too alike in an unexplainable way. Pervy Sage. Guess what? My future self is missing. Jiraiya looked up from his student. He's missing? Missing is a strong word, Kakashi said. We can't find him. Tsunade looked out the window. I'd call that missing. Did you look for him? Jiraiya glanced around the room. Because there are a lot of you here and not a lot of you out there. We were just discussing it, Jiraiya-sama. Shizune spoke up before her master could explode. Are you volunteering? He leaned against the door, crossing his arms. What's the rush? He'll show up eventually. The kid gets lost in his head sometimes. He'll be back. He's thinking. Past Naruto frowned. Jiraiya shrugged. Why else would you run off? He laughed. For someone who doesn't think a lot, you sure think a lot. Past Naruto put his hands on his hips. Despite his loud, insistent protests, he knew he should have been more watchful of his future self. He might not be the smartest, but he understood that this whole time travel thing was significant, much bigger than him, even if it was his future self. He felt a tad bit responsible for everything, considering it had to do with him, but the memory of being in his own head last night made him uncomfortable. All he wanted to do was run and let the wind whip past his ears until all he could hear was the ringing and not the demon's voice. He'd wanted to. Oh, Naruto murmured. I know where he might be. You do? Sakura asked. He folded his hands behind his head, looking at the picture frames on the wall instead of their eyes. Well, Pervy Sage said he was thinking or whatever. If I were doing that and he is me, after all I'd probably go to where I usually go. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. And where's that? The Hokage Monument. He wasn't at the Hokage Monument. Jiraiya sighed. Of course they sent him. He was the best of all of them, obviously, but a break would be nice every once in a while. He knew Naruto the best, so he was chosen to retrieve him. Honestly? Jiraiya thought he was less ready to confront the boy than the boy was to confront him. He'd seen things in his mind, things that suggested a fate he wasn't yet ready to come to terms with for himself. He determined Naruto was in a similar state, as he'd made no effort to talk further about it. But they weren't going to be able to avoid the future forever. Jiraiya just hoped his pupil from another time hadn't gotten himself into more trouble. Naruto had a knack for digging himself into deep holes of inconvenience. He probably got that from Jiraiya, but that was beside the point. Dealing with one Naruto was enough, but another, stronger, more observant one? Jiraiya might have his hands full, and he quite enjoyed his free time. Where'd you run off to, Gaki? Naruto left the Hokage Monument once he was sure Itachi was gone and wasn't coming back. A lead. He finally had a lead, something he'd been searching for all this time, and all he had to do was rendezvous with a rogue ninja who happened to be part of the infamous Akatsuki as well as his best friend's brother. But now his thoughts were a flurry. Too much had been revealed in one day, and his mind was struggling to keep up. He wasn't in his timeline. The third was still alive. Who else? Itachi was in the village, which meant Akatsuki was active, but it didn't matter anymore because he had a lead. Orochimaru. And that's what he should be focused on. Orochimaru. The lead. Getting rid of the threat to the village and going back to when he belonged. But what he'd learned earlier in the day seemed to stall those thoughts. They were pushed to the back burner when they should have been at the forefront, but they weren't. Naruto was stuck. It was in a past different from his own. There were so many possibilities. He could warn people of their deaths and the battle to come. He could describe the things he'd seen and prepare people with a future they weren't supposed to know of, but he could. He could save them. And then the next wave of thoughts crashed into the previous ones. Naruto was a small speck of disruption in a timeline he shouldn't have any business in. It was not his place to change things. And who was he to say anything would actually go the same? It was already different. He could send things spiraling out of control and ruin rather than save the lives of his friends and family. Incoming, Kurama rumbled. Get out of your head. Naruto blinked. He was sitting on a dock, feet dangling just over the water. He was drawn to the wooden planks because they felt familiar. In a place of difference, it felt like home. Konoha felt more like Konoha when he stood on top of his father's stone head or sat on a dock he used to walk by as a child, returning from the park, alone and cold. His heart sank when he saw his classmate in a similar position. A smile crept onto his face at the thought, just as a large figure landed behind him. Naruto, Jiraiya said, sounding slightly irritated. I've been looking for you. The blonde turned with a familiar grin that felt off to the toad sage. Erosenin, where have you been? The elder crossed his arms and stepped forward. I should be asking you the same thing. Tsunade sent me on a wild goose chase looking for you. Why didn't you report this morning? Naruto turned back to face the water, leaning on his outstretched arms and basking in the warmth of the afternoon sun. I couldn't sleep last night. I went for a walk and lost track of time. Jiraiya grunted. He wasn't about to pry. Naruto had always shared what he wanted to share, and if there was something he was keeping to himself, Jiraiya could wait. Did you hear? The smile was still in Naruto's voice, but Jiraiya couldn't be sure since he was turned away. I'm in a different timeline. Never thought I'd get to say that. Yes, fascinating. Jiraiya lowered himself beside his time-traveling student, pretending not to notice that they almost sat at the same height as he recalled what Tsunade had told him. So the old man didn't make it out of the Chunin exams in your time? Naruto shook his head. I heard it was a serious fight. I didn't see it though. I see. Jiraiya rubbed his chin. Makes me wonder what else differs between your past and this one. Naruto nodded silently, his eyes clouding as Jiraiya caught a fleeting glimpse of Minato. His late student often retreated into his mind when working out a problem, and Naruto was developing similar mannerisms that Jiraiya would have considered impossible without even meeting his father. Then again, he thought this Naruto seemed to know a thing or two about his parents. He desperately wanted to break down Naruto's walls and understand what was troubling the young shinobi, but he remained still and quiet. Naruto would speak if he needed to. Jiraiya had to trust that. You know, Naruto began, this whole time thing has got me thinking. He flexed his foot, sending ripples across the water's surface and disrupting the quiet. He paused to gather his thoughts. I might be messing up the natural timeline by being here. Jiraiya snorted, taking it upon himself to lighten the mood. You think? I never ruled out the possibility, but time travel isn't something we do often. You're an anomaly. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I know that. But is it bad? That I'm here? Whose future am I messing up without even knowing it? Jiraiya glanced at him. I wouldn't put it like that. You were sent here. That's a part of your timeline, and now you being here is a part of ours. That's history now. For as long as you're here, you belong. You're part of this story now. This isn't one of your silly novels, rasengan. Naruto wrinkled his nose at the thought. But that's a good way to put it. Silence fell between them. Jiraiya watched him carefully out of the corner of his eye. Naruto closed his eyes. I guess I'm not really concerned about that, you know. Since I'm helping with the zombie ninja and all. His fingers tapped against the damp wood. He seemed to want to say more but stopped, brow furrowing. Jiraiya blew out a breath. Go on. Let's hear what you're really concerned about, then. That seemed to be the only confirmation Naruto needed. He sighed. At first, I thought this was my past, right? So I couldn't touch anything. I couldn't mess anything up because that would be selfish and might erase the future that already exists. I don't really know much about this stuff, but I wasn't willing to risk it. A lot went wrong where I came from, but that's how we got to where we were, you know? And I was happy more or less. He hesitated. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. But now, Naruto continued, I know this isn't my past because it's different. So what's stopping me from interfering a little bit? His words came faster as thoughts spilled out, a messy recollection for Jiraiya's ears. I'm going back, and there's no way I'd change my own past. But it's different. It's hard to be here and not warn you guys about everything that's coming, because a lot of it didn't just affect me or my friends. The whole shinobi world. All I have to do is say it. Tell you guys. Tell you, rasengan. Jiraiya met his eyes. You mean my death? Naruto winced. Get on with it, then. I'm not planning to die anytime soon. The young Uzumaki stared at him, surprised. Tell you? I mean about it? You want to know? Jiraiya shrugged, as if he weren't discussing his own demise but just some mildly unpleasant weather. I've got books to write, places to visit, little brats to train. The world needs me as long as it can have me. He spread his hands reasonably, illustrating the surety of his point. Spill it, come on. How did I get myself killed? Naruto sputtered, sitting a little straighter. That's I can't just tell you. He stopped. Can I? I don't see why not. Jiraiya smiled softly, the nonchalance gone from his expression and replaced with a hint of understanding that Naruto absorbed. You're thinking a bit too hard about this, Gaki. We don't have to follow fate's path like a strict rule book. Where shinobi things like this, he gestured to Naruto, are bound to happen. And if you happen to have important knowledge and mention it here and there, well, no one will be the wiser. You want to save us? Naruto? Save us. Naruto held eye contact for a moment too long to confirm. Jiraiya was serious. He was right. So utterly, obviously right, Naruto wanted to slap himself in the face. He'd been so caught up in his own head, stuck between this and that, he'd almost forgotten the most important thing. He was Uzumaki Naruto. He did impulsive things because when it seemed right, it felt right. No questions. And this? Standing idly by while people spent each minute closer to their downfall? This felt wrong. Nothing could change the fact that there was a fourth shinobi war, that his mentor had died, and that his best friend had left the village. For him, none of that could be altered in his timeline, but here? He could make a difference. Of course, he wouldn't just stand around. Naruto released a pent-up breath. In that case, he pressed his eyes shut to recall the memory. The feelings he'd transformed into fuel to get stronger, and for a moment, his doubts resurfaced. If Jiraiya hadn't died, would he have trained? Would he have grown stronger? Would he have been able to defeat pain when the time came? He shook those thoughts away. He fought for Jiraiya's legacy, for his dream. The man didn't have to die for Naruto to embrace that and grow alongside it. You left the village to investigate something in Amage Cure. I wasn't aware that you'd gone by yourself. I probably would have tried to stop you, Naruto said. Jiraiya leaned forward. Amage Cure? That place? What had drawn him there? I'm not sure what kind of lead you had, but you left Konohagakure. I didn't find out until later, but you engaged in a fight with a very strong Akatsuki member. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. How strong are we talking? You were defeated in Sage mode. We only found out because the geezer sage returned with a coded message from you, but you must have fought really hard. Naruto grimaced. We weren't able to recover your body, and I didn't find out until way too late. Jiraiya felt a drop of sweat roll down his back. No matter how invincible he seemed, despite the countless enemies he'd fought and taken down, the thought of falling to one rogue ninja did not sit well with him. He swallowed. I see. Naruto smiled wistfully, a bit lost in his memories. You went down fighting for Konoha. I learned Sage Mode and defeated Pain when he came to attack the village. The name of the man who would take his life. Jiraiya grimaced. There's more to it, Naruto continued. More. But I don't think I should get into it. It's confusing, anyway. But now you know. He bit the inside of his cheek, turning to gauge his master's reaction. I'm glad I get to see you again. You're just the same, no matter the timeline. A spark of pride cleared away the cloud of apprehension Jiraiya's mind was working to sort out, and he reached over to ruffle the blonde's hair. Naruto threw his hands up to bat him away, but the grin stretching across his cheeks was the most genuine one Jiraiya had seen yet. Come on, Tsunade's ready to blow a fuse. A spark of pride cleared away the cloud of apprehension in Jiraiya's mind, and he reached over to ruffle the blonde's hair. Naruto threw his hands up to bat him away, but the grin stretching across his cheeks was the most genuine one Jiraiya had seen yet. Come on, Tsunade's about to blow a fuse. Naruto. Tsunade laid her hands out in front of her on the desk. Jiraiya stood in the corner, oddly silent for once, and Team 7 had moved aside to make room for the future Naruto. Where have you been? Thinking, Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised a triumphant finger. Tsunade shook her head and pinched the bridge of her nose. No, Naruto, I mean, why didn't you stay put? You understand the seriousness of this situation, I know you do, and it certainly doesn't help me when you run off like that. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry, Tsunade-bachan. I just had a lot on my mind, you know? It's all good now, though. She watched him for a moment longer before shifting her gaze to Team. I apologize for taking your time, Team 7, she said, though her tone suggested she felt no real regret. Kakashi gave a closed-eye smile. No worries, Tsunade-sama. She waved them off. You all can return to your duties. Actually, Naruto interrupted, causing Sakura, Sasuke, and past Naruto to pause in their movements to leave. There's something I need to share. With everyone. Oh. Tsunade folded her hands. And it wasn't something you could have done before disappearing this morning and wasting both the Hokage's and Team 7's time? Cut him some slack, Jiraiya said, moving forward to sling an arm around his future student. He's a growing boy with maturing thoughts. There are things he needs to work out on his own. Sakura frowned. That could mean some rather inappropriate things coming from you, Jiraiya-sama. That's not. The Akatsuki are in the village, Naruto said. What? Naruto didn't know who said it, but he didn't stop to figure it out. It wasn't a question, he had just blurted out that an organization of wanted nin had infiltrated their peaceful village. He held up his hands, glad to finally have their attention. Not right now. They were. One was. As far as I know. The room fell into a heavy silence. Tsunade blinked. Jiraiya leaned forward. One could imagine Kakashi's brow raising, and the genin of Team 7 looked on, somewhat oblivious to the weight of Naruto's words. Naruto, Tsunade finally said, I would ask you to explain. In detail. You know what, let's forget I said anything about the Akatsuki, yeah? He laughed nervously, forcing his eyes not to drift towards Sasuke and all the things he could tell him. There's no Akatsuki. None. At all. Kakashi's indifferent expression returned, utterly uninterested, but he would always be his sensei. That's not just something we're going to forget, Naruto. If something happened, we need to know, Tsunade agreed. Naruto sighed. I wasn't completely alone last night. But you're going to have to trust me on this one, because it's too complicated to explain right now. This time he did glance back at Sasuke, but he blinked and his eyes were back on Tsunade. Trust me. The Hokage tapped her fingernails on the desk agonizingly slow, staring him down. Then she glared, grumbled some things beneath her breath, and sat back with crossed legs. All right, Naruto. All right. But tell me something you do know. Spit out whatever you've been dying to say since you got here. Naruto looked around the room. Each of his comrades from the past. He nodded, knowing that putting a name to the incidents would mean his return to his own time sooner rather than later. If that was, he figured out a way. He would. When the time came. I know who's behind the zombie ninja, he said slowly, picking his words carefully. Because, if anything, this was an educated guess at best. He'd been given a name, just a name, and now he was putting the picture together without much of a frame. Tsunade's brow rose. She gestured for him to continue. Well, Naruto thought for a moment. Right, so you said that the third Hokage's still alive, yeah? Tell me, how badly did he deal with Orochimaru? The Hokage straightened, grasping the small thread of information he may or may not be implying. Orochimaru didn't fight by himself. He reanimated the past Kage and pitted them against Sarutobi-sensei. Hiruzen beat them, though, if I'm correct, Kakashi, how'd it go from there? Orochimaru engaged the third, but we were able to break through the barrier and send reinforcements in. The Sannin retreated shortly after. But he was mobile, right? Naruto asked. Well enough to retreat and hide away? He wasn't. I don't know, unable to use his arms? Hiruzen said Orochimaru barely exerted himself during the fight, Jiraiya put in, trying to see behind Naruto's words. We guess he retreated only because his plan didn't go as he thought it would, and he wasn't ready to take bigger risks. Why? Sakura said. Did he lose his arms in your time? Naruto grimaced. Something like that. But, he looked to Sasuke. He did get into the forest of death and leave you with a curse mark, right? All that's the same? Sasuke frowned. Naruto looked from Kakashi to Tsunade to Sasuke again, squinting. His past self shuffled his feet. You understand why he did that, right? Sakura gripped the side of her dress. Naruto turned to look at the Hokage, who had her back turned on Team. I wasn't going to say anything, but since it's a different timeline. He intends to use the seal to manipulate your mind, Sasuke. Orochimaru needs a new, strong vessel, and he's deemed you perfect for the job. Sasuke went rigid as his teammates glanced at him with worry. But, Naruto said, thinking fast, it's a little different now. In my time, Gigi didn't make it out of the battle. Before he died, he made it so Orochimaru couldn't use his hands to weave signs, and by that point, he needed a new vessel fast. He intended to use Sasuke. You mean Sasuke became that snake guy? Past Naruto scowled. That's messed up. Of course it is, Naruto said. But it never happened. At least, Sasuke didn't become Orochimaru's new body. I can't say much more for the rest of the stuff that happened involving Orochimaru. He gestured randomly, shooing the thought away. Anyways, my point is, if Orochimaru doesn't need a vessel right away, he might leave Sasuke alone for a little while. And if he's not so focused on Sasuke, he's got a lot of free time on his hands. Tsunade nodded into her hand, mulling over his words. I hate to admit it, but you're right. I don't know if I believe he's behind this, but I can certainly imagine it. Just when you think a guy might be redeeming himself, Jiraiya said, regret evident in his voice, He goes and attacks your village. Figures. Naruto raised his hands. Let's not jump to conclusions. I only got his name, so I don't really know his connection to all this. Tsunade sat up. Well, it's worth investigating. I'll have Shizun look into mind control genjutsu. Did your friend from last night provide anything else? A location? Context? Maybe some solid proof. Naruto shook his head slowly. None. Great. Anything else? Just give me the mission. Tsunade's eyebrow rose again. I have a better grasp on this enemy than anyone here, even if you were his teammate at one point. He's different, believe me. Naruto placed his hands on his hips. Give me the mission to find him and promise me you'll let me go after him. Tsunade leaned forward, intrigued. She had no objections to his request. She might have already been about to ask him herself, but she wanted to understand his reasoning. And why would I do that? I have a plan, Naruto said matter-of-factly, a grin forming on his face that was a bit darker than usual. And I'd like to confront that snake. He's S-ranked, Naruto. Jiraiya stood up from where he had been leaning against the wall. What are you still a genin? What makes you think you can take on my old teammate one-on-one? Naruto shook his head. First of all, I don't need to fight Orochimaru. You just have to say the right things to him and I'm as interesting as can be. A shinobi from the future. He'll want to know things, but I won't tell him anything until he answers some of our questions. He tilted his head. Secondly, I didn't say I was going alone. I'm part of Team 7, after all. They'll come with me. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a look. And if he is the one behind the genjutsu? Naruto clenched his fist. Then I'll make him stop it. Release, Naruto. You'll make him release it. Exactly. Naruto held up a finger. Now, about finding him. Tsunade shook her head. Yes. Naruto grinned. I request the assistance of Nara Shikamaru. Exactly. Naruto held up a finger. Now, about finding him. Tsunade shook her head. Yes. Naruto grinned. I request the assistance of Nara Shikamaru. Sarutobi-sama will see you now. Naruto scowled, jumping up from his spot against the hospital floor. He better. That geezer, making me wait. I don't have all day, you know. The nurse pasted on a smile as she led him to the third Hokage's hospital room. It was secluded from the rest of the rooms, which Naruto assumed was for both the old man's safety and his quick recovery. Hiruzen was no doubt enjoying this. He always did love avoiding work, whether by pretending to sleep or creating a mess for someone else to clean up. Naruto decided it was for the best that he retired. Even if he could continue as Hokage, it was high time someone else took the hat. The nurse, a slim brunette with the palest skin Naruto had ever seen, opened the door for him and stepped aside to allow him to enter alone. The first thing he saw when he walked through the entryway was the old third Hokage, reclined in a stark white hospital bed. He looked just as Naruto remembered him, and for a moment, the blonde didn't move from his spot in the doorway. It was surreal to see the man once the only person in the village who would spare him a conversation and even a glance alive, breathing, and sipping from a teacup as he often had. Suddenly, Naruto was 4 years old again, wondering why he was the only kid without parents, the only one who lived alone. He was a freshly graduated genin, smiling for his picture while the old man shook his head. Then he was standing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's grave with clenched fists, watching Kinomaru cry for his grandfather and promising himself that no one would have to die like that as long as he was around. My, Hiruzen said, setting down his teacup with the tenderness of an elderly hand, how you've grown. Naruto flinched. You're really alive. Was I not supposed to be? Hiruzen chuckled. Did you expect to walk in here and find me a corpse? You haven't changed a bit then, I suppose? And just like that, Naruto's awe dissipated. I've changed a lot, he muttered. And what's so wrong with how I was before, huh? Hiruzen didn't respond. He patted the end of his bed instead, inviting Naruto to take a seat before him. Naruto hesitated. He hesitated because you weren't supposed to be so casual with the head of Konohagakure, and all he could remember in that moment was years of standing before that boring wooden desk and staring at the shell of what a man had once been. Not family, not a companion, but a man of power who had lived far too long and seen far too much. Sit, Hiruzen said. There's a lot we must talk about, yes? Naruto met his eyes. They were soft and crinkled around the edges. Spots from age littered the man's face just as they always had, but now he was free of a burden he'd carried for so long. It's about time you gave up the hat to someone else, Naruto grumbled, plopping down beside the man who could have been his grandfather. Ah, yes, Hiruzen said, but he didn't seem focused on his words. He watched Naruto steadily, noting the boy's stiff caution, like a tight coil ready to spring, the overwhelming presence that radiated from him. It's lame that you're stuck in a hospital bed, Gigi. Naruto leaned back on his arms, looking up at the ceiling. Konoha's being attacked, you know. And all you're doing is sitting in here. Hiruzen hummed. I quite like just sitting in here. Isn't Tsunade doing a good job? Should I be worried? Naruto sent him a sidelong glance. I guess so. You guess so? We haven't been able to stop the attacks, and we only just figured out who's behind it. Who's behind it? Hiruzen stroked his beard. You've got a suspect? Naruto turned to face him. Tsunade-bachan didn't tell you? She told me it was your idea and that I'd find out soon enough. Hiruzen pursed his lips. Although, I've got a guess. Naruto looked at his lap. Yeah. Orochimaru. I see. Hiruzen grunted. Well, I suppose it's up to you to do what I couldn't. What's that? Naruto asked. It's time for my old student to go, Hiruzen said firmly, but there was a weight to his words that proved his age. He's caused far too much trouble for one man. I should have put a stop to it years ago. Naruto shrugged. He's not all bad. I mean, he helped us in the end. He stole Sasuke away from the village and everything, but I guess it wasn't his ultimate decision alone. Then, Hiruzen laughed at the face Naruto made as he realized he was going on about things that had yet to happen in this time. No, do go on. This is interesting. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. I didn't mean to say that, Gigi. I don't care if this is a different time. I don't want to influence anything that's not mine to influence. You don't, Hiruzen rubbed his beard, looking at the blonde from head to toe. So you really are from the future, then? I had no choice but to believe it when Jiraiya told me. How old does that make you? Naruto smiled. 17, the day I got sent here. Almost an adult now, Hiruzen said softly. Are you any good? Huh. Strong. Do you fight well? Naruto grinned. Of course I do. I'm a lot stronger than I was at this time, you know. Oh yeah. Hiruzen smiled mildly. What can you do then? Was training with my pupil worth it? Rasengan. Naruto's grin dissolved into a gentler smile. Oh yeah. I owe a lot of what I know to Rasengan for sure. I heard you've got a handle on senjutsu? Did Jiraiya teach you that just like that old rasengan? He noticed Naruto's smile didn't fade completely. No. But he inspired me, Tibeo. I see. Hiruzen set his hands in his covered lap. And me? Naruto glanced up. You. Did Orochimaru kill me, Naruto? The Jinchuriki was serious for a moment, holding Hiruzen's gaze fiercely. Not without a fight, he didn't. Hiruzen hummed again, and the room fell silent. Naruto found that he liked spending time with the old man when he wasn't playing Hokage. It was nice to be on mutual ground for once. Maybe it could have been this way if he really hadn't died during the Chunin exams. Get him for me, then no. Stop my villagers from attacking each other and keep Tsunade in check. In the meantime, I don't plan on dying before I get a long vacation. Do some good here and then go back and do it in your time, yes? Carry on the will of fire for this old man. Naruto turned with a fierce grin. Always. What a drag. Nonsense. Naruto exclaimed, spreading out a large map on the table where he and Nara Shikamaru sat. You're just the person I need. Shikamaru grunted, observing this future version of Naruto closely. Generally, he didn't care much for what the Uzumaki did, but even he had to admit it was fascinating to see a grown-up Naruto. Definitely something to marvel at. I have some coordinates here, Naruto said, showing Shikamaru a scroll he'd received from Shizune earlier that day. Shikamaru was genuinely surprised that Naruto knew what coordinates were. I asked for the log of all the zombie ninja victims. I thought we could track them to a single point if we did some calculations, or whatever it is you do with your brain. Shikamaru frowned but had to admit it was a good tactic. The Hokage hadn't taken the same approach because she was sure of Kumogakure's involvement, but this way was more thorough and unbiased, even if they did have a suspect. Say, Naruto said, handing Shikamaru a copy of the scroll and gesturing for him to start marking locations, you ever seen a cult? Shikamaru took the scroll and glanced over it briefly. A cult? Cult. Yeah. Naruto took his own scroll and scratched his head as he determined where to start. You know, like one of those organizations or whatever where they worship something? Like, I don't know. Maybe a god or something? Shikamaru dipped a brush in ink, lazily marking a few locations. Despite his bored, careless demeanor, he was intrigued by Naruto's words, and if there was one thing everyone knew about Nara, it was that they loved solving puzzles. Chances were, they'd do it right the first time. When he'd been summoned to help the future Naruto, Shikamaru had expected to do some surveillance work or maybe even babysit a rambunctious Naruto. Ino had wanted to come, eager to see an older version of their loud classmate, while Chuji had waved goodbye, more focused on lunch than anything else. Asuma had shrugged, but Shikamaru could tell he was taking the appointment more seriously than the rest of his team. The question was why. But Shikamaru hadn't really bothered with the answer because, as mentioned before, he really couldn't care less. If something was going to require effort, he'd better be awfully curious. Now, his curiosity was growing. Can't say I have, he said slowly. Naruto dropped the topic after that, and they worked quietly. Until he had more to say. You know what would be a cool ability? To inflict damage on someone else wherever you strike yourself. But it would only be cool if you were immortal, you know? Naruto continued his work as he spoke. How would you counter that, I wonder? Shikamaru froze at the thought, a chill running up his neck. He glanced up to find Naruto's deep blue eyes fixed intently on his own, unable to look away. Shikamaru turned the brush over in his fingers, choosing his words carefully. Have to think about it. Naruto held eye contact for 5 seconds more before he raised his brush and smiled. Could you do that? Now, why don't we try to pinpoint a specific area? Shikamaru raised a brow, remaining rigid for a while longer before releasing a long, tired sigh. Troublesome. It was dark. Only moments before, electricity had run through his veins, and adrenaline surged within him. The power in the palm of his hand was palpable as he focused on his target. He was going to make it. I'm going to hit him. But nothing was ever that easy, and fate had never cared much for Sasuke's preferences. His Chidori collided not with the torso of a man who'd caused destruction but with the bark of a large tree. Sasuke's perception of the space around him shifted so suddenly that he stumbled, trying to regain his bearings. The chakra he could sense was immediately different. Naruto's warm, steady signature was gone, and Sakura's had evaporated, leaving a void he hadn't realized was there. Sasuke let the lightning fade from his palm. He was no longer on the battlefield of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, at least not the main grounds. That much was obvious. He'd seen Uchiha Madara's lips moving with silent words before striking. A transportation jutsu? This wasn't Konoha. It was the dense forest he had come to know in his youth, and realization dawned on him, not Konoha, but the woods of the first hideout Orochimaru had inhabited when Sasuke trained under him. He settled a steady, almost spring-like hand on his sheathed shakudo, glancing around. Something felt off. Then he sensed it. A spike of chakra that he knew wasn't his own pierced through his awareness. Sasuke hissed and reached up to grab his head. What the hell? His mind went blank. Pupils dilated. What had he been saying? What was wrong? Nothing. Nothing. He had a purpose now, a place to be. He thought. Sasuke straightened. He unsheathed the sword. Did he have any explosion tags on him? He hoped he did. Uchiha Sasuke stumbled forward with a train of thought that wasn't his own. This is where you'll find him? Tsunade ran her fingers along the map spread across her desk, her cheek resting against her palm. And you're sure about this? Naruto glanced at Shikamaru. There's about a 30% chance that we actually have the right place, the newly appointed Chunin said for the blonde, scratching the back of his neck. But it's probably the best shot you've got. If Orochimaru's even behind this, Tsunade muttered. She sighed and leaned back, rolling the scroll neatly and handing it back to Naruto. Alright, Team 7, plus Naruto, will be dispatched as soon as they can. Naruto nodded, a sharp grin spreading across his face. Got it? I'll let the others know. We won't let you down, Tsunade-chan. She stared at his outheld thumb, dangerously close to her face. Michim. Just get going. Naruto tucked the scroll into the pouch at his thigh. He turned to leave but hesitated before he was through the door. Hey, by the way. Tsunade raised a brow when he scratched his cheek, glancing back over his shoulder. Shikamaru stared at the ceiling, wishing he had been dismissed already. Have you ever? Naruto shrugged, meeting her eyes and then breaking contact as he worked the words out. You know. Tsunade exhaled. I regret to inform you that I do not possess the ability to read minds. You may have to say the words aloud if you wouldn't mind. Naruto stuck his tongue out but grew serious again. Have you ever thought about training Sakura-chan? She sat back, crossing her legs. Sakura? The one you fawn over all the time? That's the one. I know you just became Hokage and everything, but… Naruto avoided her eyes. She's got good potential for medical ninjutsu. I mean, at least I think so. And she can hit pretty hard, believe me. She also reminds me a lot of you. And I think being on Team 7 is really good for her, but Kakashi-sensei doesn't specialize in anything she's working towards. He doesn't have much to offer her after the basics, really. Kind of like how I train with Arrow Sennin, you know? Tsunade folded her hands in front of her lips. Naruto tilted his head. Tsunade stood, shifting to look out over the village. You know, Naruto, I've had my eye on her. I wasn't actually going to ask her to be my apprentice. I don't have time for idle training with a genin. But she does need some kind of mentor if she wants to improve. Naruto nodded. Exactly. You're what she needs. And are you saying this because I trained her in your time? Naruto winced. No. I just think it's a good thing to bring up. Look, the point is, I know her. I have for years. Right now, Sakura-chan is spending too much time doubting her abilities and worrying about Sasuke. Which is fine and all, but if she wants to do something about it, she needs someone to train with. Tsunade hummed again. Naruto stood there for a bit, waiting for her to say something. He didn't know exactly why he felt the need to bring it up. He supposed it was concern, of course. Everything in this alternate timeline wouldn't go the same as things had for him and his friends. But it was hard not to worry about even the smallest things. If Sakura didn't train with Tsunade, how would she grow into the woman he knew? That thought scared him. It wasn't his place to meddle, but he couldn't help it. Did she bring this up to you? Tsunade finally asked. No, Naruto said, shrugging. Spending time with the old Team 7 just sort of reminded me, you know. She asked me. Naruto's gaze snapped up. Huh. But she hadn't started training with Tsunade until… She asked me already, Tsunade said again. It was before you showed up here. I turned her down. What? Naruto took a step forward. Why would you? She's not ready for anything I can do for her, Tsunade said simply, without turning. I don't want to overwhelm her. But she did come to me on her own, and I respect that. So I'll tell you what. Naruto straightened when she turned to look him in the eye. If she can make it her goal to be my apprentice and I really see the effort, then I promise to consider it. Considering it was not an automatic yes, Naruto knew, but it was better than nothing. He nodded, the smile returning to his face. Deal. Keep your eyes open, Tsunade-san. One day she's going to surpass you. Tsunade watched him go, arms crossed over her chest. She sighed, turned to Shikamaru, and shook her head. Has he always been that way? I think so, Shikamaru said slowly. Naruto is Naruto. Tsunade shook her head again. You're dismissed, Shikamaru. Past Naruto was beginning to dread the nighttime. When he was younger, it had been his favorite part of living. A time when he could pause, take a breath, and see the world for what it was without the constant negativity. The village was asleep then, and it always felt like the world was his. Like his dreams could come true. At night, there was no competition. No one looked at him as if he didn't belong. Naruto could train, run, sleep, or eat all the ramen he wanted. It was just him and the stars. Back then, he didn't know about the beast within him. Past Naruto hadn't had a problem with it until recently. The nine-tailed fox left him alone in those quiet moments. There was no reason for it to whisper in his mind or plague his dreams. But things were different now. He would drift into that space between deep sleep and wakefulness, almost allowing himself to believe he'd be free of that voice. But then he heard it. Something is going to happen. Past Naruto rolled over. I can help you. It was no use. He was awake now. Listen to me, human. Shut up, Naruto muttered. Then louder, shut up. It was hissed just above a whisper. He wanted nothing more than to get a good night's sleep, but he didn't want to wake up his future self in the process. Past Naruto hadn't said much more than shut up to the voice, but he was growing tired of feeling like he might be taken over by this monster. He had places to be. A life to live. He couldn't deal with this any longer. I have a mission tomorrow, he thought as hard as he could. Would the fox be able to hear it? Naruto rolled onto his back and stared at the ceiling for a moment. Then he concentrated, blinked, and found himself staring into a looming darkness barred by a gate bigger than the one in Konoha. He couldn't see the tailed beast, but he knew it was there, only feet away. His back went stiff as a chill ran up his spine. I want to leave. Then leave. Naruto jerked. He watched as the shadows shifted, and then he saw it. The snout of the nine-tailed beast emerged from the darkness. You may leave if that satisfies your cowardly needs. But know that this is your mindscape. I'm not the one holding you here. You can't escape your own head. Naruto swallowed. He inched a step back, hoping the beast wouldn't take notice. Its words were unsettling. They made more sense to Naruto than they should. I'm only talking to you to tell you to be quiet, alright? Past Naruto scowled. I want to sleep. I have a mission tomorrow. But I can't rest if you're constantly saying creepy things, you know? Pipe down, will you? The tailed beast moved again, and this time, Naruto could see its eyes. They seemed to glow red. Do not underestimate me, human. Despite almost every muscle in his body going rigid from the killing intent in his mindscape, past Naruto felt like huffing. I wasn't. Never have. You're powerful and scary and all that stuff. Now can I please go to bed? There was no reply. Naruto drew in a deep breath and clasped his eyes closed. When they opened again, he was back in his room. A shaky laugh escaped his lips because it worked. As he came back to the present and felt his sheets wrapped around him, Naruto realized he'd been sweating. He held his hands up above his face and watched them shake for a while. The nine-tailed fox was terrifying. But every time a tremor ran through his fingers, Naruto knew it was its words that struck him the hardest. Listen to me, human. Is something really going to happen? He asked aloud, quietly. It was more to himself than anything, so he didn't know why he expected a response. There wasn't one. You're what's inside of me, huh? Past Naruto reached up and pulled his sleeping cap over his eyes. I bet Sasuke doesn't have something like that. He drifted to sleep with an uneasy smile on his lips, honestly shaken to the core. He knew he wasn't a monster, but that thing sure was. And it was a part of him. That had to count for something, didn't it? Past Naruto missed the nights when he didn't have to worry about being a monster. His future self let his head rest on the doorframe outside of his room, unbeknownst to the other genin. Sakura glanced at her teammates. Am I the only one who finds this unsettling? She whispered. Sasuke shrugged and looked away. Naruto nodded in agreement, lips pressed thin. Itachi Kakashi, in all his usual tardiness and tendency to get lost on the road of life, had arrived. On time. All of Team 7 was there, in fact. It was a little concerning, in all honesty, to have everyone assembled at the same time, ready to go. It either meant that this mission was truly that important, or the times had gotten mixed up somewhere along the line. The only one missing was Naruto himself, the time traveler who had practically assigned himself this mission. It wasn't long before he showed up, pouch fully stocked and dressed in shinobi attire that was freshly washed. They all suspected he was missing his orange outfit, but Tsunade had deemed it too worn out to be of much use. It was strange to see him dressed in gray, though the Hokage had been generous with the orange vest and all of Team 7 was still adjusting to it. "Where have you been?" Past Naruto asked, genuinely curious. He had woken later than he would have preferred that morning, only to get a hasty goodbye from his future self before he left through the window. Naruto scratched his cheek. "I was getting some stuff. And saying goodbyes and such." "Goodbye?" Sakura's brows raised. "Are you planning on leaving before we get back?" He rubbed his chin. "Well, I can't be sure. I don't know how I can go back to my time if I wanted to, but I really don't want to leave without saying goodbye to some people here. I've missed them, you know?" "Makes sense," Kakashi said. He waved his hand in the direction of the gates. "Shall we?" Naruto grinned. He was so ready to go on a mission with Team 7 again. All of them. Even if it wasn't his Sakura or his Sasuke, he was glad to have the ones he trusted and cared for most by his side. That being said, there was no way this mission was going to be easy. They had some part of Konoha's future in their hands, as any shinobi did when leaving for a mission. It was all part of the job. "Let's do this." "Where are we going?" Sakura would have tapped past Naruto on the head if there had been a briefing on the mission. She raised a hand as they walked through the thickening Konoha forests. "I was wondering the same thing. Tsunade-sama didn't give us many details, and Kakashi-sensei wasn't around to ask." Naruto, walking with his arms folded behind his head, hummed in thought. He had been watching his past self carefully, his mind caught up elsewhere as they went. He had almost forgotten where they were headed himself. Orochimaru's hideout. The three genin turned to face him. "His hideout?" Sakura said. "You mean the legendary Sannin who attacked the village and gave Sasuke?" She didn't finish, but she didn't have to. Naruto nodded. Sasuke frowned, though he had expected as much, and past Naruto's thoughts were preoccupied. Kakashi strolled along, carefree, beside Naruto. "So he's really the one who's been making the villagers go crazy?" Sakura asked, her brow creased with concern. "Why? Any guesses?" Kakashi replied. Almost simultaneously, everyone's eyes slid to Sasuke. The Uchiha shrugged in response, letting his gaze drift to the passing trees. "I suppose we'll find out then." Their sensei straightened up, stretching out the kankes in his neck. "All right, team. Let's take to the trees, shall we?" They made much better time dashing from branch to branch above the forest floor. Naruto and Kakashi moved at a naturally faster pace and ended up in front. Sakura found herself between her two teammates, Sasuke on her left, past Naruto to her right. She liked having them nearby to keep an eye on both of them, but something felt different today. Sasuke could easily jump ahead or fall back, yet he had been sticking by her side a lot recently. Sakura wasn't blind. She had noticed it, and she had picked up on the tension between Sasuke and the future Naruto ever since they found the Uchiha in the damaged training field. The question was why? Naruto had told her she didn't have to worry about Sasuke anymore because he would take care of it. It had settled her nerves at the time, but now she couldn't help but be concerned. Sasuke's unusual behavior was worrisome, but not entirely unexpected. What stumped Sakura the most was past Naruto. He had barely said 3 words since they left for the mission. He hadn't picked a fight with Sasuke, and he didn't even seem excited about the B-rank mission they had received. Sakura knew he had noticed Sasuke's odd behavior and that he had been just as curious as she was, but now it seemed past Naruto was focused on something else. "What's with the two of you?" she asked, not meaning to voice her thoughts aloud. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned to face her, their pace never faltering. "What's wrong, Sakura-tan?" Past Naruto asked. She swallowed, glancing between the two boys. "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. Neither of you seem very involved in the mission. You didn't even try to answer Kakashi-sensei's question." Sakura fixed her gaze straight ahead as she spoke, her brows furrowed. Past Naruto brushed some leaves out of his way, swallowing. "I didn't know the answer to the question, that's why." It sounded like an excuse to Sakura. To past Naruto and Sasuke too. "We're a team," Sakura said. "So, please." She stopped short, blinking. Sasuke had thrown his hand over her mouth, yanking her back as they went. Kakashi and Naruto had stopped ahead, their sensei's hand raised. Past Naruto landed silently on the branch next to Sakura. He spoke in a whisper. What's? Sakura and Sasuke let themselves fall to dodge the shuriken. Past Naruto jumped up, and the weapons embedded themselves into the bark where he had been crouching. Stick together, Kakashi called. It's a little hard when we're being attacked from all angles. Past Naruto shouted back, just barely dodging more shuriken. He could see Sakura and Sasuke below him in the foliage. But at least they were together. Zombie ninja. Future Naruto called just as a kunai clashed with his. He grunted but parried easily, sending his opponent's weapon flying. His eyes were ringed with orange as he quickly scanned the area. There's a ton, he yelled. Some of them have bombs. He wasn't able to say more. The controlled shinobi seemed to realize his eyes could see right through them, and 4 more of them descended on him. He swore as they piled up, and he fell with them, clashing in midair. Sakura had been watching him. Naruto, she yelled as he fell, her eyes not on her own battle. Sakura-chan, look out. He warned, but she didn't have time to dodge. A zombie ninja came from behind, and she spun, kunai in hand. But her opponent had a sword. He swiped up, and Sakura was forced back until her back hit something hard. Sasuke called out, but he was occupied himself, and Sakura felt the air knocked out of her lungs. Kakashi swore under his breath. An ambush? He hadn't expected this level of intelligence. Was this planned? It didn't matter now. Naruto, eyes on your opponent, he ordered, cutting down his own opponent swiftly. Kakashi dropped down onto the tree where Sakura and Sasuke were, facing the zombie ninja who stood over his. Kunoichi. Kakashi ripped up his hitate. Tomo shifted in his eye, and he breathed out deeply. Finally, he could see everything. They weren't winning. We're outnumbered like a lot. Past Naruto shouted. Sakura tried to stand, but the cold press of metal against her cheek held her in place. Past Naruto felt his blood boil. Why couldn't he finish this already? Sakura needed his help. The sounds of battle rushed in his ears, and he tried to focus on his own opponent, but things weren't going so well below him. Past Naruto knew he wasn't the smartest, but it was obvious these zombie ninja weren't going to be tactful. They would strike without hesitation. Sakura wouldn't be held hostage for leverage or anything like that. They were going to take her down right now. You need help. The clanging of weapons and the rustling of leaves faded to white noise. Past Naruto felt the quiet for one moment. I don't need you. The monster within him laughed lowly, sinisterly. Perhaps you don't. You will live. But she? He swallowed. You will regret this. Naruto saw red. The zombie ninja wouldn't have seen it coming. Sasuke, after disarming and incapacitating his own enemy, watched as a red blur moved through the air like a bullet. Kakashi took a step back. While he had the skills to rescue Sakura, the ninja holding her had a bomb. The chakra-laced paper had begun to glow. But the explosion never came. Past Naruto's blurred, animalistic form took the zombie ninja with it in a free fall. Sakura backpedaled as the red energy came close to touching her. Team 7 watched as Naruto hurled the puppet of a man through the air. Sasuke felt himself shudder involuntarily. The air had gone cold. What was this power? This is not good, Kakashi muttered, crouching down to see over the branch. He's going to kill him. Sakura suddenly exclaimed, rising to her feet. He can't. There was a clang behind her. Watch your back, Sasuke said, drawing the zombie ninja away from her. Sakura swallowed and drew another weapon. Kakashi-sensei. They're innocent. Naruto wouldn't. He's not thinking straight. What if he? I know, Sakura. Kakashi squinted, his Sharingan tracking every movement below. I know. But if any one of us goes down there, he'll attack us too. Past Naruto growled. He had his prey pinned. The man under Genjutsu's control showed no emotion, eyes blank. Naruto raised a shrouded fist, claws shimmering with the 9 tails chakra. As he moved for the final blow, Sakura screamed. Her kunai pinned itself into the side of the tree, right beside his hand. In the moment Past Naruto spent to look up at her, his control wavered. The 9 tails hold faltered, and in that moment he was jumped by more zombie ninja. The anger surged, and his power returned full force. The fight was taken into the air, until, finally, past Naruto was on the same tree as the rest of team with his first real look at this power up close. Sasuke swallowed. He fought with his attention split. I've seen this before. He found himself back to back with Sakura, and they both agreed, though not aloud, that Naruto had something within him that was undoubtedly terrifying. Past Naruto, once again, gained the upper hand. It was a repeat as he raised his clawed hand, teeth bared. Team 7 watched in slow motion. He's going to kill him. The blow never hit. The zombie ninja's bomb went off, and they were all thrown back with a wave of dust and debris. Branches flew, leaves scraped, and bodies were tossed. Naruto! Naruto heard the blast before he felt it. There was the clanging of weapons, the grunts of a fight, and then an ear-splitting bang that made the trees groan. He shielded his head from falling debris and jumped back as a large tree branch fell to the forest floor, catching his last opponent on the head. "Takes care of that," he muttered, tilting his head upwards. He squinted at the canopy of trees. It had grown awfully quiet. Naruto! Sakura! Naruto wondered aloud. Somehow he knew that the kunoichi wasn't calling for him. "Don't you sense it?" Kurama asked from within him. Naruto let the rush of battle leave him and concentrated. He did feel it then, the overwhelming presence of the 9 tails, the potent, uncontrolled wisps of power. Had he still been in sage mode, his senses would have been overwhelmed. Oh no! In the trees, Sakura swallowed. There had been no answer to her call. Had the blow taken him? Was that strange chakra cloak unable to protect Naruto this time? Sakura! She turned when Sasuke nudged her arm. He nodded his head north, indicating she look there. Sakura did. "Naruto," she whispered. He wasn't blown to pieces, which she considered a good thing. But he seemed out of it still. The red, bubbly chakra shrouded his body in an eerie glow. His whiskers were jagged on his cheeks, and his teeth had become sharp. On all fours, he really could pass for an animal. "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with him?" Their teacher stood from his crouch. His Sharingan was still active. "We can discuss that later. Right now he needs to be returned to normal, or we're all in danger." "Us?" Sakura looked back at their blonde teammate. "He'd hurt us." "Not with any conscious intentions. He doesn't have complete control over his mind right now." Kakashi ground his jaw beneath his mask. "Where is Jiraiya-sama when you need him?" he muttered. "Jiraiya-sama? He has the seal to get me back under control," Naruto said, landing beside them. Sakura jolted at his sudden arrival. "He didn't give you any, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi shook his head. "Are you able to fully control its power now, Naruto?" "His power? And I'll tell you later," Naruto said, pulling a seal from his pouch. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at it. "I got it from Ero Sennin before we left. Figured it would come in handy." "How are you going to get close to him?" Sasuke asked. He was sweating from the fight, trying his best to get a grasp on the situation. "He's feral." Naruto turned to face them, grinning despite the situation. "I'll worry about that. Just stay back for a while because I want to try something, okay?" There was a shift in the air, and Team 7 watched as the future Naruto's form was enveloped in a glowing, fiery orange. It was a similar atmosphere to when past Naruto changed, but this chakra was warmer, reassuring. Naruto smiled. "Ready, Kurama?" There was no response to his spoken question, but he gave a determined nod as if there had been one. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi were left on the tree branch as he blinked out of view. The next thing they knew, Naruto's glowing form was in front of his past self. The 9-tailed fox sensed the change before anyone else did. He felt the shift. It was like a constant tugging in his being, a steady reminder of the change in reality. His container remained clueless, as usual, until his future counterpart stood before him. The 9-tailed fox felt a surge of anger and restlessness. He knew that the Kurama within the future Naruto's vessel was free. He could sense it. He could see his chances and he would take them. Humans would always be the world's downfall. The 9 tails might as well push things along. He could pay the price for his freedom. It worked for a short while. The young kunoichi was in trouble, and the nine-tailed fox felt the blonde human's emotions flare, his steadiness wavering. It wasn't hard to take control under the circumstances. He had almost complete influence over his vessel's mind. This could destroy those who caused you harm. He shielded the boy from the explosion. It was only getting interesting after all. His rampage had wiped out the remaining zombie ninja and was wreaking havoc in the forest, and it felt exhilarating. Freedom was just as sweet as he remembered. Stop. Stop it. We're hurting them. The nine tails raised an amused eyebrow. It was impressive, the level of resistance the human possessed. He supposed Uzumaki Naruto had always been that way, stubborn, always defiant in the face of opposition. It was admirable, for a being of his kind. It was concerning, however. Control was his, and he would do as he pleased for a little longer. The nine-tailed fox despised many things, but suppression was what he hated most. Stay put. Behave yourself. Make it easy, will you? How much longer would he have to endure sitting in a cell? A bit longer, it seemed. The seal the nine tails loathed most was placed on his vessel's forehead so swiftly that there hadn't been time to react. A human, he could understand. The boy's future counterpart, he could understand. But his very self opposing him with his own chakra? Surely there was a good explanation for this. And so the nine-tailed fox waited. He remained still as Naruto caught the collapsing form of his past self and lowered him to the forest floor. He watched as Naruto reached out and brought their fists together. The nine-tailed fox was being visited by his future self. Did we do this right, Kurama? How do you suppose I know the answer to that, brat? Well, this isn't my mindscape. At least, I don't think so. So we've got to be in little me's. Naruto blinked a few times to let his eyes adjust to the dim lighting. The bars of a familiar gate began to fade into view. Hey, past Kurama. You in here? The water swished beneath his feet. Hello. Finally, there was a break in the shadows. The nine-tailed fox shifted forward behind the gate, his imposing figure emerging from the curtain of darkness. There you are. Naruto exclaimed, grinning. He bounded forward until he was only a few feet away from the beast, leaning forward with a cheerful smile. How have you been? The nine-tailed fox leaned down. I could easily end you, human. Naruto looked up at him, realizing the tailed beast was serious and visibly deflated. You've ruined the mood, you know. He straightened, placing his hands on his hips. Actually, you've messed up a lot of things today. You scared my team, troubled some innocent shinobi, and destroyed some perfectly good trees. Not to mention you wiped out my past self. As he counted off the issues on his fingers, Kurama settled down behind him. His past counterpart, still behind the gate, watched him with narrowed eyes. What is the meaning of this? The nine-tailed fox asked lowly, almost in a growl. It sent a shiver down Naruto's spine, as it always had in the past. But his resolve didn't waver. This is my mission, Naruto said, his smile fading. And you're tormenting a member of my team. And I'm supposed to listen to you? Kurama inclined his head. I suggest you do. The nine tails leaned back. Naruto took it as a sign to continue. You haven't left my past self alone since we got here, he said. He's barely gotten a good night's sleep. It's not good for a shinobi to lose so much rest when he has every opportunity. If you've come to throw a pity party, I am not interested. No, Naruto said firmly. I'm here to ask you how you're doing, Kurama. The nine-tailed fox's bared teeth relaxed. He stared down at the little human before him, the boy who had lived for 17 years on an earth that had treated him as poorly as the beast within him since the day he could walk. How are you doing? He hadn't been asked that question since the Sage of Six Paths had given him his name. How are you, little one? Why did he feel as if it was the old man himself asking him that? What was this? Why did he feel this way? Well, how are you then, Kurama? The nine-tailed fox turned his head away with an inaudible scoff. Grumpy as always, huh? Naruto laughed. Why was he so bright? That's okay. I'll care regardless, right, Kurama? My Kurama, I mean. Kurama gave a begrudging nod. Naruto snickered. Anyway, hear me out, okay? And refrain from snapping at me, Just for a little while. Naruto took a deep breath, releasing his excitement with it. I understand you feel a little trapped in here, you know? Unfortunately, I can't do much about that. But I do know a thing or two about all that hatred inside of you. I'm coming after all that hate in you. Kurama glanced at Naruto. It went unnoticed. I can't take it all away now, because that's a job for little me. But could you go easy on him? Just for a bit. Naruto's hands fell from his hips. You're in this position in the first place because of hatred. You know how that feels. Spreading hate won't help any of us. The Nine-Tails didn't blink. He lowered his head so it was just above Naruto. His exhale ruffled the boy's hair. What do you seek from this, human? What exactly do you want me to say to you? Naruto's grin returned as he tilted his head back to see the fox. I don't want you to say anything. All I wanted was for you to hear me out. He leaned forward. I win. The nine-tailed fox sat back. He forced his gaze to leave the boy and fixed it on his future self instead. Is this the side you have chosen? To align yourself with a human? The very human who has kept you contained within him from birth. Kurama looked down at Naruto, who stood by his paw. He was silent for a moment. I did not choose to be sealed inside this human, just as he did not choose to keep me. Choices have been made for both of us. I simply recognize the good it would do to even the odds we've kept between ourselves and our vessels. And he loves me, Naruto added. I did not say that. But you thought it. Wrong, once again. Naruto turned and stuck out his tongue so Kurama could see. Anyway, give it some time, alright, past Kurama? Things will turn around, I promise. The proof is in the future, I guess. We should return, Naruto. Your team has grown restless. Right. Naruto gave a thumbs up to the beast behind bars. Thanks for hearing us out, past Kurama. We're counting on you. As they left the mindscape, the nine-tailed beast settled his head on his paws, but sleep evaded him. Kurama. When was the last time he had heard his name? Team 7 had found themselves coming down from the adrenaline rush after the incident. Although shinobi were trained for this type of fight-and-go, Kakashi knew they were still new genin. He had them set up camp after traveling a little longer, aware that they would push on as long as he asked them to. Naruto's earlier outrage had left his teammates a bit restless. They sat in a circle now, passing ration bars and watching the fire. Future Naruto and I will keep watch while you three rest. Kakashi stood alongside Naruto, leaning casually against a tree. We'll reach Orochimaru's hideout early tomorrow. Don't waste this time. Sakura nodded. Sasuke took a bite of his meal. Past Naruto seemed lost in thought, not fully hearing what Kakashi-sensei had said. Naruto, Kakashi continued, his single visible eye locked onto his young student. He waited for his attention, which was only granted once he cleared his throat loudly. Past Naruto glanced up, a haze clearing from his eyes. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was gnawing on his own bar, listening to the conversation. He felt Kakashi's prompting gaze on him. He glanced over and they shared a look. Naruto sighed and plopped down to sit with his past team. What you just saw, Sakura, Sasuke, was the power of the nine-tailed beast. Naruto looked to his past self. What you just felt, little me, was the nine tails. You know, right? Past Naruto looked away. Of course. Sakura furrowed her brows. Both she and Sasuke sensed they were treading on delicate ground. I don't understand. Why did Naruto lose control? Naruto put a hand to his chin. Good question. Little me. What were you focused on right before you felt his power? Past Naruto couldn't get over the fact that, for once, he had all of the attention without trying. His own curiosity burned. He wanted answers. He wanted to know more about himself and the monster within him. Sakura-chan. I was thinking that the zombies would kill her if I didn't save her. Sakura set down her onigiri and placed her hands in her lap. He's right. I could have been killed. You would have been, Naruto corrected. The nine-tailed beast sensed that little me was vulnerable. He knew he would do anything in that moment if it meant saving you. When you're at your most desperate, he spread his hands, that's when he works best. It's a monster, past Naruto said, picking at the grass in front of him. The venom in his voice was chilling, unfamiliar to Sakura and Sasuke. Team 7 blinked simultaneously. Past Naruto looked up. Huh. The Nine Tails is I'm sure he's awfully offended when you call him an it. Naruto tilted his head. He has feelings too, you know. Past Naruto took a moment to process the words. His name is Kurama, Naruto continued. So, if you need to address him, you can call him by his name. Past Naruto's face scrunched as he tried to make sense of that. Huh. He's not all bad, Naruto said gently. Kurama was full of anger when he was sealed into you, and it was because everyone thought the same way you do. But Sakura shook her head. He tried to make Naruto do things he wouldn't usually do. That seems pretty bad to me. How would you feel being trapped inside of humans eternally and against your will? Naruto turned to his past self. You're a Jinchuriki, little me. You just happened to get stuck with the biggest, baddest-tailed beast of them all. Past Naruto held eye contact for a long time, thinking hard, trying to see it from the perspective of his older self. But he simply couldn't. How could he? When he thought of the nine-tailed beast, all he could see were scowls and screams as the people of Konoha shunned him, the crazed face of the rogue shinobi in the forest as he attacked Irika-sensei, the dark, damp place within his mind where the demon dwelt. Past Naruto recalled so many nights where he lay awake, wondering if he contained the monster or if he was the monster himself. He had lost so many people to his unfortunate luck. Even Irika-sensei, someone he thought of as the closest thing to a father, had resented him first. Past Naruto couldn't find the part of his heart that cared for the nine-tailed fox. I want to believe you, he finally said, his voice low and broken. I do. Naruto scooted forward. I wouldn't have at this point in time either. In fact, I didn't tell Sakura-chan about Kurama until we were 16. And I only just began seeing the good in Kurama. Past Naruto gripped his jacket, right above his chest. I just don't want to hurt anybody, you know? I can't trust that I won't right now. It's sort of scary. I know. Naruto thought back on his conversation with both of the foxes earlier that day. Don't worry, little me. I know Kurama well enough to promise you he'll warm up to you. You can't blame him for being a little resentful after being told to stay put all his life, right? That I guess not. Well. Naruto clapped his hands together. I'm sure you have lots of questions. But I've already said a bit too much. He stood, stretching his arms. I'll take the first watch, Kakashi-sensei. I'll go with you, Kakashi said, straightening. He turned and raised a hand. Behave yourselves, kiddos. Well. Naruto crouched on the tree. He glanced at Kakashi. You want to know if I can control it? Kakashi gave a curt nod. I'm assuming that cloak is from the beast. Kurama. Right. His eye roamed back and forth, relaxed stance saying nothing about his level of awareness. Did you learn to control it? Naruto shrugged. You make it sound like I steal his chakra or something. Do you? No. Naruto snorted. Haven't you ever heard of sharing, Kakashi-sensei? You don't share with the nine-tailed fox. It's not that hard to believe. Naruto made a clone as he spoke, directing it to separate from them. Actually, it probably is right now. Say, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi inclined his head, inviting him to continue. How come you never said anything to me about all this? Naruto pursed his lips. I mean, I know people weren't supposed to know about the fourth Hokage being my dad and me being a Jinchuriki, but, well, it's not like I wasn't ever going to find out. You didn't want to tell me. Why? Kakashi hadn't anticipated the question. He knew Naruto must have wondered as a child, why do people keep these things from me? And rightfully so. Kakashi didn't know about the law on keeping those things from newer generations, or not telling Naruto himself about being a holder of a tailed beast. Honestly, he couldn't have cared less about those things. If he'd wanted to say something to him, he would have. Sensei? You're a lot like your father, Naruto. Kakashi glanced at him for a long moment. Sometimes I don't think that's a good thing. Naruto met his eyes. Why not? Kakashi sat back lazily. Last I checked, Minato-sensei isn't with us today. If you can be the furthest thing from dead, I'll be satisfied, Naruto. Naruto looked to the forest floor. I see. I wanted to watch you become someone different, Kakashi went on. I wanted you to acknowledge your heritage one day, but I also wanted you to surpass it. We've seen Minato. It was Naruto's turn. That's not exactly what I expected you to say. What did you expect? Naruto looked at him, a lopsided smile on his face. I thought you'd just ignore me, you know. Kakashi set his head on the tree's trunk, arms folded behind his head. It was selfish of me. I know it was. But I still don't regret it. He reached up to adjust his headband, blocking Naruto's view of his face. I didn't want you to become Minato-sensei's son, Naruto. Naruto crossed his legs in a meditative position. That is pretty selfish. But you know what? I think it worked out okay. I might have grown up hating him if I knew he was the reason the villagers treated me differently. And I know you also didn't tell me to protect me. My dad made a lot of enemies in his time, yeah? Too many, Kakashi said. Too many. Conversation lulled and they sat in mutual silence, watching for any trouble that might be headed their way. Naruto hoped for an uneventful trip for the rest of their mission. They could use it. Why keep it from us, Naruto? Sakura's brows were creased with concern but the need to know as she spoke. They'd been left alone with a revelation entirely too big for one sitting, but she couldn't stop thinking about the fact that their teammate had been suffering long before they'd met, long before they'd become team. She'd always known something was different, but not like this. It never came up, Naruto said. There was the beginning of a smile on his face, something that looked so real but couldn't possibly be so. It's not exactly something I go around announcing. Besides, I only found out myself when we graduated. Is that what it was? Sasuke set down his bento, appearing disinterested in the conversation. During the Chunin exams. And when we fought Haku. Naruto nodded. He looked away from both of them, wishing their attention away for once. He'd stopped feeling sorry for himself long ago. He really didn't want anyone's pity. It's powerful, Sasuke said. Sakura added, trying for a smile. Past Naruto's eyes fell on his teammates. Did Sasuke just acknowledge him? Or, at least, something that was his? We'll help you, Sakura promised. You shouldn't have to worry about controlling a beast like that all the time. Just ask Naruto. We're a team. Right, Sasuke? She reached over and gave him a little shove when he didn't answer. Sasuke achened in reluctant agreement. Right. So if you're ever having trouble, don't keep it to yourself, alright? That's what we're here for. Past Naruto had given up on crying long ago, too. It got tiring and he felt weak when he cried. But now he felt himself holding tears back. For once, the beast sealed inside of him had brought something good. Sure, it was because of his trouble that Sakura and Sasuke were saying these things, but still, it was nice. You got it, Sakura. Chapter end. Previously. 7. Past Naruto had given up on crying long ago. It felt exhausting, and he associated tears with weakness. But now, he found himself holding back tears. For once, the beast sealed inside him had brought something positive. It was because of his troubles that Sakura and Sasuke were saying these things, but still, it was nice. You got it, Sakura. They had only rested briefly before taking to the trees again, but each member of Team 7 felt profoundly different as they departed than when they had stopped. Past Naruto thought he would feel somewhat exposed, having everyone aware of the beast within him. He did, but not in the way he had imagined. It was incredible to share that burden with Sakura and Sasuke. The things his future self had said were surprisingly reassuring and made a lot of sense. Past Naruto wanted to try and start anew with the nine-tailed fox, Kurama. After all, he was stuck with him for a lifetime. Sakura and Sasuke might not realize it, but they were also beginning to form a strong bond among the three of them. What had been fractured in recent weeks was slowly being mended through unfortunate but necessary events. Naruto knew he had altered the future of this timeline perhaps a bit too much. But that was okay. The least he could do with his knowledge was to make things better for his team. They deserved it. His past self deserved it. They were approaching their destination quickly, and Naruto could feel it. There was a rush in his blood, a slight sinking feeling in his gut. He was ready, right? They were going to set things right in Konoha and break this troublesome genjutsu, and then he could go back home. Time might be frozen there, but there was still a war on hold. He was watching from above, using senjutsu to survey his surroundings. Being so close to Orochimaru's hideout, another ambush would not be favorable. Sasuke, Sakura, and his younger self likely didn't sense the difference between his clone and original self. They dashed from branch to branch, moving like blurs in the trees, following him silently. Kakashi slowed to a stop ahead of them, and the rest followed suit. He turned to face them, pulling a kunai from the pouch at his leg. There are 2 entrances. I'll take the back and you 4 will. Go in from the front. Leave someone behind in case anyone slips out. Naruto, are we clear? Naruto blinked, reaching out with his senses carefully. His response was delayed, and for a moment his brows furrowed. This chakra. 27. Naruto. He shook his head. Clear as far as I can tell. Good. Kakashi looked to his students. Naruto is in charge when we split. If that fails, I leave Sakura to make the sensible decision. Understood? Naruto rolled his eyes. Kakashi waved lazily as he prepared to leave. Let me know if you come across him first, or anyone else for that matter. Do not make a move first. Good luck. Then he was gone, and Naruto turned to his past team. Alright, let's have Sasuke stay back in case someone escapes, which they won't because I won't let them. But just in case. Sakura and Little Me, stick together. Ready? They each nodded. Naruto gestured for them to follow him, satisfied, and turned. I'm not imagining it, am I, Kurama? Does. Naruto jerked to a stop. The other 3 barely had time to register the change. The air turned tense, and a strange sound caught in Sakura's throat. Team 7 went stiff with sudden worry. There was a blade at his throat. 100 different ideas raced through past Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's minds. How were they going to get Naruto out of this one? Why had no one sensed the newcomer? Each of them itched to move, but everything happened in less than 3 seconds. There was a puff of smoke as Naruto's clone vanished. Suddenly, the shinobi holding the blade found a kunai pressed against his own neck. Oh my god, Sakura whispered in realization, both awe and fear lacing her tone. Naruto gripped the kunai. For someone holding a weapon to another man's throat, his voice was surprisingly cheerful when he spoke. Where have you been? Sasuke brought his sword up and moved away from Naruto in a blur of motion. He landed silently, slightly crouched, his face shadowed. Naruto, Sasuke greeted, gruff and dismissive as usual. They studied each other. Sasuke still wore the same outfit as in their timeline, his chakra signature as familiar and overwhelming as ever. Naruto blinked, having to reacquaint himself with the idea of Sasuke having the Rinnegan after spending so much time with his past self. Who are you? Sasuke's cold gaze flicked to past Naruto. He scrutinized him, and Team 7 felt themselves go still with anticipation at his next words. You're as much of an idiot now as you were then, Uzuratanki. Naruto felt the vein in his forehead strain. And you as high and mighty as ever, team. His tone was light-hearted and comfortable, so no one really noticed when he positioned himself between the Sasuke from his time and their past team. Madara used time ninjutsu, Sasuke said simply, sheathing his blade. We're in the past. Naruto put a hand to his chin. Really? Was it the version of yourself that's 10 inches shorter that gave it away? Sasuke offered no response to that. Explain what you know. Geez. You don't have to be so pushy, you know. Naruto straightened nonetheless, adopting a more serious demeanor. Before I tell you that though, you're really Sasuke, right? Nothing strange going on in your head. Sasuke looked away, seemingly uninterested. I broke out of the genjutsu. Naruto visibly relaxed. Thought so. If you got here when I did, then we were sent here right after our Chunin exams. It's a separate timeline as far as I'm aware, and our time is at a standstill. Orochimaru did interrupt the exams, but the 3rd Hokage survived here. There are villagers in Konoha who started attacking people, and we tracked the genjutsu range to right here. Sasuke took in the information quietly. His expression remained still and stoic as he thought and spoke. And you didn't think to find a way back? Naruto frowned. Of course I did. But I didn't have any luck, and I wasn't going to just sit around while the village was attacked. Did you find anything to help us? Orochimaru. Sasuke looked back and met his eyes. If we need to find a counter-jutsu, he'll know about it. Naruto felt a bit frustrated, as he often did when it came to Sasuke. They were already heading to Orochimaru. He was not a step ahead of them. He wasn't. Well then you can join us. We're about to confront him about the zombie ninja. In fact, Kakashi-sensei is already on his way. We should get going. He won't be here. Naruto paused mid-step. Huh. He won't be here, Sasuke repeated flatly, resting a hand on his sword. He moves often. Naruto shook his head. But we tracked the zombie ninja activity to these coordinates. I spent hours figuring it out. He has to be here. He's not, Sasuke said firmly. There was a moment of silence. Naruto sighed. Sasuke, now's the part where you tell me where exactly he is. Sasuke's unbothered facade broke for a moment as he rolled his eyes just slightly. Orochimaru has dozens of bases in the Land of Fire, and being in a different timeline doesn't guarantee anything from my past. But I know where to find him now. If I'm wrong because of the change in circumstances, I won't have trouble tracking him. Naruto stared at his friend, grumbling a few choice words beneath his breath as he ran a hand down his face. He made a split-second decision and flared his chakra briefly to signal Kakashi. It might be a last-minute change, but Naruto trusted Sasuke. Despite the complicated situation they were in back in their time, they currently had the same goal. Sasuke wouldn't waste time, and he knew Orochimaru better than Naruto ever would. This was just his luck. Meanwhile, the only thing that kept Sakura from fainting, past Naruto's jaw from dropping, and past Sasuke from speaking throughout the entire exchange was their curiosity. Sakura wished she had time to be surprised. Kakashi felt Naruto's signal and circled back almost immediately. Naruto had to call out to him and make it clear that the newcomer was no enemy. Kakashi landed beside his team, taking in the situation. Sasuke, he said lowly, pulling his forehead protector back over his eye. Sasuke looked their sensei up and down before turning away. Let's go. Whoa, slow down. Naruto held up his hands. This is my mission, alright? Kakashi-sensei, there's been a change of plans. Sasuke says Orochimaru won't be here right now, and that he can lead us there. Did you find anything? Kakashi stuck his hands in his pockets, always one to take circumstances in stride. Nothing out of the ordinary, but the whole hideout is covered in seals. We won't know. Anything's there until we go inside. There's nothing there, Sasuke assured them indifferently. At least, Orochimaru won't be. Naruto sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Okay, but how do you know for sure? I know you're an expert on things like this, but how, specifically? Sakura, past Sasuke, and past Naruto froze as Sasuke's gaze swept over them. He seemed reluctant to answer. There was definitely something off with him, Sakura decided. She could barely keep her heart from racing, but she was sure of one thing. Why was he hostile? It was only slightly obvious, but Sakura could always read Sasuke. I'm still here, Sasuke said quietly, nodding to his past self. When I was in Konoha, Orochimaru was not at this location. That's it. Satisfied, Naruto? Still here? Sakura didn't want to know what the implication behind those words was. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek, his eyes on the forest floor. We're going to follow Sasuke, team. Got it? Past Naruto seemed to be the only one of Team 7 who was still functioning correctly. Why do we have to follow Sasuke? Sakura forced herself to come back to her senses. They were on a mission after all. She could feel things later. She glanced uneasily at past Sasuke. He hadn't said a word either. What was he thinking? I know. It's this, Naruto agreed, mock reluctance on his face. But it's our only choice right now. Let's head out. Kakashi-sensei? Lead the way. Past Sasuke thought he'd had trouble being around a future Naruto, someone who knew things he didn't. But a future version of himself? It was too good to be true. Or he might have thought that. From what he'd gathered, things in the alternate timeline hadn't gone as planned. Oh, but how his curiosity burned. Itachi? His clan? Orochimaru? What were things like, where these people came from? How did you trace Orochimaru? It was his future self speaking, voice low as he asked Naruto the question. Naruto's gaze was straight ahead as he dashed from branch to branch beside his teammate. Your brother. He found me in Konoha and tipped me off. Past Sasuke felt his heart stall for a moment. He almost tripped in his path but caught himself. What? Naruto turned back. Great. Now he had both Sasukes on his back. They stopped when past Sasuke made no move to keep going. Itachi was here? Past Sasuke asked, something like betrayal in his tone. Why wasn't I told? Sasuke watched his past self carefully. Because you would have gone and tried to confront him. Turned. Naruto, let's move. Past Sasuke tensed. What? Yes, he would have gone after Itachi. The man who had taken everything from him as some sick test of strength, the brother who had feigned compassion and turned his back on him when it was no longer convenient for him to stick around. Did you? Sasuke hesitated. He glanced back at his past self, a question lingering in the air. Did you find out? Is that it? Past Sasuke clenched his fist. And you failed? Is that why you kept it from me, Naruto? Stupid. He was so stupid. He should have been paying closer attention to future Naruto instead of avoiding him. How could he have missed something so crucial? No, no. Naruto raised his hands in protest. It never happened in our time, that's why I didn't say anything. I didn't even tell Tsunade. But Sasuke was already gone from his side before he could finish. Naruto cursed under his breath as the Uchiha approached his past self. Sasuke stopped in front of the younger version of himself, looking down at him. Sakura and past Naruto were frozen, and Kakashi was tense. Do you think you're strong enough? Sasuke asked, his voice barely breaking the sudden silence that enveloped the forest. Past Sasuke met his gaze steadily. Hatred simmered in his blood, a fury that had been absent since Naruto had bumped fists with him on the training field. He had actually considered staying, almost decided to remain with Team 7 and train in Konoha. How naive. I'm willing to do what it takes, he replied, his voice steady. Sasuke's Sharingan spun. Why was he angry? Weren't they on the same side? Surely, this future version of himself was at his peak. Even his presence was intimidating. He had to be accustomed to the Sharingan by now. Had he already tasted the revenge past Sasuke had longed for since that fateful day? Naruto was between them before anyone could react. For a moment, past Sasuke thought he would intervene, as if breaking up a fight. But instead, Naruto planted his feet, acting as a barrier between the two versions of himself. Stop, he said carefully, his expression serious. That's not fair, Sasuke. And it's not the time. We need to move. Sasuke glared at him, unmoving. The fury in his eyes mirrored that of his past self. Now, Naruto added, show us the way, Sasuke. Sasuke remained still for a moment longer before he turned, calm. If this were a battle, he might have just lost. But it was hard to tell. He quickened his pace, and they watched him move ahead. Naruto turned back to past Sasuke and shook his head. Itachi was in Konoha, yes. For just one night. I had no obligation to tell you. And honestly, I don't know if I was talking to the real Itachi or some sort of clone. I know you have questions, but that Sasuke, he pointed to the figure slowly fading into the distance. He's not the same as you. So don't expect him to be. Things happened, circumstances changed. And they watched him struggle to find the right words, his brows creased with what looked like grief. Naruto glanced at all of them. Just be careful, he said before turning to follow Sasuke. They had to move. Those two were their only chance to complete this mission. Kakashi stepped forward. Let's go. Past Sasuke was conflicted. Why did this feeling seem so familiar? He thought he knew what he wanted. He had always been sure, at least since the day he lost everything and was told to become stronger. Revenge. He wanted Itachi to pay for what he had done to not only Sasuke but their entire family. The curse mark on his shoulder pulsed. He wanted to scream. But Sakura was tugging at his arm, urging him to move, and there were too many things that would hear him. His father would never approve of him losing control. Past Sasuke still had his goal. It was a little foggier than before, but that was okay. After all, the answers, the future, they would come to him. He could still figure this out. Deep within Konoha's forests, a fallen Sannin chuckled softly, folding his arms behind his tall, snake-like. Orochimaru-sama? It seems we're going to have company soon, Kabuto. Orochimaru stroked the skin around his eyes, a wide, unnerving smile stretching across his face. How exciting! Naruto decided they were visiting Orochimaru under the worst possible circumstances. Both Sasuke's young and old were angry. He didn't need to see their faces or know about the previous conversation to feel it. The last thing Naruto wanted was to bring emotionally vulnerable Uchihas to the heart of a rogue's hideout in the middle of a time dilemma. But Sasuke was moving swiftly, though noticeably slower than he would alone, dashing from tree branch to tree branch. He hadn't looked back once, nor had he given directions or said anything. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if he hadn't blinked, honestly. Sasuke, he called, successfully gaining the attention of everyone in their group except Sasuke. Naruto had been moving at a reasonable pace between Team 7 and Sasuke, trying to keep everyone at least semi-together. Now, though, in an effort to have a conversation without listening ears, he picked up his pace until he was beside his friend. "Where were you after Madara used the jutsu?" he asked. Naruto didn't actually need the information. Not in the slightest. If it was important, Sasuke would have mentioned it already. He figured something that sounded legitimate would actually get an answer out of him, though. Sasuke didn't look at him, or pause to think, or slow his pace. "Where you found me," was his short, clipped, and obvious answer. Naruto was tempted to read into it. If Sasuke had been in the same place the entire time he'd been in the village, that meant it had taken some time for him to break out of the genjutsu and come to his own conclusions. He shook himself to try and restore the conversation, but there wasn't much to say. It was easy to forget that, not so long ago, Sasuke hadn't exactly been on their side. Then suddenly he was, claiming that Konoha would be his soon. Which, by the way, Naruto hadn't forgotten about. He said a few things here and there in attempts to lighten the mood, but Sasuke brushed him off each time. Naruto sensed that, instead of quelling, the tension was rising. Is this place far away? Because Tsunade expects Team 7 back soon. I hope you aren't taking us halfway across the fire. Naruto. It wasn't the response he wanted. Sasuke stopped without warning, landing silently on the thick branch of a tree. He turned to face him as Naruto did the same. Team 7 was forced to follow suit. Forget about the past, Sasuke said. Your only focus should be returning to the war. Naruto's brows furrowed. Does he think I want to stay here? We're here, Naruto pointed out. And there are people who need help. I'll leave as soon as we save Konoha. Sasuke stared at him. Nothing in his expression changed. This isn't our responsibility. Naruto bit the inside of his cheek. I'm going to help people if I can. That's the biggest part of being Hokage. Sasuke stood his ground for a few more seconds before he glanced away with a sigh. I'd planned to fight you, Naruto. Naruto's brows drew together. Fight me? And yet, it made a lot of sense. It wasn't what he would like, to win a war only to fight an unfinished battle with someone he thought of as a brother. But Naruto had come to understand the way Sasuke's mind worked. He understood what he was feeling now. This was something he thought he had to do. All right. Team 7 stiffened at his response. Sasuke's face showed no difference. All right, Sasuke. Naruto reached out, stretching his arms. If that's what you want, if that's what it takes, I'll fight you. He looked away, studying the trees around them. But I meant what I said at the bridge, you know? Sasuke searched his friend's face. He knew exactly what Naruto was referring to. The memory of being able to see what was in his head as they traded blows, what was in his heart, it had lingered long afterwards. If you attack the hidden leaf, I'll have no choice. I will fight you, don't doubt that. Since that day, Sasuke knew that this was what it would come to. Because Konoha was corrupted, and he would let it be no longer. If only Naruto hadn't been so insistent, he could have lived without concern for Sasuke's burdens. He would have let him go. Naruto couldn't fix everything, so why did he have to try? Why did he have to be someone Sasuke cared about? Because you're my friend. I'll bring you back like I promised, or I'll die trying. Past Sasuke hated the way Sakura trembled next to him. He hated the way past Naruto was quiet as they watched, he hated that he could feel Kakashi's gaze on him, and he hated that this was what it had come to. All he wanted was revenge. He wanted to see Itachi fall. He wanted vengeance for the Uchiha clan, for his family. But isn't that what they were? Right then, standing there? Wasn't Team 7 willing to be that for him? Itachi was not in his grasp. His mother, father, and the rest of his clan, they were no longer within his reach either. But Naruto was. Sakura and Kakashi were, too. Konoha had been his home when his house had blood on its floorboards. What was he doing all of this for? What happened? Naruto glanced at him. He looked back and forth between the two Uchihas, his eyes as serious as they'd ever been. Past Sasuke swallowed, feeling the marks on his shoulder burn. What happened to me? He repeated, voice louder and steady. His eyes settled on his future self. Sakura reached out as if to grab his hand but stopped herself before she could. Naruto's eyes finally settled on the future version of Sasuke. He looked somber as he told him, "He will make the same mistakes, Sasuke." They could see Sasuke's fist clench at his side. He struggled with an internal battle as the rest of Team 7 stood and watched. Only Naruto knew what he was seeing in his mind. A repeat of the day Itachi willingly fought him, the day Itachi died. Sasuke could still feel his brother's blood on his forehead where his fingers caressed one last time, with one last breath. Sasuke remembered feeling empty because it was all he'd wanted for years. He left his home, left his best friend, left everything he knew for that one moment. It was a sickening sort of failure in his gut. And when he discovered that Uchiha Itachi had never been the one at fault, the failure sunk deeper and a new, more desperate hatred burned in his veins. He'd made so many mistakes. How could he ever let that happen again? "I want him to live," Sasuke said, and Naruto knew he meant Itachi. His voice was quiet and authoritative as ever, but tired. So tired. "I know." Naruto gestured gently towards his past self. "So don't let it happen again. Tell him what you would have wanted to hear back then." Past Sasuke straightened, bracing himself for whatever he was supposed to hear. What was he missing? What was so important that his future self reacted this way? "We need to go," Sasuke said instead. Team 7 felt a wave of anticipation wash over them. "Getting back to our own time is our priority," Sasuke stated firmly. Naruto felt a sense of deflation. Sasuke was once again focused on the future, contemplating what he could change in their own timeline. But they were at the root of it all. Would he really leave his past self to repeat the same mistakes? Naruto couldn't accept that. Itachi wasn't responsible for the Uchiha massacre, he said. Sasuke's sharp gaze shifted to him, mirrored by his past selves. Naruto found their stares unsettling, like a hawk eyeing its prey, but he held his ground. Kakashi, finally joining the conversation, leaned back thoughtfully. "That's not what I've been told. Are you sure we're not discussing something that varies between the timelines?" Naruto shrugged. "It's possible. But right now, most of Konoha believes that Uchiha Itachi woke up one day and decided to eliminate his entire clan. What was it, Sasuke, some twisted test of strength? Either way, no one bothered to investigate further because that's what the village elders chose to make public. Itachi was at the center of the massacre, yes, but he is not a traitor to the village." Sasuke knew that Naruto understood as much as he did, but did he have to speak about it so casually? He sighed, a short but heavy sound. They should know the truth. His past self should know, so instead of chasing down a misunderstanding, he could seek a solution. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup, Sasuke added quietly, finally turning to face the others, his back to Naruto. Nizan was appointed as a double agent for both the village and the clan, and when the time came, he chose to remain loyal to Konoha. "He spared my life. He left me thinking he was a villain. I didn't understand any of this until after I found him and he passed away." Past Naruto had never been this quiet for so long, but he managed it then. He was just beginning to grasp the situation, and he could feel past Sasuke's emotional turmoil. Instinct urged him to reach out and place a hand on his friend's shoulder, but he hesitated, just as Sakura had. Next to him, past Sasuke felt as if someone had torn his heart in two. He knew his purpose. Grow strong. Follow Itachi's last request from the day of the massacre, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Someone like his brother didn't deserve to live, and past Sasuke couldn't find peace until he was gone. That had been his only thought for years. What were these time travelers talking about? Past Sasuke recognized goodness in Naruto and Sakura. They were good. Itachi was the opposite. He was cold and cruel, a facade. His hands were stained with the blood of the only people Sasuke had ever cared about. Once, Itachi had held his love, but that had vanished the moment Sasuke found him in their home, transformed into a monster. His love for Itachi had evaporated in an instant, but his hatred lingered. How could his brother be good? And if what they were saying was true, where had he been? Why would Itachi leave him alone? Sasuke was just a child. How could he abandon him like that? Why hadn't he been there when Sasuke awakened his Sharingan, when he entered the Chunin exams? Itachi had left him behind. With reason, his future self said, as if reading his thoughts. Nizan left you for a purpose. To the village, he is a criminal, and you are an innocent genin, the last of your clan. You could not go with him, and he could not stay. Itachi and I made that choice. Past Sasuke felt a surge of anger. How is this possible? Why didn't anyone tell me this? Nizan prioritized his loyalty to the village above all else, Sasuke reiterated. But you were always first in his mind. Killing him was the biggest mistake I've ever made. That includes leaving the village to train with Orochimaru, Naruto chimed in. His past teammates turned to look at him. So don't even think about it, little Sasuke. You belong with team, that's where you will grow the strongest. A voice whispered in past Sasuke's mind, telling him it was a waste of time. He had heard that voice since he was assigned to a genin team with a Jounin sensei. Every time he thought about letting others hold him back, he saw Itachi's face against a red sky, a crazed look in his eyes. Each time he considered the benefits of being with Team 7, a voice that sounded eerily like his brother's told him it was futile. Every time Sasuke thought he might not have to confront his closest friend, he remembered everyone who had fallen at the hands of Uchiha Itachi. He was haunted by the ghost of a brother who still lived. It's better that you know now, Sasuke said, resting his hand on his sword. You'd regret not listening in the future. Believe me, it's not what you want. Naruto glanced at him, wishing things had been different. How could you say this? It was Sakura who spoke, her voice eerily quiet. She looked between the two boys from the future, frustration welling up in her chest. You can't just say these things to Sasuke-kun, she said, brows furrowed. Sakura couldn't claim to know everything about what he had endured or what his goals were, but she had pieced things together recently. How would you feel if you dedicated your life to something only for someone to tell you it was all for nothing? Do you expect him to just stand there and accept it? Past Naruto wanted to agree. He supposed he would feel the same if he had grown up the way Sakura had. But he understood what it was like to work hard for something only to be told it was all for nothing. And because he knew, he didn't want anyone else to experience that pain. He'll get over it, past Naruto said, stepping forward and finally placing his hand on his teammate's shoulder. Won't you, Sasuke? Past Sasuke swallowed hard. He had absolutely nothing to say. Was this what shock felt like? Sakura slipped her hand into his. He barely felt it. You've placed quite a burden on my students today, haven't you? Kakashi's tone was less than pleased with the revelations, but he believed that those from the future would have a better understanding of what lay ahead. But don't think confronting Orochimaru is the best course of action right now. Let's set up camp. Naruto knew this was the opposite of what Sasuke wanted, but he nodded in agreement. I agree. We're right behind you, Kakashi-sensei. However, past Sasuke was not right behind him. As they retreated to find a place to rest, his conscious mind remained behind, trapped in the trees, endlessly rethinking everything. Are we really going to find Orochimaru? Sakura bit her lip, directing a determined glare at past Naruto. Of course we are. Stop saying things like that. Past Naruto shrugged. They both turned to watch past Sasuke, who had been lost in thought since Kakashi-sensei suggested they stop to set up camp. The arrival of his future self was just beginning to sink in for them, but Sasuke seemed too preoccupied to notice. Sakura gripped the end of her dress, curling the stiff red fabric in her fingers. She glanced over her shoulder at the rest of their group standing in the clearing. She figured Naruto and Kakashi-sensei were just as bewildered by their new addition to the team, as none of them were speaking. Part of her was in denial that the man behind her was someone she was supposed to know. There were similarities. Of course, Sakura could see the familiar slope of his nose and the way he stood against the setting sun, which highlighted his jawline. She had never imagined what Sasuke might look like in a few years, but this was likely it. Yet he seemed so bitter. What does that mean? Inner Sakura chided. They both are. Sakura looked back at her Sasuke, the one who had gone quiet and withdrawn into his thoughts. He had been hurt for years, beyond her comprehension. She understood that. Sure, he was angry and driven by revenge. But he was still there. She noticed when he smiled more than anything. It was rare when they followed Kakashi-sensei for a day hoping for a glimpse beneath his mask, when they chose his favorite restaurant for lunch, or when he beat Naruto at something, but Sakura always made sure to pause whatever she was doing to watch, to capture the memory of those fleeting moments when past Sasuke forgot the darkness he held so close and was just a kid. Sakura, despite her wild fantasies and imagination, couldn't envision even the beginning of such a smile on the new Sasuke's face. She could see a smirk if she squinted, or the lift of his lips in a sarcastic manner. Just looking at him was unsettling. It felt as if her worst fear had come true and it was only a matter of time before their Sasuke ended up the same way. Sakura steadied her breathing and reached for past Sasuke's hand. He didn't refuse it, even gripping back, but she knew he wasn't in the right frame of mind. What should we do? Past Naruto peeked over his shoulder with skepticism. I mean, look at them. They're acting all standing around like that. He turned to meet Sakura's eyes. It's disgusting. A laugh escaped her lips before she could stop it. Sakura quickly sobered, wrinkling her nose. Let's not worry about them. They're not from the same timeline, remember? She fixed past Naruto with a fond stare. You don't have to turn out that way if you don't want to, Naruto. He clicked his tongue. I won't. I'll be even stronger. And Hokage. Sakura rolled her eyes. How can you be stronger than your future self? I just will. Sure, and I'll. Dobe. Past Naruto and Sakura might have snapped their necks with the speed they turned to look at past Sasuke. He stared back, unperturbed. After a few moments, past Naruto seemed to realize he should be offended. I'll do it, he repeated. And I'll be better than both our future selves. Past Sasuke looked away. Relented? I'm sure Sasuke-kun will be just as strong as his future self, too, and more, if he tried, Sakura said, attempting perhaps for the first time in her life to get them both to argue. She craved the comfort of familiarity, and past Naruto did as well. I don't want to be anything like him, past Sasuke muttered. Sakura exchanged a look with past Naruto. Don't speak so soon. Speak of the devil, Sakura thought, staring at one of the time travelers themselves. He's fast. Naruto stood over the three of them, hands on his hips and a familiar smile on his whiskered face. He's got a lot going for him, Naruto said, seemingly addressing all three of them, but it was clear his words were meant for past Sasuke. And I don't usually say stuff like that, but Sasuke's seriously strong right now. Past Naruto's jaw dropped. He mouthed an offended, what, but didn't attempt to interrupt his future self. I'm sorry about what we said earlier. Naruto leaned against the tree so he was directly in past Sasuke's line of sight. Sakura-chan was right, we shouldn't have dropped that on you. We shouldn't have dropped it on any of you. He sighed, looking at each of them. I can't tell you that what we said wasn't true. It did happen and a lot of things went wrong for us. Sakura felt her heart race as she tightened her grip on past Sasuke's hand. Sasuke, you left the village. Past Sasuke stared at her, his gaze unwavering. It didn't surprise him, and that was evident in his lack of reaction. Sakura wanted to cry. He was going to leave. You left to train with Orochimaru so you could eventually find and confront Itachi. Naruto's eyes shifted to Sakura as he continued, I think all three of you remember the day Kakashi-sensei asked us about ourselves, and Sasuke here said he wanted to kill someone. He chuckled lightly. I said I liked ramen, so obviously I was being serious, but I should have taken what Sasuke said seriously too. Why would you leave? Past Naruto interjected, his tone more hurt than incredulous. He leaned forward, trying to see his teammate's face better. You can train in Konoha to get strong. Naruto paused, allowing past Sasuke to respond, but the clearing was filled with a heavy silence. Itachi is strong, isn't he? Sakura breathed, stating the obvious. Past Sasuke believed he had to leave to achieve his goal. Past Sasuke glared at Naruto. Why are you telling us this? Because if you make that mistake again, I'll never forgive you. Sakura froze, searching Naruto's face, which held nothing but cold determination. She believed it. She believed that Naruto would hold this grudge until the end. Remember what I said? Naruto asked. You belong here. You belong with your team. And that, he said, straightening and turning to leave, is how you'll become stronger than even your own future self. Naruto was officially done with Uchiha Sasuke's attitude. He cared for him, but being his best friend was a challenge at times, especially now that he had to deal with two versions of him. Their past selves had slumped against each other, trying to catch some sleep not long ago. Sasuke pulled him aside once Kakashi retreated to a higher perch in the trees to keep an eye on both his students and their surroundings. Naruto realized Sasuke didn't care at all what their younger selves thought about him, and that, like everything he did, was frustrating. We don't need them, Sasuke said. Let's go. We can reach the hideout by dawn and be back as soon as possible. Naruto took a step back, incredulous. Was he serious? This again? There was always a reason to be frustrated with Sasuke, but Naruto felt it more intensely now. Will you stop trying to leave people behind? Fabric rustled behind them, but Naruto ignored it. Are you really going to try and leave Team 7 again? Sasuke met his eyes calmly, unbothered. I'm choosing the logical option. We leave now and move faster than we would with them. I'm not forcing you to come with me. Stay if you want. Naruto's nails dug into his palms. That's not the point, Sasuke. There's a reason I chose to bring them. Orochimaru is a significant part of everything that's about to go horribly wrong for us in this time. Your past self has a curse mark on his shoulder that will continue to torment him until it's gone. That's why they're here. Sasuke's eyes flicked between his past self and Naruto. He sighed curtly. Let them worry about their own problems. This is your problem. Naruto shook his head. How long did it take you to get that curse off? How did it feel to be under Orochimaru's control for years? Not so good, I bet. And believe me, I would know. I'm not going to ignore things like this. We have a war to worry about, Naruto. Sasuke's voice hardened. That's what you should be focused on. Naruto glared at him. So that's it, huh? You don't care about saving anyone, do you? What about Itachi? It doesn't matter how much we've already told them. If you don't slow down and make it understandable, Itachi will have to face the same fate again. Doesn't that bother you? Sasuke's critical gaze studied him. Of course it does. Not enough to care? They will not stand a chance against Orochimaru, Sasuke retorted. We have a better chance of getting what we need alone. Naruto dragged a hand down his face, shaking his head in disappointment. By then, Sasuke, I'm sticking with the team. You won't find him without me. You're underestimating me, Sasuke. Sasuke pressed his lips into a thin line. As much as he wanted to move ahead without Naruto, he begrudgingly knew they needed him. That war would be lost without him. Sasuke resisted the urge to sigh. He turned with a short, fine, and settled against a tree trunk without further conversation. Naruto watched him, still glaring. Why did he feel like a babysitter right now? He had to keep everyone together, worry about their safety, and ensure Sasuke didn't act recklessly. A short chuckle escaped his lips at the thought. What had changed? You'll make a good Hokage, Kakashi said, leaning against a tree to Naruto's right. Just like your father. He had been watching them for a while, not trying to hide it. Naruto sighed. If everyone in the village is as hard to deal with as Sasuke, I don't know what I'm going to do. Despite himself, Kakashi chuckled. He tilted his head toward the campsite. Rest, Naruto. We need to get you two back to where you belong. Naruto plopped down against another tree, enjoying the quiet for a moment. He could hear the breathing of his comrades if he strained his ears. Konoha's forests, although currently filled with hypnotized ninja, always felt like home to him, no matter the time. I met him, you know. Naruto craned his neck back to look at the sky, dotted with stars. It reminded him of the nights he spent outside the village as a child, wondering why he was different and what he could do to prove himself. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Who? Tuchan. Naruto smiled at the memory, warmth flooding his heart. He felt as if he could sense his father then, his sturdy, bright chakra enveloping him in a hug his father could never truly give. When they sealed the Kyuubi away, Tuchan sealed some of his own chakra into the seal. When it got a little too overwhelming, and Kurama almost had me remove the seal, I got to meet him. A nostalgic smile settled on Kakashi's lips beneath his mask. He often found it chilling how much of his sensei was visible in Naruto. It made sense that, in all that time, Minato-sensei had already been with him. I punched him. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh. Naruto laughed. Yep. Right in the gut. His laughter faded into a warm smile. Even from a few feet away, Kakashi could see the stars reflected in Minato's bright blue eyes. Then I cried. Kakashi gave a half nod, half shrug. It was a perfectly valid reaction, he supposed. He might cry for his sensei too, if he had any tears left to shed. I bet he made a good Hokage, Naruto continued. But you know what, Kakashi-sensei? His grin was sharp and glinted with that hint of mischief Kakashi had been missing in his students these past few hours. I'm going to be better. For sure. Oh. Kakashi looked at the stars too. You think? You said it yourself that one time. Did that happen here, too? Well, either way, you were right. Naruto settled his head against the tree, the first sign of him attempting to rest since they'd stopped. Tuchan said I can do it. Kakashi recognized that Naruto was a bit too much like Minato. But this confidence? Shameless, brazen confidence? You would have gotten along wonderfully with your mother, he said quietly, more to himself than to the son of his late sensei. Oh, we did. Naruto's grin returned. Didn't I tell you, sensei? I met her to... You didn't think she'd miss an opportunity to meet her one and only son, did you? Not at all, Kakashi replied, not quite surprised. But knowing that the woman who had treated him with such fiery kindness had gotten to share at least one moment with her equally fiery child put him at ease. By the way, Kakashi-sensei. There was a new tone in Naruto's voice, one that shifted the atmosphere of the conversation too quickly. He looked away from the night sky to meet Kakashi's eyes, a seriousness there that made the universe take back whatever ease he'd felt moments ago. Naruto sighed. I know I won't be here forever, especially with Sasuke to worry about. So there's something I need you to know before we leave. I want to give you a chance, too, to change things for someone important. Kakashi wished he didn't know what Naruto meant. A chance. A chance he'd never been given because if only he'd been fast enough, if only he'd been stronger. Train, 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 forget but remember. Carry on the legacy of a death you might have caused, move on but don't ever let go, you failed. A sigh escaped his lips, long and low, and he began mentally bracing himself for whatever story Naruto had to tell. Obito. Uchiha Obito. He's not dead. Naruto sighed. I know I won't be here forever, especially with Sasuke to worry about. So there's something I need you to know before we leave. I want to give you a chance, too, to change things for someone important. Kakashi wished he didn't understand what Naruto meant. A chance he had never been given because if only he had been faster, if only he had been stronger. Train, 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 forget but remember. Carry on the legacy of a death he might have caused, move on but never let go, he had failed. A long, low sigh escaped his lips as he mentally braced himself for whatever story Naruto had to tell. Obito. Uchiha Obito. He's not dead. When Sasuke first awoke in the past, he had only a few moments to grasp his surroundings before his mind succumbed to the genjutsu active in the forest. However, the Rinnegan didn't surrender for long, and Sasuke quickly regained his consciousness enough to come to terms with the situation. The second chance. The words echoed in his mind, a voice long abandoned in the depths of his thoughts. But this wasn't a chance, it felt more like a curse, a setback in the war he had devoted himself to. A temporary complication, thank Kami, and it would be foolish to view this as some opportunity among his many mistakes. Deep down something Sasuke had accepted almost immediately after leaving Konoha, he missed the things he once had. Relentless nights with the snake Sannin in a damp, cold base gnawed at his resolve. He found himself dreaming of Team 7, training until their bones ached, but it was warm, a healthy sort of improvement. Orochimaru's smiling yet expressionless face would taunt him to be swift, while Naruto scolded, Sakura smiled brightly, and Kakashi pretended not to care. Of course, it also hardened his resolve. Sasuke's desire to avenge his family was strongest when he could barely recall the way his mother's arms felt around him. Sitting curled on a hard cot in the middle of nowhere, he remembered a time when his determination to grow strong was solely to gain his father's approval, not because he wished the worst fate upon his brother. Maybe if he had opened his eyes to a time before all the hatred had taken root in his heart. A time when the Uchiha lived, with all their prideful, secretive meetings and fierce loyalty to those they loved. Perhaps he would have seen an opportunity before him. But Sasuke didn't deserve that, nor did he wish to relive those days. He had a plan now, one he would carry through until his last breath. Uchiha Itachi would be honored, and the clan he had sacrificed would be reborn. Sasuke was determined to rebuild what he had lost from the ground up, creating a place where history would never repeat itself. However, something in his heart felt ready to abandon it all the moment he saw what they were involved in. Madara, whether deliberately or not, had sent them to a pivotal time in the past. Sasuke's younger self was completely unaware of what he was up against and what he truly stood for. Naruto was right, he would never forgive himself if he let Itachi meet the same fate again. Fortunately, their business lay elsewhere in a separate timeline. The sooner Sasuke left this place, preferably with Naruto so they could settle things once and for all, the less he would be involved with these people and the less blame he would carry. Yet, it was an itch he had trouble ignoring. His younger self was only feet away, marked with a seal that would leave him without control or rational thought. Sure, he would be stronger, but if that strength was used to hasten Itachi's demise, it wouldn't hurt to knock Orochimaru down a few pegs, either. He did not own Sasuke. Hopefully this time around he never would. That was foolish thinking. Things would eventually play out the same way. These were choices he had made in the first place. Why is your eye like that? Sasuke had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he hadn't noticed the newly appointed genin take their seats in front of him, cross-legged and settled. Past Naruto was exactly as Sasuke remembered him, no different from his future self. In truth, he wanted to be anywhere but next to this child. There were so many things left unsaid between himself and the present Naruto, but this boy? It made him uncomfortable. As for Sakura, Sasuke couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. There was only shame and regret buried there, and nothing he could say or feel would make that right. His younger self was noticeably absent. Well, past Naruto tilted his head with a hint of a sneer. What is it, huh? Answer me. Sasuke regarded the blonde in front of him. He was tempted to ignore them and close his eyes, pretending to rest. Unfortunately, that had never worked to deter his former teammates. They had always been persistent. I have the Rinnegan, he said, making the split-second decision to humor him. It was a simple and direct answer. Sometimes those worked, and Naruto would leave him alone. Is that what's making you act like you've got a kunai up your backside? This time, apparently, that would not be the case. Quit it, will you? Past Naruto glanced around. We've got bigger things to worry about. A mission. And you're not helping. It's a good thing this isn't my mission then. Why was it like that? Why did he always feel the need to respond to Naruto's childish games? It was stupidly competitive, and Sasuke was above that by now. Wasn't he? Traces of a sharp grin tugged at past Naruto's features. Well, he's a JRK, Sakura-chan, but at least he's still Sasuke. Since he had left to train with Orochimaru, interactions with his old team had been scarce. Sasuke had gone from seeing them every day and wishing he didn't have to deal with it to the possibility of never seeing them again and wondering why that bothered him. When they had crossed paths, it had been brief. And Sasuke had never been fond of wasting time. If they weren't essential for his success, then there was no point in catering to them. There had been a time at the bridge when Sakura showed up emotionally distressed, and he and Naruto exchanged heated words. But Sasuke could never categorize those moments with Team 7 as part of his past before he left. This situation was dangerously close to blending nostalgic Team 7 memories with everything that followed, and Sasuke desperately tried to ignore the ache in his chest. Sasuke-kun. He would never admit how his heart skipped a beat when she spoke his name. He had heard it countless times, but this felt different, terrifying. But the silence was suffocating, as if she was waiting for him to meet her gaze. So he did. He was right. There were so many unspoken words, apologies, and realities that could never be reflected in those emerald green eyes. Sasuke hated how she could pin him down with such an emotional stare. Her hands gripped the front of her ruby dress, tense and guarded before him, which was new. He remembered when her palms would be open when he was near, perhaps suggesting interlocked hands if she ever had the chance. Now, her defenses were down, and her usual composure had vanished the moment he acknowledged her presence. He hated that he had tried so hard not to become attached to these people and had failed so miserably. Why did you leave? Her voice was firm. He felt as if he had done something wrong to deserve this, and of course, he had. But Sakura had never been like this, even when he turned his back on her. Naruto maybe. He was always a bit guarded. But never Sakura. Please tell me the truth, she said, her voice steady but trailing into a whisper. Past Naruto stood quietly, awaiting his answer as well. Sasuke stared at them. Why do you think? His tone was neither accusatory nor bitter. He spoke plainly. Sakura glanced over her shoulder, where past Sasuke slumped against a tree, possibly asleep. She turned back to him. I know what your goal is. Or was. But Sasuke thought she might not finish her thought. He hoped she wouldn't. How could you? This time, her voice was small, and it cut deeper. It had nothing to do with you, Sasuke replied, firmly but quietly. None of you, he added. That's not true. Sakura broke eye contact. You need to be here. You need us. And you left that? You left the people who cared about you, the ones who were willing to help you grow and support you? How could you, Sasuke-kun? Sakura-tan, past Naruto said quietly, trying to calm her. It was a mistake. Sasuke pressed his eyes shut. No, it wasn't. Leaving the village might have been the start of a wrong path, but it had opened his eyes to the truth. It was how he grew strong and gained clarity about what truly mattered. And yet, that day when Sakura had chased him to the ends of Konoha and begged him not to go, when she told him there were other ways, he vowed he would return. He would come back, but this time, the hatred would be gone from his heart. He would be satisfied with his revenge and could move on to what mattered next. Now, here he was. The pain from his past lingered. Nothing had died with Itachi. Not even his plans for the future of Konoha brought him comfort. I made that choice, he said at last, and there is nothing that can undo what I've done. Sakura gripped her dress tightly. This is not my past, however. Sasuke laid his hand on the sheath of his sword beside him. He let his head rest against the tree trunk behind him. The choice, this time, is not mine to make. Past Naruto's gaze shifted from Sakura to Sasuke. We're not letting him go. Sasuke's eyebrow twitched. Are you asking my permission? Of course not. The blonde scowled, realizing he had been too loud. Of course not, he repeated, quieter this time. We don't have a say, Sakura said, an almost bitter edge to her voice. This time, when he looked into her eyes, there was a flicker of hope dim, but there. Had he done that? Sasuke-kun is stubborn. He won't listen to us. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, silently challenging her. He listens to you, Sakura breathed. He will listen to you because he knows you've lived his future. You have the answers he's always wanted, right? You've already experienced what he's only dreamed about. She took a deep breath and clasped her hands together in her lap. Please, Sasuke-kun. Please. At least try. This was no second chance. Tell him what you needed to hear. Just help him so he doesn't repeat what you've done. If anything, please do that. It wasn't an opportunity. Please, past Naruto added quietly. Sasuke's eyes roamed the clearing. He saw Team 7, his younger self, disoriented and lost, his first Jounin leader, and Naruto, who he fought alongside in war. Two before him, asking for the smallest of him, and didn't they deserve that? He would make use of his time here. Sasuke knew what mattered, and this time, it was right in front of him. They left early the next morning. With the progress they had made the day before, the distance was short. Past Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura dashed from branch to branch in the trees, side by side. Kakashi, watching them, doubted there would be any separating them for a while. Past Sasuke had been unresponsive for some time, lost in thought, and that was more concerning than anything. But now he was devoting all of his conscious focus to the mission. Maybe it was a distraction. Kakashi knew it was. He understood exactly what his student felt. The Uchiha was fortunate to have his teammates to keep him going. There was one thing everyone in their small group could agree on. For all of their bickering, disagreements, and tension, Naruto and Sasuke were an incredible team. Team 7 witnessed this as they finally got closer to Orochimaru's hideout. It seemed they had the right place, as the clusters of zombie ninjas had grown into one large group, all in a secluded area. Sasuke had been right. As they prepared to fight their way through, because what else was there to do, Naruto took charge. Don't worry about it. Sasuke and I will clear the way. Be ready for whatever's on the other side. Sakura tentatively slid her kunai back into the pouch at her waist. Past Naruto made a confused noise next to her, and Kakashi raised an eyebrow but relaxed. Past Sasuke, however, did not let his guard down, his coal eyes shifting into red. Naruto brought his fist to his palm, and Sakura squinted as his form erupted in golden flames. Sasuke's Sharingan spun, and he was enveloped by a powerful chakra. They hadn't even begun fighting, yet their strength was already evident. You take the left? Naruto asked, and Sasuke nodded in agreement. Then they became a blur. The zombie nin fell one after another. The two of them moved through what should have been a deadly situation in mere seconds. Sakura had always known they were strong, but this was something else entirely. It felt almost supernatural. They're not taking any of them down, past Naruto suddenly remarked beside her, his eyes wide as he observed their display of power. Sakura narrowed her eyes, realizing he was right. This level of precision combined with such speed was astonishing. She wouldn't be surprised if both of them returned without a single scratch. It made her wonder, even if just for a moment, how her future self had managed. Naruto and Sasuke had always possessed immense potential, so it made sense that they could seem nearly invincible to her. But Sakura felt somewhat ordinary compared to them. But that wasn't what truly mattered. It was the effort. Everyone had to work for their strength. Sakura vowed to earn hers, no matter how long it took, as long as she could remain with Team. Less than a minute, Kakashi muttered as Naruto and Sasuke wrapped up, mildly impressed. Look at what you two have to live up to. Past Naruto and Sasuke remained silent. As they approached the entrance to the hideout, the air turned cold. Team 7 felt grateful for Naruto and Sasuke, who stood tall and composed, strategizing on how to draw Orochimaru's attention. Sakura pondered what they must have endured in the years that separated them to show no fear in the presence of this. She could still recall Sasuke's anguished cries and the chilling expression on Orochimaru's face as his facade crumbled. Kabuto, Naruto suddenly said, his eyes glowing with a deep orange hue. He's here. How interesting, came the voice of the spy, smooth and unfazed. Where two hills met to form an entryway, he appeared with an unsettling smile. Sakura felt uneasy around him. They had fallen for his innocent act far too quickly, and it had cost them dearly. Well, don't just stand there. Do come inside. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting between the two time travelers. We've been expecting you. Kabuto, Naruto suddenly said, his eyes shimmering with determination. He's here. How interesting, came the voice of the spy, smooth and unbothered. He appeared at the entryway formed by two hills, a charming smile on his face. Sakura felt a sense of unease. They had fallen for his innocent act too quickly and had paid the price. Well, don't just stand there. Do come inside. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his gaze shifting between the two time travelers. We've been expecting you. He looked similar enough. Orochimaru stood before them, as pale as ever, an unsettling smile curling on his lips. A snake draped around his neck, its scales blending with the colors of his attire. Team 7 assembled before him, having been escorted by Kabuto, who had slipped away. Orochimaru, Naruto said, keeping his voice steady. He didn't harbor resentment, though he felt a twinge of disgust at the experiments Orochimaru had conducted and the way he had manipulated others. Still, he hoped Orochimaru could find a place in Konoha once again. Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru replied, his gaze lingering on the two time travelers with a hint of hunger. What a pleasant surprise. Sasuke scoffed, appearing disinterested, yet his past self felt a strange familiarity in this place. You knew we'd be here. You were waiting. Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru greeted, ignoring the accurate observation. It seems you've come to me sooner than I expected, he added, glancing past the future genin to the younger Sasuke. Sakura and past Naruto moved closer to their teammate, and past Naruto frowned. Orochimaru adjusted his glasses, chuckling softly. No need to worry, children. I won't take him away from you just yet. Naruto clenched his fist. He had never had the chance to speak to Orochimaru like this before on what felt like equal footing. He was stronger now, and he had the time to express himself. Part of him wanted to confront the Sannin for abandoning his team, for forcing Erosenin to chase after him until hope faded. Naruto understood that heartache. He had seen how devastated Sakura was when Sasuke left, how helpless he felt waking up in the hospital without his Uchiha friend. It would be easy to give up on that promise, but Naruto wouldn't. He would keep fighting until Sasuke returned for good. Erosenin didn't have that kind of endurance for Orochimaru. He's unharmed, Naruto suddenly realized. Beside him, Sasuke noticed the same thing. He recalled Orochimaru's desperate condition after the Chunin exams, how he had been in dire need of a new vessel. The man before them now appeared fit and healthy, standing tall. Kabuto hadn't even bothered to stay nearby to keep an eye on him. It seemed the Orochimaru of this time had withdrawn from his own battles much sooner than the one they had faced. You're calm, Sasuke said. We've led the leaf right to you. Orochimaru tilted his head, that sly smile still in place. I tend to be quite slippery, Sasuke-kun, something I assume you know well. Why are we here? Sasuke asked bluntly. There was only one person who could possibly know more about their situation than they did, and that was his former teacher. That's our second question, Naruto interjected. Our first, he said, his hardened gaze fixed on the man, is why you're manipulating Leaf Shinobi into attacking their own home. Orochimaru studied the whiskered boy. For a moment, he saw Namake's Minato, the boy his old teammate had favored. It was a shame Minato hadn't lived just a bit longer. He was a prodigy destined for greatness, appointed Hokage at a time when Orochimaru himself could have claimed the title. There were no ill feelings between them, but even the fourth Hokage hadn't shown enough compassion for the snake Sannin after the rumor spread. There had been no effort to build a relationship there. And poor Uzumaki Naruto left alone after a tragic attack that claimed two legendary ninja. It was all too typical, if Orochimaru had anything to say about it. Naruto could have truly amounted to something more than a monster cast aside if he had his parents to guide him. But what he saw before him now, this was not failure. Naruto radiated a light, burning chakra that embodied the will of fire, and Orochimaru would be foolish to think he held the advantage. A simple genjutsu, he said, carefully removing his glasses and placing them on one of the many slick white procedure tables around them. Unlike our Uchiha friends, I am no master of the art, and I'm afraid it went awry somewhere in the process. I truly didn't mean for so many wanderers to be caught in it. Is that the truth? Kakashi asked, finally speaking up from his skeptical position. He might have unnerved Orochimaru, but the Sannin was too preoccupied with his own unease. Or are you avoiding responsibility for an attack on the leaf? I have no reason to lie. He let the snake around his neck wrap itself around his hand as he spoke. I am already held accountable for the recent infiltration of Konohagakure, correct? Why would I deny a similar offense if it clearly links to me? We don't know, past Naruto retorted. That's why we're asking, you know. Orochimaru shrugged, unbothered. He lowered the snake onto the nearest table and watched it slither toward Sasuke. It was a mere experiment. Most days, only Kabuto and I are able to get any work done here, and we were beginning to fall behind. I needed more hands. So you cast a genjutsu over an entire area to, what? Make them your puppets? Naruto tried to understand. That's twisted, Sakura whispered. Why, Orochimaru? Sasuke asked, sounding slightly impatient. You tell me, Orochimaru drawled. Have you never desired a personal army to do your bidding? Things would surely go a lot faster around here. It is the same idea as Danzo-sama's route, is it not? Orochimaru, Sasuke said, almost sternly, fixing the Sannin with a look that no one but Orochimaru seemed to understand. He shrugged. I speak nothing but the truth. It doesn't matter, Naruto said, stepping forward. You failed. There's no controlling these people. You have to release the genjutsu. Orochimaru's gaze shifted between the two time travelers. He realized there was no upper hand for him in this situation. He could know every technique in the book and those not in it as well, and he sensed that these two would always find a way to defeat him. Curious. They were so much stronger. Of course. Silence followed his immediate agreement. The young genin shuffled in place, and past Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Orochimaru. If this is a mistake as you claim, Kakashi said, why wait? Why wait for us to find you? I do not possess the Sharingan, of course. Orochimaru addressed the Sharingan users in the room. To be born an Uchiha. You are very fortunate. I have been unsuccessful thus far in attaining one for myself. You need the Sharingan to release the technique? Sasuke confirmed. Orochimaru nodded. It was my only choice to wait for one to come to me. As soon as the holder of a Sharingan performs the release, the victims of the genjutsu will immediately regain their consciousness and their chakra will resurface. No drawbacks? Kakashi asked. None at all, I'm afraid. It's settled then. Sasuke nodded. Tell us what you know about a time travel jutsu now. It was indeed not settled, Naruto thought, because there were still people walking around under the control of a murderous illusion. It wouldn't be settled until the genjutsu was released. But Sasuke didn't seem to find that a problem. He even trusted that it was an issue that could be pushed aside in order for them to return home. Naruto understood the urgency to get back, but... Jiken Henko, Orochimaru continued. Naruto frowned. That sounds an awful lot like what Madara said before we were sent back. That's exactly what he said. Sasuke fixed his harsh gaze on Orochimaru. How did Uchiha Madara, a dead man, come into possession of a jutsu you have knowledge of? Orochimaru smiled. A forbidden technique needs to be tested somehow, no? He ran his fingers along the spines of a stack of books. My sensei is a very smart man, but he is shackled by the village. As was I before I left. I was a child when he dabbled in time-space travel, intending to explore what the Nidaime cultivated in his time. His efforts were fruitless, of course, but only because he stopped. Stopped? Hiruzen locked away all of his findings and declared them forbidden and an S-rank secret, Orochimaru explained patiently. There was potential in his discoveries, however, and I did not consider the backlash of proceeding. I never have. Unfortunately, I was still a citizen of Konohagakure and therefore could not, under the law, do anything about it. So you gave it to Uchiha Madara? Don't be foolish, Orochimaru said cheerfully. He's dead. He's not, Naruto said. Not really, or at least not for long. How could you let someone like him, an enemy of the leaf who had the power to destroy it, get his hands on a jutsu like that? It wasn't as if I'd hoped for anyone specific to come across it. Orochimaru inclined his head. As I said, it needed to be tested. And I wouldn't let something as influential as time travel rot in a cupboard in the Hokage's office. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. You expect us to believe you stole an S-class scroll from the Hokage and left it out in the open for someone to find and test for you? He almost scoffed. You would never let someone else get their hands on something so powerful before you. And you know me so well? Orochimaru didn't sound doubtful, only curious. He nodded. I suppose you do. I did take a look at it for myself. Testing it was an entirely different matter. There were things yet to be done in the leaf, so I couldn't leave quite yet. I figured the results would find their way to me, eventually. And they did, wouldn't you agree? Why are you telling us all of this? Naruto wondered aloud. Maybe the Sannin had an ulterior motive. It wouldn't be the first time. There wasn't anything he could gain from telling them what they wanted to know, was there? Naruto. Yeah. Say the word and we could take him down. Yep, that was mockery in Kurama's tone. He was right. Orochimaru didn't really have a choice, even if he wasn't willing. Naruto wouldn't stop until they got what they needed. Orochimaru was smart enough to sense that. Sasuke put a hand on his sheathed sword. Well, can you send us back? Orochimaru raised a thin eyebrow as if to say, who do you think I am? Of course I can. It's only a simple reverse technique. Even you could perform it if you'd had possession of the original jutsu. The Sannin gestured to the shelves of scrolls behind him. Shall we? A sudden apprehension filled the atmosphere, and the three young members of Team 7 subconsciously held their breaths, glancing between their future counterparts. They could leave. Right this second. Sakura clutched her chest, brows furrowed. There are so many things they've left unfinished here. They can't just leave. It seemed Naruto was waiting for Sasuke's response. He was side-eyeing his teammate. His mind, of course, had already been made. There was unfinished business in this past, and Naruto wouldn't be at ease until he was assured no one was suffering. Contrary to what the majority in the room may be thinking, Sasuke, too, knew it wasn't quite time. He stepped forward, pinning his former teacher with the stare of a determined Uchiha. Orochimaru noted how it reminded him of his elder brother, Itachi. When those two wanted something, they could truly think of nothing else. The curse mark, Orochimaru, Sasuke said, lowly. Ah, was the response. You want me to remove it? That would be quite the ordeal to do now. I recall the two of you were in a hurry. Naruto's eyes hardened. Make it quick then, yeah? Sasuke was unimpressed with the Sannin's attempt to dissuade them, too. He raised a challenging eyebrow. Orochimaru sensed the threat beneath their words. The smile that stretched across his pale face indicated he was having too much fun with their predicament. Of course. However, I am curious. How did you manage to remove it from yourself, Sasuke-kun? The way Sasuke flinched at the question made the rest of Team 7 uneasy. Past Sasuke narrowed his eyes, studying his future self. That's unimportant, he said sharply. I think it's quite relevant, Orochimaru retorted calmly, still smiling. I would imagine you could have done this yourself on your way here. No. Kakashi, in that moment, decided that sitting back to let things play out wasn't the best course of action. He had, of course, been on alert in case something went wrong, but Orochimaru seemed intent on playing with his guests. He stepped closer to his students, placing a hand on past Sasuke and Sakura's shoulders. I understand your burning curiosity, Kakashi started, but as the one who put us into this situation, I don't suppose you have the right to question any of us. Especially the one you shackled to yourself, Uimu. He nodded to Naruto and Sasuke. You'll worry about undoing what you've done, and they'll concern themselves with the details. Orochimaru shook his head slowly, his twisted smile beginning to unnerve the genin. Good point, Kakashi-kun, but you must understand that I only ask because there is no way for Sasuke-kun here to be rid of the seal unless he comes into contact with an item nearly impossible to find. And I'm almost entirely sure I wouldn't willingly remove it. His eyes narrowed. That is only my guess, though. Maybe in my future, I have a change of heart. You didn't, Sasuke assured bitterly. Ni-san removed the seal. Past Sasuke's eyes darkened. Well, that makes sense, Orochimaru said, finally seeming to come to a conclusion. Your brother has always been clever. He moved to pull down a scroll from behind him, completely relaxed and seemingly oblivious to the tension in the room. I see now why you would want your past counterpart to avoid a repeat of such a thing. It couldn't have been painless, either. Sasuke had never cared about the physical pain. It was Itachi's dull, broken eyes and the last touch of his bloody fingers that haunted him. It was his brother's acknowledgement of his strength before he died fighting for the one he cared for most. There won't be a next time, Sasuke. No matter what you decide from now on, I will love you forever. Sasuke wanted to drop everything and find his brother. He was in the past, wasn't he? He could tell Itachi that he forgave him, that he had forgiven him long ago. He could ask the questions he'd never been able to ask, seek the guidance he'd always yearned for from the one he looked up to. But this wouldn't be his Itachi. The Uchiha Itachi of this time, and his future, belonged to the people of this timeline. The Sasuke here deserved a chance to change things. Get the curse mark off, he ordered. We'll wait. Sakura would have clung to past Sasuke when Orochimaru's hungry gaze swept over him if she didn't know that this was probably the best possible thing that had happened to him since the Chunin exams. Handing him over to the snake Sannin after everything he'd done to them in the forest terrified her. What could they do to stop him once Sasuke was within his grasp? What terrible things did he desire with their teammate? Too many she knew. But Naruto and Sasuke's future self were there. Sasuke wouldn't let anything happen to his own past, would he? Sakura had begun to question exactly where his loyalties lay, but one thing was absolute: Sasuke's resolve to fulfill his goals. And even if those had changed sometime in the future, he wouldn't sabotage that. Besides, past Sasuke needed this. Sakura had seen how he reacted when Orochimaru's curse mark bothered him. It was frightening. She had wanted him to be rid of that nasty thing since he'd stood over her, bending the arm of another genin in uncontrollable rage. It was a lot like the way past Naruto got when the Nine Tails stirred. Sasuke was strong without it. He didn't need it, and he didn't need something that would cloud his true intentions and blind him to the important things. Sakura was sure of this. She was sure this was what she wanted. Then she looked over to him, to past Sasuke, when the others were discussing what came next. She saw it in his coal-black eyes that this was completely and utterly not something he had control over. He stood, calm and collected, but there was a raging storm hidden in his gaze. He was just as scared as she was, probably. And confused. And hurt. So who was she to decide these things for him? She never had been. No one gave her permission to decide what was right for him. Only he had that. Sasuke-kun, she whispered. Sakura would move closer if she could. She and past Naruto had already pulled in so close when they first arrived that they were practically sandwiching past Sasuke, pressed against him on either side. Her whisper inevitably caught the attention of both her teammates. She wanted to tell him he didn't have to do anything he didn't want to. But maybe the things he wanted and the things he didn't want wouldn't align with what was best for him. So she couldn't say that. Besides, the situation was out of their hands. Past Sasuke, if he refused Orochimaru's help, would be at odds with not only his future counterpart but Naruto's too. And Kakashi-sensei, most likely. And past Naruto. And herself. Even if she didn't push him on this one, even if she didn't voice her approval for the removal of that curse mark, someone else would. So she could not tell him to speak up. To back away, to refuse this. Instead, she gripped his hand and told him, it'll be okay. And it would be. Soon enough, it would be. What now? Naruto wondered aloud. His voice was quiet. Sasuke was the only one within earshot, and it was clear it was more of a what's your next move? Rather than a conversation starter. Orochimaru had taken past Sasuke into one of the many branching rooms to perform whatever procedure it was that would rid the younger Uchiha of his curse mark. It didn't concern Sasuke in the slightest. If Orochimaru tried anything foolish, he would end up regretting it. The snake was crafty, but no amount of planning could help him evade them if he attempted. It was clear his sentiment was not shared. It felt like Team 7 was waiting in a hospital to hear whether their loved one had survived an awful accident. And somewhere in Sasuke's heart, that hurt. Orochimaru had invited Sasuke to accompany him for the release, but Sasuke had refused. He had had enough of the curse mark business for a lifetime, and besides, he had other plans. Naruto watched curiously but remained silent as Sasuke moved away. His eyes followed Sasuke until he disappeared down one of the many twisting hallways. "Where are you going?" Naruto called after him, but he received no response. Sasuke left him alone in the lab, following the most obvious chakra signature in the entire facility, Sakura's. She had been with Kakashi and past Naruto ever since they had split. Sasuke suspected they wanted to distance themselves from him and Naruto, as they could only bring confusion and shock since Madara had cast that genjutsu. Sasuke sensed that a lot had happened before they were reunited. It was overwhelming, so he hadn't cared when he found himself alone with Naruto. Sakura's chakra radiated a ball of nervous energy. It had been peaking for hours, especially when Orochimaru left with past Sasuke. Somehow, she had slipped away from her team. Now she was alone. "Sakura." Her gaze shot up, and once again, Sasuke felt himself pinned beneath her emerald eyes, half wishing he had abandoned this idea 2 hallways ago. But he shook off the fear. This was important. "Sasuke-kun," she said softly, a hint of surprise in her voice. She was sitting alone, her knees drawn close to her chest. Her voice came out a little broken and too quiet, so she spoke again louder. "Sasuke-kun." A scalpel rested in her hand, which she twirled mindlessly. It unnerved Sasuke a bit. He didn't know if she carried one around or if she had found it on one of the many procedure tables within the hideout. Knowing what she would become, he realized that scalpel was exactly where it was meant to be, in her hands. "You're a medic," he said evenly. Sakura's brows drew together, her head tilting slightly. "I'm not, actually. Not yet, at least." He could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "Why am I here?" Sasuke wondered. He pressed his lips shut before he could assume anything further. The longer he stayed quiet, the more the silence demanded to be filled. After a few moments, Sakura cleared her throat. "I'm going to train," she said, avoiding his gaze. "I want to. Tsunazuma turned me down, but I think I'll find a way. I think I have to." Doubt lingered in her voice, as it always had. Back then, Sasuke had ignored it. Her strengths had seemed irrelevant to him. He hadn't realized how much she meant to him until he left, and even then he had never cared about her struggles. He had come here with selfish intentions. He owed her so much. "You will," Sasuke said. It sounded like an empty reassurance, like a mother urging her child to earn the top grade. But he meant it. He knew Sakura was worthy of training with the best in Konoha, and he believed she would achieve greatness. "And not just because I need you to," he added. "Thank you," Sakura said, "for staying and helping us with Orochimaru." Sasuke didn't deserve her thanks. The only reason he had paused to think in the first place was because she and past Naruto had begged him to stay, and a small part of him couldn't bring himself to leave. It occurred to him then that there was nothing he could say to her now that would make sense. There was nothing he could ever say to make up for what he must have put them through for so many years. He could feel the apology on his tongue, but Sasuke knew better. It wasn't as simple as an, "I'm sorry." He swallowed the words. "I can't make you promises," he said. Sakura's eyes reflected a willingness to drop everything to hear him out. "That's why I didn't when you asked me to." "He listens to you," she had said. "He will listen to you because he knows you've lived his future. You have the answers he's always wanted, right? You've already experienced what he's only dreamed about. Tell him what he needs to hear. Just not help him so he doesn't repeat what you've done. If anything, please do that. Please, Sasuke-kun. Please. At least try." "But you stayed," Sakura whispered. He did. He was still in this past, and it wasn't for his own gain. At least, it hadn't been at first. "Sakura," Sasuke said, his sincerity overwhelming. "I don't want you to be by my side." Her delayed reaction was almost amusing. Her eyes widened first, then she leaned back, and all at once, her face flushed. She uttered a small, "Huh?" Sasuke continued, ignoring the implications of his words. In this time, I want my past counterpart to live a different life. If I stay this time, will you be by my side? Sakura took a moment to collect her thoughts, altering her initial interpretation with his new words. He meant his past self. She swallowed. Part of her, the same voice that always criticized her in her mind, wanted to stand and give him a piece of her mind. Would she stay by his side? Was that even a question? Hadn't that been what she had been pleading for since day one? Sure, times had changed. When they were younger, she wanted Sasuke all to herself. She wanted him to be hers, and for them to always be together just for the fun of it. He made her heart flutter, and she had grown out her hair because of a silly rumor. But somehow, that longing had deepened. Now, she just wanted Sasuke to be okay. And if that meant leaving her, then she would help him find a different happiness. Because Sakura would be a part of his future. I will, she told him firmly. Always. He let out a small sigh, as if relieved. Sakura couldn't deny that she was so deep in confusion that it was all she could do to keep up with this conversation. Sasuke had always been complex, but not like this. She sensed he wanted to thank her, but those words never came. Itachi, he sighed. He didn't refer to the Uchiha as his brother, but Sakura knew that's who he meant. It seemed everything in Sasuke's life, his drive, his tragedies, revolved around his infamous elder brother. He's ill. You're a medic, Sakura thought. It made a little more sense now why he had come to her on his own. For a time since they had met this future Sasuke, she had begun to think he might not care for anything anymore. He seemed less motivated, broken. Has he always been this bad at asking for help? It will be a while before my past self can come to terms with what we've told him, Sasuke continued, and he'll want to see things for himself. After that, though. Sakura's eyes softened. His voice was emotionless, but she could tell the wound beneath it was still fresh for him. You want me to find a cure, she said gently. It was quiet for a moment. Really, really quiet. Please, Sasuke whispered. He wanted to take the word back the second it left his lips. What was he doing? Begging? Sakura didn't even know what he was talking about. How could he do this to her? Put another burden on her shoulders? But he couldn't deny how he felt. If anyone could do it. All right, she agreed easily in the same whisper. It was her. He'd volunteered. Kakashi didn't know why, but Sasuke had offered the use of his Sharingan in dispelling Orochimaru's genjutsu. Sure, his students could be convincing, and Naruto seemed to know the intricate workings of Sasuke's mind better than Sasuke himself, but Kakashi was wary. He knew they were dealing with a different Uchiha. Things had gone wrong, even Naruto had told him that much. His intentions were entirely unclear. Giving him access to so many people of Konoha who were locked under this jutsu. It didn't sit right with Kakashi. He followed Sakura's carefully controlled signature down the dim hallway. He wasn't looking for her, but for the other occupant of that room, who had exceptional guards surrounding his chakra flow. Sasuke wasn't talking to the kunoichi when Kakashi turned the corner. They were silent. The air felt tense to their sensei as he stepped in. Sasuke. Kakashi's doubt was obvious. There was no warmth in his tone, only a faux friendliness, a careful casualness. Sasuke took no offense. It had been years since he'd cared enough to analyze how others thought of him. The bond he'd once felt with Kakashi had long since dwindled away. Kakashi, he answered in a similar tone. Behind him, Sakura shifted uncomfortably. Her promise, unbeknownst to her, had calmed him considerably. He felt like he could take his time now, like he no longer had to run from a past he couldn't control. Things would be better here once he left. Sasuke took comfort in that because he knew the time he and Naruto would return to had no such fate. At least not at first. Orochimaru tells me you'll be releasing the genjutsu, Kakashi said, his visible eye squinted. He was a perfect image of nonchalance. No one in the room was fooled. Sasuke had no response for him. That was his plan. Kakashi was suspicious. It wasn't his problem. So he nodded and made to leave. Kakashi caught his shoulder before he could get past him. I could do it, he said quietly, side-eyeing him. It was a warning. Kakashi didn't want him involved in all of this. He didn't want him involved with the Konoha of this time. Sasuke didn't brush past him as Kakashi expected. He didn't relent either and let him have his way. Instead, Sasuke's gaze shifted to meet him. For the first time in a while, Kakashi felt like someone was seeing right through his mask, down to his very core. But Sasuke's eyes were obsidian. There were no tomo spinning, no crimson kekii genkai. All he'd done was make eye contact. Resolve. That's what he saw. There was determination there. Kakashi snapped himself out of his momentary reverie, glancing at Sakura across the room. She'd stood up when he grabbed Sasuke's shoulder, sensing the underlying conflict. But she'd calmed, like Sasuke, and there was a similar look in her eyes too. Kakashi released Sasuke. He didn't turn to watch him leave, but he followed the sound of his footsteps. He tracked their direction. Sasuke was going to see his past self. This time, the thought of that didn't worry him. Sensei? Kakashi gave his student a closed-eye smile. Come along, Sakura. Let's find your teammates. Hinata was getting tired, but she didn't slow. It was unclear how long she'd have to keep fighting, but in her mind, there was no option. The zombie ninja weren't slowing down, so they couldn't afford to either. Hinata! Kiba called. He and Akamaru were both panting, crouched in the dirt as they prepared to attack again. Watch your back. Hinata pivoted on her heel and, in one swift movement, jabbed at the vital chakra points on the zombie ninja's exposed body. She was getting better at taking them down with only a few hits. She had to be quick to remove any sort of weapon from them, specifically ones that were laced with chakra and waiting to explode. Assisting the future Naruto with the outbreak had been amazing practice for her, even though she'd only begun to notice once she'd been placed back on her team. Her first sparring match with Kiba was over in a matter of seconds, and she didn't even have to hurt him. Non-lethal blows that incapacitated her opponent swiftly. Naruto had helped her with that. Hinata ignored the small insects that brushed past her cheek as she turned to disarm another zombie ninja. Her team was fighting just as hard as she was, their sensei enduring the brunt of the attack. They'd come upon a large group of controlled ninja, most of them low-ranking and harmless on a normal day. Kurenai-sensei had brought them a D-rank mission that morning, leading them right into the path of the returning group. It didn't take long for them to sense that something was off. Hinata used her palm to knock the kunai from the ninja's hand, hopping back as it skidded across the dirt. The zombie ninja foolishly reached for his fallen weapon, providing her with an easy opportunity to attack. She raced forward, channeling chakra to the tips of her fingers. Almost there, almost. Before he could grasp the kunai, his body went limp. Hinata's hand swept through the space where he had been, striking nothing but. Behind her, Kiba and Akamaru crashed into a tree instead of the body of the unsuspecting zombie ninja. His groan assured her that he was all right. They're all unconscious, Shino noted, his voice clear enough for everyone to hear. Kurenai's hands released the seal she had been forming. She straightened to her full height, surveying the numerous fallen bodies. Sensei? Hinata asked, her breath slightly labored. I have no clue why they've stopped, Kurenai admitted, moving to help Kiba out of his predicament. Hinata, get a better vantage point and see if you can sense any more in the area. When Hinata perched atop a tree and activated her Byakugan, her gaze fell to the ground beneath her rather than their surroundings. Her breath hitched. The zombie ninja were no longer marked by a stunted, tightened coil of chakra. Their flow had returned to normal, though it was concerningly low. It was as if they had all been defeated at once. She relayed her findings to her team, her eyes scanning the land for any other potential victims. Kiba rubbed his back. Over. None of them could answer his question. It felt daring to hope. But Hinata did anyway. I already told you, didn't I? We're going to help the village as much as we can, you and I. I'll worry about who's behind this, okay? We'll stop this soon, Hinata. Don't worry. Without a doubt, Naruto was behind this. Sasuke didn't have to seek out his past self. It seemed they had been looking for each other. They stood before each other in one of the many winding corridors, poorly lit and alone. Sasuke decided to speak first. What are you thinking? Past Sasuke laughed, a sound that sent a chill down Sasuke's spine. It lacked any humor, more a scoff than anything else. What am I supposed to think? Sasuke studied the dark circles beneath his younger self's eyes, reaching out with his senses to search for any remnants of Orochimaru's curse mark. But he was an empty vessel now, no longer vulnerable to Orochimaru's influence. He was 10 steps ahead of where he had been back then, but also 10 steps behind. It pained him to see such a weak version of himself, yet Sasuke accepted that discomfort, allowing it to burn in his chest. So much of his power had been borrowed, stolen, or cheated. It was time for Uchiha Sasuke to do things the right way from the start. Train yourself, Sasuke advised. Try to understand Itachi. Find him, if you can. He looked away. And don't do it alone. What are you even saying? Past Sasukeist. What happened to you? How can you believe it was all a lie? Don't you want to? Sasuke almost asked. Because I've faced Itachi once. Maybe not directly, but he had certainly extinguished countless possibilities of what could have been. And I've lived with the regret ever since. Past Sasuke took a step back. Maybe I need to go on that journey for myself. Maybe he's different here. Sasuke shook his head slightly. I don't think so. Then what are you doing? Past Sasuke pressed. What are you living for? What is left? Sasuke locked eyes with his past self. You need to understand that there is no life outside of revenge. There is no satisfaction. You'll destroy yourself to achieve a goal that fixes nothing. You cannot return to Konoha. I don't need to go back, his younger self countered. Sasuke couldn't believe what he was hearing. He took a slow, deep breath, his fists tightening at his sides. Yes, he said firmly, you do. Past Sasuke hesitated, shock evident on his face as he scrutinized his future counterpart. There's nothing left for me here. His eyes darkened. Right. It was what he should say. It was what he would have said just days ago. Here he was, given the chance to reshape a past that wasn't his to alter. Any whim, any desire. He could do whatever he pleased. But standing before this younger, bitter version of himself, Sasuke faltered. No decision here was his. He didn't belong in this moment. Yet past Sasuke was right there, waiting for an answer, a word of advice. What he needed, Sasuke realized, was for him to give what he never had. Right. As he had so many times since that day, Sasuke recalled his brother's bloodied, curled fingers brushing against his forehead. He remembered Itachi's glowing, disintegrating form as their heads touched, and the darkness of the cave when Sasuke was left truly and wholly alone. A memory surfaced from the depths of his trauma-ridden mind. Itachi's saddened face, burdened with grief as he gazed back at the only one left. The hatred Sasuke had felt since that day lingered, a weight he carried from his past self. What's out there for you? Sasuke challenged, genuinely wanting past Sasuke to answer. Knowing everything he did, what was left? Sasuke had walked that path. He had left, he had fought, learned the truth, and said goodbye. He had pursued his brother only to lose him, and when he found him again, Itachi was gone for good. Predictably, past Sasuke replied, Itachi, before he could stop himself. Then he shook his head, the thought weighing heavily on him. I don't know. If Itachi wasn't the villain, who was? All he had to go on was a time traveler's word. And what do you plan to do once you get out? Past Sasuke glared at him, but the intensity of the look diminished with repetition. When did I ever say I planned on leaving Konoha? He asked, deflecting the question with one of his own. You didn't have to, Sasuke said, noticing the understanding in his younger self's eyes. He had lived this. If anyone knew what he was thinking, it would be the Uchiha Sasuke from the future. Sasuke almost said, the world doesn't revolve around you. The words caught in his throat, a distant memory surfacing. Someone had said that to him. Naruto maybe? A voice from deep in his mind whispered, hypocrite. Sasuke stared at himself, suddenly feeling unwell. All his flaws were laid bare before him. It was chilling to realize that nothing about his thoughts had changed. He planned to return to their war-ridden world, win the battle, and claim Konoha as his own. He intended to force the world into the just system they had always fallen short of. How do I plan to do that? It hadn't mattered back when he was caught up in reviving the past Hokage and meeting Orochimaru again. No, it hadn't mattered because all that mattered was that things would be his. There was no one he could trust with the world better than himself. No one. Under his gaze, past Sasuke worked furiously to decipher what the older Uchiha might be thinking. It was unnerving. How easily he could be read, yet how difficult he found it to return the gesture. His future self's eyes revealed nothing. Past Sasuke hated how he had to look up to see his face. "This is your only chance," Sasuke said, his voice low and warning. "Learn from my mistakes. You aren't the only Uchiha left in this world. Not yet." Past Sasuke opened his mouth to voice the obvious, that as far as he was concerned, Itachi was the scum of the earth and didn't deserve the name. But no sound escaped his lips, for that was the thinking of Sasuke a week ago. He wasn't so sure. Was it possible? That Itachi had been the one suffering? That everything he had done with his younger brother in mind? He felt a wave of nausea at the thought. Past Sasuke half expected his shoulder to flare with a familiar heat, like it had every time he thought of his brother these past few days. Instead, exhaustion crept over him, a testament to the fact that the mark was truly gone. How could he believe anything but what he had been led to think? It was terrifying to consider that all this time, Itachi could have been the complete opposite of the figure in his nightmares. That with his sword, he had struck down his family with tears, rather than a murderous glint in his eye. It felt like the wind had been knocked out of him, but there was no pain, only a dull ache. Nothing came from his open mouth, and Sasuke seemed to take that as the end of their conversation. He brushed past him, and there was no resistance from his younger self as he left without hesitation. The voices of his team were distant. Past Sasuke stood alone in the hallway, his hand rising slowly until it rested above his heart, gripping it desperately. Beneath his hand, his heart thudded violently against his chest. It made him uneasy to think about, yes. To know he'd been misled all this time. To have to take the word of a version of himself who had apparently failed in everything he had planned to achieve. Past Sasuke released a small sigh. The dull ache grew sharper, and he allowed himself to feel it. Despite all of that, despite everything. "I really want this." When past Sasuke joined them again, a minute after his future counterpart, he looked weary. His shirt concealed where the mark used to be. Sakura tried not to be obvious about staring at him. Past Naruto didn't have the same tact. She supposed he was just as concerned as she was. If the future Naruto and Sasuke left now, what would he do? Would he stay with Orochimaru? Would he follow the path he had taken in a different timeline, even after all he had learned? Sakura had to hope not. Pray he wouldn't. They were more equipped for the future now than they had been days ago, so wouldn't he come home? Would he let them help him? If Sakura could find a cure for the sickness his brother had, maybe things would be different this time around for the better. "It seems we're all back where we started," Orochimaru said smoothly, drawing her attention to him. "Have we finished all our business here in the past?" Sakura briefly wondered if she should be relieved that no one had mentioned this wasn't just a past, but a past of a different timeline. She wouldn't want Orochimaru to think he could meddle with time just because it wouldn't affect his original timeline. Perhaps he already knew. She couldn't be sure. Naruto's fist met his palm. "We're ready. What's the technique?" There was a small lull before his answer, a P-Arginanti pause in the room. "I suppose now would be the time to tell you that there is no reverse jutsu for the technique that was cast on you both," Orochimaru said. "Excuse me?" Orochimaru gave a sly smile. "There is no existing jutsu to undo what Uchiha Madara has done. You would need a very complex seal at the very least, and I don't suppose any of you are seal masters?" Sakura blinked. Beside her, the air around Naruto had suddenly gone cold. "So you lied," he said slowly, his tone simmering with barely contained anger. "What does this mean for the release jutsu Sasuke just performed? That wasn't a lie too, was it?" "Not at all," Orochimaru answered calmly, indifferent to the sudden shift in the room. "The genjutsu has been completely deactivated." He laughed, a smooth, low sound that sent a chill down Sakura's spine. "Not to worry. I simply had to see the Rinnegan in action for myself. You can't blame me for not wanting to pass up a chance so rare as this." Sasuke frowned. "Orochimaru," he said, "get to the point. Have you never used the Rinnegan, Sasuke-kun?" "I have." It is a peculiar thing, Orochimaru continued. Very difficult to wield. The user risks losing themselves. But when it is able to reside in a vessel, the possibilities are truly endless. Naruto shifted, slightly uncomfortable. Orochimaru was going to tell Sasuke exactly how to wield Hagoromo's powers, and Sasuke was going to use that knowledge for whatever he pleased. Naruto knew there would be a confrontation between himself and his friend. He understood Sasuke would go through it. The Rinnegan is among the most powerful Dijitsu. You've wielded the Mangekyo, yes? Have you ever attempted time-space techniques? It's much like that, but tri-dimensional travels. Orochimaru looked quite pleased with himself, comfortable and patient as he spoke. The Rinnegan can easily take you back to your time. You probably could have left the moment you arrived. Dimensional travel? Naruto repeated. Sasuke seemed to think about this for a moment. How does it work? That is all up to you. I have never used it. I presume you select a place in your mind's eye and activate the Dijitsu. Orochimaru's eyes flicked to the empty space before them, an invitation. I suggest you leave the moment you open a doorway. I imagine it's quite taxing. Not when Hagoromo's running through your blood, Naruto muttered. Alright Sasuke. It's time to put that creepy purple Nagata wannabe thing to the test. Don't get us lost now. Sasuke was quiet. Sakura wrung her hands in front of her. Don't you have anything else to say? Past Naruto asked. To your past self? Or Sasuke to himself? Or to me, Sakura's mind pleaded. She wasn't sure what Naruto and Sasuke would be taking with them when they left. We've said enough, Sasuke said abruptly, just as Naruto opened his mouth to speak. His gaze shifted from his past self, briefly to past Naruto, and then to Sakura. We can't make decisions for you. I've told you what you need to know. Naruto rolled his eyes and stepped in front of Sasuke. Ah, come on Sasuke. That's not what little me meant. He placed a dramatic hand on his chin and hummed thoughtfully. How about I give you each a piece of advice? Sounds fair, Kakashi chimed in. Sakura-chan. She had never been so eager to hear what Naruto had to say. Trust in yourself. His sharp smile softened. And don't hold back. You've got a stronger arm than me and Sasuke put together. Sakura couldn't help but smile back. Naruto had certainly grown up. Yes. Sasuke team. Naruto yelled, making a valiant attempt to get past Sasuke's attention. To their surprise, it seemed to work. Remember what I told you? You have a place to belong. And you have people to help you. Don't end up like this guy, he said, pointing at Sasuke. And Chibi Naruto. Past Naruto frowned at the nickname. His name's Kurama. Kurama. You want to make your chakra glow like I can? Past Naruto wrinkled his nose. Well, then make friends. With that brat Sasuke, maybe it'll be good for you. Sakura hid a smile behind her hand. Even past Sasuke was starting to frown. And Kakashi-sensei. Naruto continued. You don't forget what I told you either, okay? Don't give up on us. Kakashi gave a lazy salute. Naruto grinned while Sasuke sighed and turned away. The air began to warp in front of them. Orochimaru watched with intense interest. Ignoring the need for quiet to help Sasuke focus, Naruto waved his arm over his head. Bye, Team 7. Tell everyone else we said goodbye too. Don't die. Sasuke exhaled triumphantly as a portal opened before them, wispy at the edges. It looked like a dark splotch of ink in the middle of Orochimaru's pale room. Sakura leaned forward. There, larger than a speck but smaller than anything immediate, stood a woman who was undoubtedly the Haruno Sakura of the future. She wore shinobi attire, a maroon headband tied in her hair, the kanji for shinobi etched into it. Her hair was cropped short, and a fierce look was on her face. Behind her, barely visible, were dozens more in similar attire. Past Sakura gasped. As they watched, it was as if time had resumed after being paused. The sky swirled with blood-red clouds, 1,000 shinobi continued their fight, and Haruno Sakura looked directly at the doorway Sasuke had created. The purple diamond on her forehead rose with her brows. What the hell? Naruto. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke gestured for Naruto to go through first, unsure if the portal would hold if he did so himself. Somewhere out of sight, a voice called out an attack. Too focused on her teammates walking through the portal, Sakura was nearly crushed by a massive boulder heading her way. An older, bloodied version of Kakashi landed beside her and yanked her out of the way. "Nice of you to join us," he called to his two students, too busy to think too much about what he was seeing. "Did you miss us?" Naruto called as Sasuke stepped through. "You weren't gone a minute," Sakura said, her voice tinged with panic. "Who's that behind you, Sasuke-kun?" "No one," he muttered, taking his place beside Naruto. Orochimaru's overhead lights flickered. The scene folded in on itself. Team 7 felt a pull as the air warped back to its normal state, leaving only the distinct tang of battle in the air. "That was me," Sakura whispered. It was quiet for a long while. It was unclear if moments or minutes passed. Not even Orochimaru had a comment for them. Kakashi was the first to move, pulling up his headband to rub at the eye underneath. "Let's go home," he said gently, breaking the delicate, odd silence that had filled the room. He turned for the door. Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, then looked at Sasuke. But he was already moving to follow, hands in his pockets. Sakura felt her heart suspend in her chest. She didn't dare move an inch. She didn't want to snap Sasuke-kun out of whatever resolve he had come to. "Pity," Orochimaru said to himself, sounding distant. "My future self has destroyed everything I've put in place." Naruto laughed loudly. It was a familiar sound, and Sakura realized abruptly a comforting one. He might clash with Sasuke regularly and claim to dislike him, but the truth was that they were very similar. Maybe they would always be competitive. Maybe they would always call one another ridiculous names. Sakura watched as Naruto casually folded his arms behind his head and followed them out of the room. She recalled the overwhelming presence of red that had once surrounded him, capturing his kindness and everything that defined him. She remembered Sasuke's quiet declaration on their first day with Kakashi-sensei, stating his singular goal in life, to confront a certain individual. She thought about how he had transformed from a typical child into the reserved one without a family. Naruto, on the other hand, had always been different though much less reserved. She reflected on Kakashi-sensei standing before the memorial stone, on Sasuke chiding her for teasing Naruto, and how, even in the future, Naruto and Sasuke had found a way to understand each other. They stood united in an important battle. Her boys were such a mess. But they're mine, she thought, quickening her pace to catch up. And they'll be all right. In another timeline, the world came to a standstill. The war had concluded in favor of the Allied forces. A conflict that began with Madara, Obito, and the Ten Tails had escalated until they were battling across dimensions. Sasuke had been compelled to ally with Naruto more than ever before a fleeting memory surfaced, two weary boys climbing trees with uncertain chakra levels, returning together. Now, their chakra, purple and orange, harmonized perfectly. Without a doubt, one or both of them would have to make the ultimate sacrifice for the battle to truly end. Madara was gone. Obito was gone. Kagaya had vanished. The past Hokage had returned to their resting places. All that remained was for Sasuke to claim Konoha as his own. Sasuke had ensured that this confrontation was unavoidable. He would face Naruto, his best friend, one last time. And Naruto would rise to the challenge. He would keep his promise. Whatever lay ahead was destiny, and no time travel could alter that future. As he stood atop Uchiha Madara's carved head, facing Naruto, a part of Sasuke understood the outcome. They would fight and he would be the one to fall. That would mark the conclusion of their rivalry. Sasuke prepared himself for the inevitable clash, envisioning a village with Naruto at its helm. There was no one he trusted more with that responsibility.